it queued us up the moment I went in. Oh, good, we're still living.
Wham, wham, wham.
Get my headphones in.
Chives.
Alright, I'm back. I am fully back. Yelling at the real owner?
What is he talking about?
I have no idea.
Weirdo.
Do you know Dofu?
Nope. I met him.
I actually like this map a lot, can I just say? I was getting a lot of stinkers earlier today as far as maps go, and this one's actually pretty cool. They're just not even coming after B? Alright, well, it's their choice. No!
Hello?
He's throwing you under the bus, Dofu? Do you know Dofu? Are you just messing with me?
Dude, I don't know tofu. Like what?
Dofu with a D.
No, I said tofu. I don't know who tofu is, dude. Literally.
Literally?
Literally.
This guy's just kept running, bro. Where are they going?
They're going both for dude and burn. Oh my god.
Have I told you that anytime somebody asks me what a car gnome is, I'm going to tell them that it's kind of like a mind goblin?
A mind goblin, these nuts?
Yeah. It's the ultimate setup, bro. You know how many times people ask me what a car gnome is? So
yeah,
cringe,
dude, I was there.
I'm so excited for somebody to ask me. I'm waiting, dude. I'm praying.
Well, stop saying it on stream, you idiot. Oh my god, man. Oh my god! Viewing party, the video's done! Bro.
Man.
Bad.
Bro, these guys just run, man. I literally, like, I haven't fought any of
Wait,
them.
no, I might leave. I'm gonna go watch the video.
What? Video? What?
My interview!
Oh, okay, yeah. Do you want me to...
Okay.
Do you want me to, like, watch it on stream? Oh, hey, game's over, We're good.
Okay, yeah, I'll see, because you might... Hold up, I'll see you right now. Just back a second. Get us the burn out of here.
Yeah. Let's get out, I'll watch it on my stream. How about that? Then we can do a watch party. Watch somebody else's content. Huge. Easiest way to make it as a streamer. There's a scooter ad under the stream for $500, bro. What a steal! You should buy that scooter, bro. All right, what am I watching?
Wait. I think he's gonna upload it soon. Or it's uploading right now.
Yeah, let me transition to my other thingy. Send me a link when you get it. Is it somebody's YouTube channel? Like, what is it?
Yeah, somebody's YouTube channel.
Okay. What's his name?
Nico. Nicho.
CHO.
Do you know the video of the guy? That guy right there.
This guy. Okay.
I don't know when he's gonna upload it. He just said he pinged me. He's like, Yelena, I think the video's done. And he said, you want to watch it with me? And then like the flash, not the flash, like the blushing face.
Hmm.
And I said, yeah, we can cuddle while we watch it. But he hasn't responded, so I'm waiting. So when are you giving me admin in this in your server, Brown?
The moment you act right.
What the ban, bro? What the ban? What the ban?
Listen, man. I don't pass it out like candy.
You should pass it like Kenny to me. Can I get it and then make my own like channel?
Do you want your own voice channel that only you can access?
No, I want my own like. I want my own brand.
Oh yeah. There is a one-person voice channel that I made for no reason. I just had the idea. I think somebody was talking about it, and it made me think of.
Tofu's in it.
He's chilling, bro. Maybe it was Dofu actually that was saying.
Oh, he pinged me.
I can't remember.
He said, "Give me 5 minutes."
Okay, okay.
He's most likely just gonna stream it to me. So if that's the case, I'm gonna go watch it with him. Then when it uploads, I'll send it to you, and then you can just do some stuff.
Bro, just have me join. It's free
Oh.
content, bro.
Okay, bet. But you have to be muted, dude. You can't speak.
That's fine.
Monkeys don't speak.
I'll mute Discord so that I can just watch and talk to stream stuff. Exclusive content here on Carnome. Never
Yes.
seen before.
You see that guy right there, holding his head,
Yeah, yeah.
screaming in agony? That's me.
That's you all the time, or just right now?
That's all the time, me.
I believe it. He looks just like you.
You think so?
I have not. Aren't you?
Have you not
aren't
seen
you
me,
like?
Carmelo?
I'm pretty sure you're Hispanic, aren't you?
Dude, here, Cardum, look at me. Have you never seen me?
I've seen you once before. I'm trying to remember what you look like. You're like jacked though.
I'm not Jack.
Yeah, but aren't
boy dinner goes crazy, man.
you... boy dinner. Yeah.
Rest of my boy dinner, I have look, this is my favorite. 8 painkillers and a bowl of rice and chicken and vegetables. It was me, man. I'm a funny little guy.
Wait, are you Hispanic? Am I wrong?
I'm Hispanic. I'm Hispanic.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna say, bro. Home.
What are you eating, dude?
Uh.
Wait, never mind. Shut up, bro. My cock just DM'd me.
Dibs on the lonely VC for real.
Have you seen the gifs where it's like, do you understand the gravity of the situation? And then it's like a PNG just falling downwards.
I have. Sorry, I shoved my mouth full of cookie just as you asked.
Mouth of my cock. Look at General.
What's the? Damn, Daniel!
Damn, Daniel.
Oh yeah. So you've seen that before? Have you seen my secret weapon?
Yeah.
Let me upload this real quick. Hold on.
Have you seen Dara?
This sounds like a D's nuts, bro.
No, Dara, like just Dara.
I have not. I swear
Never
this is
mind,
a D's nuts though.
It is, but I don't even want to hit you with it.
I'm
I just don't, want to hit you with
I'm
it.
pretty sure it's a D's nuts. Whatever. Hold on, I found it.
What is he?
Here's my secret weapon.
Can I kiss it?
You can try. It looks better in dark mode.
What about light mode, dude? Why are you racist?
Oh. You got a point there.
Carnum hates lights.
Also, this one too. Play with sound, please.
Okay. That's actually me. That's actually me.
I actually love this video so much. If you play it in full screen on your phone, it looks like your phone screen is not even on. It's so good, dude.
5 minutes my ass, bro. It's been like 30 minutes.
No, where is this guy for real?
He might just, yeah. He might just died. Do you think I'd be a cool cat?
I think he'd be a great cat, man.
Thanks, man. That means a lot. Means a lot. Did I tell you that I'm like the start of the video? Like me, I am the start of the video.
Damn. He really hopped in, bro.
Hopping these nuts in your mouth.
He has a second account in the Lonely channel.
Oh, he's calling me. He's calling me. He's calling me. I love you.
Oh. Hi, Dofu.
Meeting dinner.
Bro, you're literally like taking up space intentionally.
What can I say? There's many versions of me. Wait, what's a carnal? Never answered my question.
Kind of like a mind goblin.
What's a mind goblin?
I'm getting a director's cut. He said no one can see it besides me, and he says the video.
Aw.
He says the video's gonna be uploaded today.
Uploaded today?
Uploaded later today, so I'll send it to you when it's. Bye bye.
Okay.
What's a mind goblin?
Mind goblin these nuts.
No, I don't mind.
I thought so.
I got another scooter ad. I'm not buying the scooter.
Have you been looking at scooters?
I would never. I would never do that.
Because Google probably just knows what you want, man. Or I guess Amazon in this case.
Man, it's under your stream. I'm blaming you. I need food. I need more food. You gonna change your stream back to Destiny, or we're just gonna look at Discord?
I mean, I should probably stop looking at Discord at least. I was just gonna wait for Yelena to get back. I guess we can do like one Iron Banner match.
You should carry me so I can AFK and eat my dinner.
Damn, bro.
I never even done Iron Banner. Assuming it's PvP.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm massive. At some point, I'm gonna need to bring Dofu V3 in here. And then we will claim the 3 people only channel.
I wonder if I can, let's see. What's up, Gore? You winning?
No, you're losing. Losing only. You cannot win. You're just simply not allowed here.
I was gonna see if there's a way to automatically kick AFK people, so no one person can hog the lonely channel.
How could you?
But I don't know if there's a way to do that.
Doubt it.
Gore, we were gonna do some Iron Banner. I was playing some earlier, but the people I was playing with are done for the night. And then I was gonna stop, and then Yelena convinced me to play. So we're gonna play some more. But then Yelena suddenly had to go and watch a thing. So he's gonna be gone for a second, but once he gets back, we're probably gonna do some Iron Banner.
He's lying. He stopped doing Iron Banner because he was losing and needed Yana to carry. Suddenly.
I mean, I was losing, but I was also losing my mind.
What mind?
What little bit was left, you know? Dude, I gotta slow down these cookies. They're going too fast.
Oh no.
Alright, one more, and then I'll stop for now. Halt.
One more, and then another one, and then just one more, and then one more, and then we'll never.
I mean, can you blame me? They're like those, they're an off-brand, but they taste the same. Those, coconut chocolate cookies, like those Girl Scout ones.
Yes, I can.
They're really, really good.
I wonder if I should just donate 1 bit at a time. It's like throwing pennies at someone.
I don't know if it would even give you anything. Also, I think a bit is literally like, I think it's like 1/10 of a penny.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. It's 100 bit. It's $1.40 for 100 bits.
Oh,
So
really?
if we do the math, it'll be like between 1 and 2 cents. So let's see.
You said
here.
100 bits is like $1.40?
Yeah. So if I just do like this, and then what? And then this.
No, that's gonna go for a while. Yep.
You'll live.
Do what?
This is all you'll be hearing for the next.
For the next hour.
Yeah.
Do what? Do what?
How much do I have left? 87. 87 left to go.
What?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like something you could have done with those bits. I think I have some interactive stuff on my channel that you could actually use. That for. But oh well.
What do you do?
Maybe I can't remember. People don't really send a lot of bits on my channel. So I haven't really given a lot of reward options for using bits.
What?
First time I gave you bits was for carrying me on the Crota's raid. I meant to do Deep Stone Crypt.
Yeah, that was on you, man.
What?
Well, you misled me.
Uh-huh. To be fair, at the start, you did say, like, yeah, I'm looking to get heritage from this. And I was like...
What?
I was like, I'm not even going to touch that. I'm just going to... I remember thinking that to myself. I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to let him figure it out, you know? I thought you'd figure it out, though, before we started the raid.
What?
I figured it out, like, second to last encounter. Like, right before the last encounter.
Hmm.
And I was like, wait, this isn't the right raid. But, like, I might as well do it. 'Cause
What?
From it. I mean, I eventually got heritage, but it was a bad roll, so I have to run it again.
What?
2 Banner Titans carried? I'm trying to remember who those were. Were they
Me,
randos?
obviously.
What?
Bro, if I get one more scooter ad on your stream, we're gonna have a problem.
Bro, why don't you just sub?
What?
And you get no ads.
Let me just yoink your wallet.
You're the one donating a bunch of bits, bro.
Yeah, but it's like one.
What?
That's true. But I mean, you probably got Twitch Prime, don't you?
Nope.
Damn.
What?
Too broke.
What?
How much bits do I have left? 75. Good enough.
What?
Oh yeah, what was your in-game name for Destiny?
What?
Huh?
What was your in-game name for Destiny?
Flame you to me.
What?
You trying to find me?
Yeah, I guess you're not online.
I'm not on.
Oh, all good.
You know.
I was mostly just trying to remember what your username was. Oh, what?
If you're looking through your friends list, then no, I'm not on there.
Oh, did I not add you? Oh, okay.
No, I was from.
What?
So I just joined your party.
Gotcha. All good. I was just trying to remember what your in-game name was more than anything.
What? What?
By the way, on the stream, does that sound effect that plays whenever he does that start off like a little cut off at the beginning?
I think like a little bit.
What?
Yeah. I was worried about that because I keep getting it like that, but every time I've asked people about certain sound effects, it's never been a problem for them, or they've said it's never been a problem.
What?
So I think I should try to re-upload that audio, I think.
What?
6969 for skedaddle. Okay, okay.
Let's see if we can fix that real quick. Stream elements.
Oh wait, it stopped already? That was fast. Or did you just get
Oh no,
rid
I
of
didn't
it?
do anything. It's
Oh, that was fast. I sent 30.
You
It ended
what?
already.
You what? You what?
Okay, I can use 12 more. To
hmm.
You what?
I wonder if maybe I can just
good enough.
You what?
here, save 1 bit. I want to test something in a little bit here.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to fix the audio issue.
You what?
Let's see, where would I have saved that audio?
You what?
What's this button? Tier 3 sub?
You what?
Let's see. Open with. No, I want to open with Audacity. So let
You
me
what?
open Audacity. I'm just gonna have like 1 second of silence at the beginning of the audio, and then I think it'll be better for that.
You what?
Import audio from
This is so weird.
this folder. Sound
I
effects.
should have
That one.
that
You
like
what?
like the number 1 bits gifter in front of my name, but it's gone.
You what?
How much is it for tier 3 sub?
I don't
Do you
know.
want- That is.
You
Oh,
what?
I think I got a tier 1 sub first, and then tier 2, and tier 3. It's too much work.
You what? You what? You what?
Okay.
You what? You what? You
Okay.
what?
I just bit myself. Oh, it's painful.
You what?
Okay, there's just a 1/2 second of silence now ahead of it. Now I just need to upload that file. Oh, not that one. Is it tip alert? No. Is it just cheer? No. Wait. It was the spinning frog, right? Okay. Go find the file real quick.
Bro, I think I'm bleeding. Ew.
Okay. That should be saved. Go ahead and do like 1 bit.
Well, I just bit myself. I think I'm bleeding inside now.
Oh, nice.
You what?
Okay, I kind of played double because of my audio. Hold on. I think I can maybe replay that. Can I?
You
Yeah.
what?
I know it's still cut off, bro. What the hell?
Yeah, it's still cut off.
Okay, let me add a whole second, because maybe that'll be enough. Alright, do you have another bit to test?
I have like 40 whole more.
Alright, go ahead and send one.
You what?
Hey, that's better. That's way better.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I guess that's the solution for all my audio issues if I ever have that.
You what?
Oh, no, it's doing it again.
Uh-oh.
You what?
It sounds like a little cut off, but it's definitely better. Maybe I should just do like 1.5 seconds.
I feel like it's different every time I donate a
You what?
bit. Because this one wasn't cut off.
Yeah, I think that's
But
also
then
true.
this one, it's cut off.
Let me just do 2 seconds of silence, just to
You
maybe take it
what?
too far, but make sure
You
it
should
works
do
at least.
10. You should do 10 to make sure.
Yeah. Super delayed.
You what? You what?
Yeah, sometimes it sounds totally fine.
Yeah, that's weird.
You what?
Okay. Let's see if that works. You got another one?
Yeah.
You what?
It's like a little crackly, but that was better, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if there's a way to look that up. Stream alerts.
I'm thinking I'm typing
Audio.
random gibberish.
Cut off.
Gino 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 G G G G G G G G G G G G.
Oh, it does. Okay. So I just put semicolons for no reason. hilarious.
I have a sneeze coming. Oh,
Oh god.
I was building up, bro.
You what?
So let me just. That's just a. This is just a test thing.
You what?
Yeah, it's like. It's like cut off. It's so weird. I don't know why it's doing that.
Oh my god, 1,000 bits? That's crazy.
Yeah, can you imagine?
If only it was 10,000.
Alright, let me try something. This might be better. Give me a second to implement it, but
Mm.
if I can figure out a way to fix this, then it would be really nice because it's been doing this for a while. I think it's a subtle little annoying thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead.
Cheer
Oh,
one.
You what?
It was so
A
cut
bit.
off. That was very
Yeah.
weird. Hmm. I think the thing I did helped a little, though.
You what?
It's still a little janky. I don't understand, man. I don't know.
Weird.
Maybe I'll fix it some other time.
Procrastination.
I'm gonna ask Yelena how it's going. He responded saying that apparently it's very funny, so that's good.
Crazy.
I just realized. Oh no, I did have field tested on. Okay. Need to find a good good shader for this. Actually, I don't think it's gonna get better than that. Maybe the plaid. So tempting. But I think the salmon pink is way better.
Possibly.
I feel like having like whatchamacallit, what's that perk called? Let me look at it again, hold on. Oh yeah, keep away. I feel like having that on an SMG is like not worth it. Just because how many situations are you gonna have somebody not within 15 meters of you in
Every
PvP?
situation.
At least when you're using an SMG.
Then yeah.
I guess I'll play some Iron Banner while I'm waiting for him to get back.
Alright, well, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Be back.
Alright. Maybe I'll out party. Also, this is pretty cool because Yelena's. So I think he said it was an interview with that YouTuber. But that's pretty cool because yeah, sorry, got distracted. It's pretty cool because the guy who interviewed him or whatever actually has like a decent following. So like, you know, this is pretty cool for Yana to be able to like get all that out there and to like a real audience, you know? And hey, maybe he'll get some followers or something. I don't know. Maybe I love floating. Also, I currently have my notifications on. If you hear any notifications, it might be me. For Discord, I mean. Try not to do any double takes if you happen to hear it on stream here. Or in the VOD if you're watching the VOD in the future. Cool. Just got nothing out of that writing ground. That's cool. Literally nothing is loading. What the hell? I literally got nothing out of that. What was a sparrow? Oh, it's just this thing. Might as well have gotten nothing out of it.
Let us see what today's guardians are made of. Captured Zone A. Opponent claimed Zone C.
Oh, dude, he's so far. Oh, that's so sucky. I thought he'd go defend the point, and then he just ran out the other way. That's not what I was expecting. He probably just ran because I disoriented him with the thing. Nope. Dude, they're all over the place right now.
Zone C. Zone advantage is yours.
No, dude. No, dude. I didn't know he was over there. I couldn't see him because of the stupid blinding light. Bro. Unimportant notification. Ignore that.
Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Damn, dude. They just keep coming. Oh, that's so annoying, dude. I know it's their spawn, but like I've never spawned in my actual spawn before. The game always spawns me somewhere else for some reason. Cool. Well,
The lead is yours.
oy. Oh, I'm so screwed, dude. I should have gone a different way. I don't know why I ran towards them.
there's just always some rando who's just there to clean up, man. No matter who I'm fighting. There's just always some guy who has done nothing with his entire life and yet gets so lucky to be handing the freest kill on me because I was fighting somebody else, bro. It's crazy how consistently that happens, too. Oh, what? Did he even... Huh? Who else shot me? Someone else shot me. That's how I died. Not the magnetic grenade, really.
Captured Zone A. Zone advantage.
So unfortunate, bro.
Zone C lost.
Ah, bro. I'm missing too many shots. It's just the whole story of it. Nothing else to say about it, really. I just need to land my actual bullets on the guy. Oh, we're flipping spawn. We gotta hurry. Oh, this sucks. We are not flipping spawn. Oh, no, dude. We did flip spawn. Come on, bro. We can't lose A and C like that. That's so cringe. Bro stopped capping the zone. What is wrong with people, man? It's fine. I'll sacrifice myself so we can just not lose real quick. I don't understand, man. You just let them capture a zone without contesting it at all. And then we don't take it back once it's completely cleared.
Zone A captured. Zone advantage.
And we're about to get the howling. Nice. Okay, see that's what we've been needing to do.
Find your prey and end them.
I got a bubble on B. They failed it though. Wacky. Oh, that was the guy. I thought he was somewhere else, and I thought I was about to fight a different guy. That sucks hard, dude. I was gonna go out there, and then if I could get out there far enough, I would have popped my super, but did not happen that way.
Captured Zone A. Opponent claimed Zone C.
Nice heavy ammo. Really made the most of it. Okay, well, alright. Whatever, man. I tried to throw my grapple. For some reason, I thought I had a different grenade equipped. And tried to throw it, and it did not work, of course. And I tried to just make the most of it, but then I got caught on the stupid statue, so it didn't even fling forward at all. Which is pretty much what always happens when I grapple. I just never go anywhere with it, somehow. Get out of here, man. Guy didn't even see me, apparently. Okay, well, he sees me. I don't even know who you are. Literally don't know where you're shooting me from. Please, why is the whole team on me? Leave me alone, man. Shoot anybody else at all. It's like 4 people shooting me from 100 miles away, and I don't know what I can do about that. God, I'm just trying to get in there, but they're all so far away, and it spawns me so far into our spawn. I have to run so far just to get anywhere, and by the time I get there, all of them are dead. So then we flip spawns, and then I have to run back. Because of course I do. Okay, not even my kill, I guess. It's fine. I don't know, man. Like, I can't fight the one guy I'm after. Someone else kills him. And so then I'm just a sitting duck in front of the entire enemy team. I mean, he just got played. I just want to get in there and pop my super, bro. Oh no, they had heavy? I thought that... am I crazy? I thought it was still up. Oh, that was such a waste, man. Just sat there perfectly still, shooting his machine gun at me. That's so unlucky, man. I swore that heavy was still on the thing, on the stupid wall. I've been holding on to that super forever because I keep dying before I can pop it. Then I popped it and died anyway. Oh, that's so annoying. It's fine. Just some other guy. Just always some other guy. I killed 2 of them. There's just a 3rd guy. There's always one more guy than I am fighting. There's always just one more guy, dude. I don't know, man. I'm so tired of PvP. This is literally my second match, I guess.
Stay up. Zone B captured. Opponent claims Zone C.
Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. I'm out. I'm out.
Zone A. Keep the pressure on. It's almost over. Guardian, crush them. Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours.
I'm pretty sure there's a guy. Yep. Yeah. I had the wrong gun out. I thought I had my shotgun out. That sucks. It's fine. It's a mix of I'm not really that great, and this loadout is just totally foreign to me. I'm not used to grappling all over to, like, get to people. Honestly, I don't know, man. It's just been a death sentence. I've never effectively used the grapple. I think just, like... I think like a shackle nade might be better, you know? I'm gonna try using that. It just hasn't been helping, you know? It just hasn't been helping at all. The only thing nice about the grapple grenade is it comes back in like a minute instead of 2 minutes. Excuse me. I just drank some soda, so now I'm burping again, bro. Also, there's another role on Immortal I might use instead of the one in my inventory right now. It's the field tested one, and I'm tempted, or not field tested. It's the keep away one. I'm very tempted to try it, but like I feel like 15 meters is a very short distance, and it's not bad to get 15 meters pretty much any other way. But I feel like on an SMG, it's got to be impossible, right? I don't know. Let me... real quick. Let me try the keep away. I mean, maybe the range on this is just going to be so wacky that field tested will actually work, you know? And I'll be able to use it from that distance. I mean, maybe it's just insurance for that, but like I feel like I feel like rangefinder's probably better, but again, I think rangefinder got nerfed, so like I don't know. I don't know where it stands now. Let me compare these two side by side. Yeah, the one with more range is Keep Away, just on its own. The other one just doesn't have as much range at all, just from the barrel mod and stuff like that. And what map is this? Is this Bannerfall? No, this is that one I can't think of the name of. Wormhaven, I think.
I'm directing the banner fleet to Keitel's flagship. Give them an education on
Oh, this is a totally different one than what I thought it was. Grapple's hard.
Zone C captured.
Okay, well, for some reason I thought he was gonna not go after me for a split second there. And then as he killed me, I realized how stupid of a notion that was.
Oh, I had to melee. That's ours. Okay.
Come on. The game just started. There's no way they got a howling. So cringe, dude. Okay, well, I'm not gonna kill that guy. I don't want to try and really. Okay. So, the one guy I was gonna chain to got killed before I could even do anything. Awesome. I have not been able to do any damage at all.
Claim zone A.
Ah, come on. One guy? One guy. The whole enemy team's on the left side. We kill one of their guys. I'm backing off because I'm low health. And one guy on the entire enemy team just happens to be at the most perfect angle to tap me with one bullet.
Press on.
So dumb, dude. Like, how unlucky do you have to be? Ah, damn, dude. I was gonna try to use my guy for body blocking, but it didn't work. And I need to get in the habit of like using it further away from the wall, and then hanging out closer to the wall if I'm gonna be doing something like that. It's all positioning, you know.
Zone C captured. 2 zones are yours.
Oh, they're all here, dude. I don't want to be the first to engage. That's not what I was expecting. Okay, we're good. We're okay.
Flames have ignited. Let the wolves hunt.
Too far. I'm dead. That sucks. Oh. You know, inspecting the gun, oh jeez. Inspecting the gun, it's really, really pink. But when you're actually holding it in game, most of the lighting just makes it look red. So, it's a little sad about that, but... I mean, pink is just a very light red. So I can't say I'm, like, too surprised or something. Okay, well... Alright, well... Alright, fine. I was like, teammate just saw that trip mine, surely he's going to shoot that trip mine. And then instead of... I don't know why I thought that would happen at all, though, because even if he did, I realize now that I still would have gotten hit by it. Because I'm an idiot running into it like that. That was just not a good situation in any way, really. Whatever.
Hang on.
Oh, I have the wrong heavy equipped still. There we go. Fix that. I was like, wait, what leveled up? I don't have any crafted weapons equipped. Oh, yeah. Good old commemoration. Getting a free level. I don't know. It's... I think overall, my field tested one's just better because it has better range. already. It's not quite max range still, but it's the best range immortal that I have right now. So I don't know. I don't think I did super well that match. I mean, the team was really good. Everybody else was killing it, and the enemy team wasn't super good at all. Which is why I ended up getting the 2 KD, but literally I only got 10 kills. Which means I still died 5 times. It's not ideal. This is one of like the few guitar riffs that I learned how to play on guitar. I think it's been long enough though that I don't remember it. I need to play a guitar, man. I can never really like sit down and just practice. Oh yeah, this is a new shader I didn't get. Bro, where is that shader? Where's Dreaming Spectrum, man? I need that. I was gonna see how it looks with the fit. No, like doing the banner? What do you mean? Oh, were you wanting to join? Is that what you mean? You having trouble? I mean, no more than usual with PvP. I'm really not a fan of PvP as it stands in the game, but I also just struggle in general with PvP because I look at I have a very, I guess you could say, unhealthy mindset. When it comes to any game, where basically like I'm not having fun unless I'm winning. Oh, geez, okay. Error coded. That's interesting. Maybe that's why it was taking so long to load. But yeah, I also, what's up, Camp? How you doing? I don't know, I have this thing where I can't have fun playing a game. I say can't, but I would say there are some games where I've just enjoyed the playing because there's no like necessarily like not necessarily like a goal, you know. But I think generally speaking, I feel like I have to be winning whatever the context is. I have to win the game to have fun. And that's, I think, fine. Because I'm also very persistent with that. And like in PvE games, it just means that if I lose, I'm frustrated, but I know in the back of my mind, like, oh, I'll just keep playing, and eventually I'll win, right? And then I'll be having fun, right? So there's always that silver lining in PvE content, right? That I have, right? Problem is, PvP is not like that. If you've played PvP in any game at all, you will know that you don't win every game. And sometimes, even when you win, it doesn't feel that great. Like, you're just not doing a good job, or you're not having a good time. Things are just really tough. Whatever it is, right? It happens. You know, it happens. Problem is, my mindset does not help in those in the PvP context. It's really, really terrible to have in the PvP context. Because then I go into it thinking, like, oh, I'm going to win this game, or else I won't have any fun at all. And then, of course, surprise, surprise, I lose a few games and have the worst time of my life and feel miserable about myself and about everything. And it's just, you know, it sucks. It's a sucky thing. So, like, then I get frustrated, and then it doesn't even really matter what I'm frustrated at, because I'll just... I had this problem, because I used to play Overwatch, like, religiously. I would play it way too much. I was super obsessed with that game. It was the game I played in between Destiny 1 and Destiny 2, basically, right? I played Destiny 1, then they released Destiny 2, and I started playing Overwatch.
Zone advantage is yours.
Hello? Suspend? Hello? Hello? Also hitting the wall with the little thing. Gotta love it. Just... Oh, they're all here. Oh, they're all here. Oh, they're all here. The whole team is here. Everybody's here.
Zone A captured. Zone advantage is yours.
That was not fun. I figured the spawns had probably flipped, but I didn't realize everybody had just spawned too. Let's reload real quick because I was not hitting him. Nice dodge. Very pretty. I don't have the best range right now. Let me swap real quick to this pulse. Should be a little better. Oh, he was so dead, dude. That sucks. There we go. We got him. It's teamwork. The power of teamwork. Behind us. That poor guy, man. He's really trying to snipe. Aw. Lame. He's using bad juju. That's scary. That means if he gets like a decent number of kills, he's gonna have his super really, really fast. I was hoping you'd shoot the thing. Okay, well, that's annoying. He shot me with like 2 bullets and then ran away and threw a grenade. Got a free kill off of that. Why'd he peek again, huh? Bro, my brother. You are
Opponent claims zone B.
so dead in that situation. Okay. It's fine.
Zone B captured. Opponent
Didn't think he'd have magnetic grenade. That's one of those grenades that still feels like not every class has it, even though every class has it for sure. Okay, there's the sniper. For once in his life, he lands one. It's fine. They can have B. We'll just go for A. Holy hell. I'm so dead, dude. He backed up 100 miles away. What a coward, bro. Play the game or don't, man. Don't just run away the whole time. Like, he was walking backwards and I was sprinting forward and he still covered more distance than I did, bro. I don't understand. I don't care what your mobility stat is. That's some bull there. Oh, he triple tapped me, bro. Just bam, bam, bam. No, nothing. Just triple tap. No flinch or anything. They're about to get a thing. That sucks, dude. Oh, that sucks. He's so far. He's so far away. Why did you super? I was dead, bro. Just shoot me. Huh? What a waste. Wow, that's cringe. Alright. Good job, buddy. You stole your buddy's kill for literally no reason and wasted your super doing it. Easiest kill of your life thrown away. You just had to super, didn't you? But see how like toxic I am right now? I only ever get like this when I play PvP. I don't know, man. Bro, I can't see you! How are you shooting me? God, I hate Peeker's advantage. It's so cringe.
Opponent claims zone A.
Huh? Who? Like, what even was that? I was like full health, and I just got one shot by Jade Rabbit? What happened? I'm in my super for crying. Can I get a kill in my super ever? I can't, man. Oh, man. That's so annoying to fight. God. Just so much damage all at once, man. And very slowly capture A. Like, God, this is just so annoying. This whole match. There's just been some really, really weird, goofy garbage happening. I can't ever get any kills with my Silk Strikes, too, dude. It's so frustrating to play. I don't know how I was even peeking for that long, dude. I peeked literally to pop my melee and then hid immediately, and he still killed me before I could hide. And it sucks too, because I think a lot of the reason why I die a lot of the time is because my health is not regenerating as fast as it should. And yet, like, I have 70 recovery, which I know isn't like a crazy number. It's not 100, it's not 90. But it should still be a decent amount. And the fact that it takes so long to get my health back is insane to me. No, I missed. And he took so long to fire his shotgun, I would have killed him there without dying myself. Until someone else, of course, would come along. Okay, he's got heavy. Yay. Please capture that zone, guys. We've got it for free. Okay, never mind. Another rocket guy. God, that's so dumb. Alright, we gotta go protect B, because you know they're gonna be after it right now. So stupid. Can you flinch ever? This guy just lands his body shots all the time.
lost. Damn, dude.
So cringe. A lot of garbage happened in that match, dude.
Glad I could kill that guy one more time. That made me feel nice.
I don't know. I could have played a lot better in a lot of different points.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah.
Iron Banner.
After this match, I would like to try something.
I want to experiment a little bit with some VTube Studio stuff. See if I can change a setting.
Oh, this guy hasn't played any Iron Banner.
Let a new chapter commence.
Either that or any PvP. It's hard to tell.
Opponent claims Zone C. Zone A captured.
The hell did he go? He was so pressed up against it that I had no idea where he was.
Dude, he's sniping? I didn't know that. Oh, and they're still spawning. Even if I killed him, it wouldn't have mattered. Man, that's so unlucky. I was on a roll, dude.
Okay, maybe not peeking that yet.
Okay, I don't know why the shotgun didn't kill him, but fine. And then, of course, heavy. I mean, I'm glad he killed me with heavy, actually, because that's a waste, because I was like 1 health and he could have killed me with this primary. 100%. But he said he insisted on the heavy, which was waste, so... Oh, his teammate helped, man. That's such cringe, man. Leave me alone. Get alive. Get your own target. Shotgun didn't kill because it's destiny? Yeah. If it's meant to kill, it won't? Yeah. You know, that's pretty much accurate. I'm so dead. Okay, we're good. Good thing those things aren't good at killing anything. We're going to lose, though, because they're about to cap A. And they kept us off the point for just long enough. No, okay, we're good.
You have the advantage. Press on.
Alright, well, this sucked. No, dude, I was like full health.
What happened? I regen so much health there.
Okay, well, at least it spawned us here, so we know that they're not going to cap C anytime soon.
Captured. 2 zones are yours.
Huh? Where did you come from? I was like, why am I taking so much damage from this one grenade? I was like, I'm way out of this grenade. Good God, dude. It's like they coordinated that. Like, okay, throw your grenade. I'm going in now.
Which they probably did, actually.
Ah, I was actually going to get so many kills there. Just one more shotgunner than there should have been. Good thing we had 2 points capped when I got that triple, because it's got to be good for the score. So he's one. Nice. Ah, damn, dude. I just want him to not pick up heavy. I don't know, dude. I don't know what to do. This guy just kind of popped up out of nowhere and started tagging me while I'm trying to do literally anything but fight him. Leave me alone. People just join in on random fights, and it's just like, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, there's a guy on my left, apparently. There wasn't before, and then suddenly he appeared there. That's why I was ADSing. I didn't think somebody was going to sneak up on me. Literally wasn't even on the radar the whole time. And then I ADS, and suddenly he's directly next to me, ready to shotgun me for free. No teammates survived? There's nobody here, man! Are you kidding me? He killed 3 people? On his own? Come on, man! I didn't have a single teammate to back me up there. That's crazy to me. I was going to shoot the buildings too, but I guess I won't. After all.
5 minutes remain. Zone B, zone advantage is yours.
Surprise. Oh, they're all here, dude. What the hell, man? They were like in a perfect like triangle around it. Holy hell, like every possible angle you could have on somebody. All at once, man. How has anybody ever gotten as unlucky as I do, dude? Every single time I pop my super. Without fail. Just putting some damage on the bubble in case that helps. He should have been suspended, but okay. Thank you, game. You really do all the things you're supposed to do. Never fails, ever.
Is yours.
I don't know, man. Chaperone and Igneous is pretty much what I always run. I mean, you know, you do you. I'm not a fan of slugs. Okay, that's not where the damage marker said he was, so that was really annoying. No, dude, he just kept walking, man. He just kept moving. I was just trying to get around a corner, and he kept moving perfectly so that he could keep line of sight the whole time. I was just trying to get out. So annoying, man. Alright, well...
3 minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. Zone B lost.
We might lose this last second if we're not careful here. Oh, he's won, please. Okay, good. I'm like, I swear, did everything in my power to kill that guy there. I hate it when you keep getting these really far away spawns. Where it's like, yeah, I'm glad I'm safe in my spawn and all, but like, can I actually fight people? Instead I have to run all the way out there just to die instantly to some garbage. Okay, well I guess I'm hiding now. Just doesn't get suspended ever. Nobody ever does. I don't know what to do about that. Like, what? It's like the third grenade I've thrown directly at somebody that just didn't do any suspending at all. I don't understand, dude. Okay. Okay, well, that's 2 supers. I thought it was just 1 guy. My mistake, I guess. I should have known better, I guess. They're going to cap A. They're going to get a howling right before the game ends and steal the whole show. Actually, no. We got it. We're good. It's still safe, but they could still turn it around if we're not careful here.
It's almost over.
It's fine. It's just nothing I can do at that point. I was already in the animation. There's another super, of course. They're winning with a super. God, I hate the Hunter Strand super. It's like not bad for PvE, right? It's fine. But it's so bad for PvP. They're gonna get the win here, guys. Gotta get some kills here.
Stay up. Zone B captured. Zone advantage. That's it.
We won. Screw you. I knew if I just aimed down that hallway, all of them would be bozos that would just run right through it, and eventually one of them would die.
You could have done better.
Only one of them was actually smart enough to slide past. I'll take it, though. I'll commend teammates. I had a good little streak for a tiny, tiny bit there, and then everything started falling apart, and I was having the worst time of my life again. So, that was cool. All right, let me take a break. Little breather from all this garbage. And I want to see if I can implement something. Every once in a while, I check about this. It'd be cool if I could do channel point redeems for certain scenes on VTube Studio, so that I don't have to like, so I can give you guys like an option to use channel points to do different cool things. But last few times I've checked this, it's always been like, well, you gotta download this extra extension, and I'm fine with that, but like then I'd have to run another thing in the background, and the more things I have to run in the background, the worse it is. My PC just doesn't perform as well, and then it's just like, it's annoying having so many programs I gotta remember to open before stream starts. It's a lot of trouble. It's one of the reasons why I stopped doing the stream avatars. Because it's cool, it's fun for a little while, but then like, I don't know, I think the novelty wears off eventually. Let's see. So this person says there are 2 methods. Let me put this guy on 2 times speed. And mix it up, he says. So hopefully... Yeah. Hey, yeah. Skip, 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 skip. I know how to do all this stuff. Yeah, so it looks like it might be cool. I was hoping there would be something you could do directly through VTube Studio. It does not seem like that's the case. Yeah. Again, I don't want to have yet another thing I have to run in the background, if possible. I know VTube Studio's added a lot of stuff. I kind of wish they would add that. That's like the one thing I wish they would put in. Like, I'm okay with having like tits as a separate thing, you know? I feel like one of the programs should incorporate that as a new feature. Where you can have channel points do things. Because I mean, like, okay, if you put some emotes in chat right now, they will fall on my head. And VTube Studio added that. That's not even tits that does that. That's VTube Studio. So like, you know, why can't they do that with channel point redeems? I feel like it's such an, if it's already connected to my Twitch account, you know, I feel like it wouldn't be too bad to just have a trigger that would turn on and off certain things, you know? I don't know, man. I could download it. I could set it up and I could get more stuff going, you know? And I think that'd be fine. But I really don't want to have another thing running in the background all the time during stream. Because, like, I already don't have a super good PC, you know? I don't have a lot of money to save up for new PC, even though that's like my main goal right now, my next big goal. Yeah, I don't, it's not really in the budget right now. I've still got to save some money. My next paycheck's just going to have to go straight to rent like it always does. I always get one paycheck that's just whatever I need and one paycheck that just basically all of it goes to rent except for maybe like $100, 200 in a good week, 50 in a bad week, you know, something like that, you know. But then like basically like I'm fortunate enough that I can pay rent in one paycheck, right? But there are other things I need to spend money on regularly. So, you know, man cannot live on rent alone. All right, let's play some more. I thought Yelena would be back by now, but he is taking his sweet time. I'll message him real quick. What you thinking, how you feeling, how you feeling inside? See what he says. I said, are you coming back? He says, maybe, probably not. I will just respond with a thumbs up emoji. You thinking, how you doing, how you feeling inside? Will you let me, show me, give me everything that's on your mind? Okay. What's this week's Nightfall, by the way? Oh, the light blade. Oh. I mean, it's not as bad as it used to be, but man, I don't know if I really want to do that. It's not so bad to farm with people, but like, I was thinking about using it to do some stuff I needed. So maybe, I don't know, is Shacklenade also not it?
Opponent claims Zone C. Zone A captured.
Got him. Let's go. What the hell? Oh, that was a gunpowder gamble. How did bro set that up, man? It takes you forever to get a gunpowder gamble in PvP. He's committed, I guess, man. Jeez. No, I think I was actually out of ammo and I didn't pay attention. And so I would have died regardless. I was kind of on a roll though. I had a bit of a streak going. Nice. You think I couldn't see you? I just saw you turn invis, bro. Oh no! Oh no! No, I was so confused on where they were because that one guy was just shooting me the entire time, and then like there were like one or two other guys that were just messing up my radar. Where I'm just like, wait, who's shooting me? Where am I? The one guy I didn't fight, dude. He was too far away though. I was not gonna hit him with anything. Probably gonna die to a grenade in a second here. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm gonna die here. Huh? Threadlings? Oh, they went after a different guy? I was like, why are my threadlings ignoring the guy that killed me? Because they were going after someone else. That's why. That's so goofy. This guy, dude. Oh, that's an enemy. What the hell, dude? That freaked me out. I'm so confused, man. That's not where the radar was saying he was. God, this game, dude. Radar was saying he was on the opposite side of the block, and then he went around the block, and it didn't change at all. And now I feel like an idiot for not realizing that. Oh, dude, no way he has conditional. I thought that was the bow guy. I thought it was the guy using TQs. It must have been the TQs guy must have been further away. Alright, buddy, you're not going anywhere. Fine. You can avoid the shackle nade, but I'm still killing you. Screw you. I love TQs as much as the next guy, but you don't deserve it. Truly. You are unworthy. I actually, I was not doing bad that match. There were some annoying moments for sure, but I was actually doing pretty good. But it's gonna say,
That match was a little uneven. We're gonna shake things up a little, whatever that message is, you know? I actually kind of like this guy's strip. Something about the colors. It's just very clean looking. I don't know. This meeting after school. Their outgoing damage is significantly reduced, and they drop a tingle when they die. Okay, cool. I'm wondering if I should swap to Bombardiers. You know? Couldn't find the words. Couldn't think of what to say. Bro, I cannot find that shader I was just using a little bit ago. That's because I'm in a different menu, that's right. Yeah, okay, that color will work great. Oh, what an awful roll on these boots, bro. That's so bad, actually. Strand weapon surge, recuperation, orbs of... yeah, whatever. Recuperation. Strand weapon surge and... restoration, and then it's 4 worse resilience. I'd have to redistribute some stuff. Also, I feel like maybe I should get rid of ensnaring slam. I just don't feel like I'm... like, the suspend is cool and all, but, like, I just don't know if it's really worth. Because I'm trying to use my dodge in other ways, you know?
Zone B captured. You have the advantage. Press on.
Kissing, hugging, making love, waking up, getting high. Nice. No, dude, I didn't know he was behind me. What the hell? Is he invis or something? No, there's not a single invis guy on their team. That's wacky. Didn't know he was there at all. I guess he must have been on the radar when I... on the left side, and then looped around when I stopped paying attention to the radar. Just trying to get some ricochet shots, maybe.
Zone A captured. Opponent claims zone C.
Okay, well, I'm really lucky. I'm really not lucky, though, because they're just all spawning here, dude. The whole team is here, bro. Yeah. I have a bad habit of pushing too deep into their spawn. That's really not good.
Press on.
Oh, I'm bad. I missed, like, a whole burst there. I would have won otherwise. That sucks. Also, I could have landed more headshots than body shots.
Everything's yours. Relish this time.
Orb. Nice. Teammate bumped into me and actually saved my life. Let's go. Huh? Okay, well, that's fine. Ah, come on, dude. Get out of here, man. Quit being a weirdo. Just moving around like a little creep. It's very weird to watch, man. Okay, well, I guess I didn't get my suspend in there. If it took my cooldown, I'm gonna be mad. Alright, didn't take my cooldown. We're good. There's still a guy here? No, okay. He did move. I'm dead, dude. No, dude. I'm so bad. It's fine. We mercied still. I'll take it. I definitely could have done better.
But I can see the future is safe in your hands.
You know, I could really get a better shot on Found Verdict. I just looked at it. I'm like, wait a second, bro. I got like literally auto loading and opening shot. I'm pretty sure are the default ones, or is it? No, wait. I think it's full auto and Vorpal. Those are the default ones. Let me take a look. My Fatebringer will tell me, because Fatebringer's auto default perks for the time loss are explosive payload Firefly, because that was the the favored role back in Destiny 1, so let me take a look at what position those perks are in comparison to my Found Verdict, because it should be the same spot for those. Oh yeah, okay, well that sucks. Full auto Vorpal, those are the default perks. Yeah, I mean, I figured full auto was at least, but that's why it made me wonder about it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I think I could re-roll some. If I had more spoils, I'd definitely go and re-roll a whole bunch of Found Verdict rolls, see if I can get something better. I mean, I'd feel bad for dismantling this one because I've used it for so long. And I've never really gotten an energy shotgun that's as good as Found Verdict. There have been a few that are alright, but I've just never gotten any of the best rolls on them. I feel like most of the best shotguns are in the kinetic slot. At least as far as what I've gotten. Also, we're doing this one.
Kaido's gladiators whisper about you between matches.
So no more air dodge. But now I get 2 shackle nades. Oh, I'm dead.
Zone B captured.
I don't know how he dodged that. He went right through both of them.
Zone advantage yours.
Oh, I'm bad, dude. It's fine. He got away so quick, man. I think I'm not sure. I didn't see exactly, but he kind of zoomed. Did he grapple out or did he use Eager Edge? Because I think you can. I've seen Walla do it before. I have no idea how. I think you can Eager Edge a little bit even when you're out of ammo. It's a little wacky though. I've never been able to do that myself. Which means that it's at that point it's definitely tech. So I have no idea what tech is involved to do it. Also, somebody DM me. Let me see if it was yellow. Yeah, Elena. I almost said yellow. It is him, but I can't read it right now. No, dude. He just held left click on me. Oh, he's also using Nightshade. How? Okay. Well, I'm not happy with my teammates for just abandoning all the objectives. Ow. You think I can't see you, bro? You're right there. Oh, he's so dead, dude. My guy, I'm sorry, but like that was not a good play. I'm so confused. I don't see anybody there. Okay, well, if you want. That grapple is your choice, my guy. There's a second guy, or a third guy, I mean. I knew there were two. I didn't think there were three. That sucks. Also, was trying to protect A a little bit, and it's just me and like one other guy protecting A, and then they still captured like C. Oh, I shouldn't have tracked it. That was a waste. Sorry, buddy. Damn walls, dude. Every single time. I just hit a wall with it. Nope. Every time, dude. It's just always like 3 other guys I have to fight at the same time. It's never just a 1v1, man. Or even a 1v2. It's always like way more people fighting just me than anybody else. Oh, the whole team is here. This sucks. What? Why is it doing so much, dude? I'm barely in the radius. Alright, well I guess I'm not fighting on C anymore. You guys can have it. We'll take B and A. I feel like he shot really fast. Does this thing drop with Desperado? That felt really, really fast. Alright, the well's gotta be gone by now. Okay. Well, I don't really want to peek that right now, because I'm going to take forever to regen, so I'll just go this way instead. God, it's got such big radius, I'm just trying to walk by, man. Leave me alone, bro. No regen for you. Dude, it's always this guy. I don't know how. He's just always watching, man. He's one, please! Oh, good. Oh, thank God. I was so worried he was going to get away with that shenanigans, dude. Complete and utter garbage, undeserved entirely. He got outplayed, and then Panics popped his super, dude. So cringe. And he was about to get away with it. So glad he did. Oh, I don't have a dodge. Okay. Dropped off the edge. Let's go. They're going to take A. I just protected A. There's no way they're taking A. You dinguses. Please stop them. Good God. I just got done protecting A. Everybody's trying to cap C. And failing, by the way, mind you. Huh? I'm like full health, bro. Just shotguns. No, he meleeed me? No, he shotgun meleeed, I guess. Also, I like didn't see him until after I died. It was very weird. I don't know, man. I was kind of testing to see if Gemini Jester procced every single time you dodged with the Strand Super. I don't think it does. Okay, well, I'm so glad I had the wrong weapon out in that situation. I had no idea it was going to push me that hard with a fusion, of all things. I'm amazed we are winning right now. Alright, my melee, I guess, just went into the ground. I was looking directly at that one guy. It would have chained into the other guy. And it should have changed into the other guy. But it didn't somehow. Just magically, I guess. Get bent. Nice wall. I just threw that into the worst spot I could right now. Sure. Sure. Sure, fine. Fine. Alright, fine. I checked that window. Nobody was even on the radar. I threw a grenade at that window. And he still somehow peeked that window after I had like thoroughly checked to see if anybody was coming that way. Can you leave me alone, bro? Leave me alone, man. Like, I didn't even know you were there. You're a warlock. How are you not showing up on my radar, bro? So cringe, dude. Alright, well, I got one. I'll take it.
Zone B captured. Zone A captured. Zone advantage is yours.
There's no way I'm out of range. Screw you, game. I'm right in front of him. How does that not kill, dude? It did, like, no damage to him. It's a shotgun with, like... not even bad range, dude. So stupid. Every time, dude. If there's ever an opportunity for it to be a 50-50, I always lose. It doesn't matter, man. It's never... the game never even considers, like, letting me win sometimes, dude. God, it's so annoying. Whatever. I died to some really stupid garbage that game. At least I learned that the Gemini Jester doesn't do a damn thing when I'm popping my super, but that's alright. I think I'm gonna swap this, but I'm gonna have to redo the armor a little bit. But I think it's gonna be a pretty easy decision. Yeah, looks like it. We can do... Discipline won't be enough, but we can try. Yeah, that's fine. I can probably do something else instead of the discipline. Also, would I... Hold on. Okay, I think it's bugging because it won't actually show anything right now. Let's do this real quick. One of these maneuvers. Okay. I just wanted to cancel the keep, so it's fine. So, Bombardiers, armor. Let's take a look at all of it without the stats. Because I think I can maybe get some higher discipline in here if I drop one of the mods on the class item. Or maybe higher recovery. We'll see. So we'll start with resilience. I just need to add a bunch of 10s to it. So we'll just do that real quick. Recovery is at a 9. I think what was making it max, or what was making it an even number, was having the 5 instead of a full 10. But if I could, I'd like to use those extra 5 points into something. Don't want to have to get rid of one of these. Ah, these are all such good options, though. Maybe I should just go for it. I mean, okay. I'd get just slightly higher discipline. You know, I could just do... It doesn't have to be distribution. I could just do something else. Like just bomber or something. That'd be fine. I'll go with that for a little bit. See how it goes. Yeah, that'll be fine. Just do recovery on these two, right? And then as far as the little pieces, is this even worth it? Is this even working at all? Because since I have to run the Iron Banner class item, it's kind of getting in the way of changing the stats around. Because I would have enough to get both of these up just over the little hills that they're on. But I can't. Is there anything else I could do? I could do strength instead. I guess that would be alright. I would rather do discipline, but strength is fine. Yeah, because like at this point, if I do discipline, it's just below the threshold, meaning I don't actually get any benefit from that. It'd be better to have, 71 versus 69, or just it'd be better to have either just 60 or just 70, because it doesn't actually do anything with the 9 extra points. So instead we can put it into strength. We could also do mobility, but like hell I'm doing that. Don't give a damn about mobility. Even in a build supposedly, I say supposedly, a build centered around dodging, I still don't care about mobility. Just not my preference. I'll go for strength though, that'll be fine. It's nothing crazy. Which one of these recharges faster? This one? Yeah, okay, we'll keep that one then. Actually, we'll do the other one. So let's load in. We're at 6,000. That's pretty good. Making good progress. I think we're also at 6,000 for... Oh, that's not the right one. What am I doing? I think we're also at 6,000 for Iron Banner. Oh yeah, I was gonna check out Yelena's stuff. The video's up. Okay. Why am I... Okay, we'll look at that in a second. I think I'm featured in the stream, or in the video that the guy made, as a blurry blob, potentially. You guys are gonna have to see this. It's a little weird. I wasn't expecting that, but I think I might be in that video a little bit. Okay. Okay, just some other guy. Whatever. It's fine. Getting the backfill is so annoying. He's not in an angle where all my pellets are gonna hit him. At least teammates got the cleanup. I'll take the trade. I also got my melee back, so that'll help for future fights. Keep spawning so far back, though. I would really like to stop spawning on C. Very much so. And there's B. Okay, well, we just gotta fight on C, I guess. That sucks. Or go to A. Okay, well, that was a waste of my melee, but... Gone but not forgotten. Alright, we got the good spawn. Potentially. They're going back for A. It's fine. There's no way, dude. I was gonna say, alright, I got him. I don't care. I don't even care, dude. He wasted his super on me. I will take that 100%. 1000%. Screw that guy, dude. He deserved to die there. And I'm glad I got him. Wasted super on me. Go for it, man. See what that does to you. Completely whiffed it, too. Good job, buddy. I'm so toxic right now, dude. I'm so mad. Oh, I'm so dead, too. Oh, I don't know how I survived that. Don't even have woven mail right now. They, like, had people leave. I don't know what that was about. So, I guess we win now? Holy. I did not back out of that fast enough. Oh, jeez. Right off spawn. I can't, man. It's just right off spawn. What am I supposed to do about that? I spawned in front of the guy. And I gotta immediately take it.
Opponent claims zone A. Zone C captured.
No, that's not the way I'm trying to dodge. What the hell, game? No, I didn't have another shot charged. Or loaded, I guess. Whatever. Oh, that's so sad, bro. There was no way I was gonna load it or reload it fast enough, man.
Zone C lost. Zone A captured. Zone advantage is yours.
I'm so dead, dude. Just the moment it's a double, like 2 guys on me shooting at the same time, it's all over, man. And it's just happening a lot with this team. They're so clustered together so much of the time. I mean, right now especially because they keep spawning there in the worst spawn of all time. Hello? Okay. I don't think I even got that heavy. No? It like didn't make any noise when I picked it up. And they're just all gone, so whatever. Oh, I got heavy. Nice. I didn't think I did it. Poor guy had no idea. I don't know why he kept fighting that, even though I very clearly had damaged him enough. Ah, I saw too late that it was a fusion rifle. That's unfortunate. 1 kill and we win? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, you guys gotta see this. I think I'm like... Wait. Back us out? Okay, there we go. I think I'm in this video. I might just be like a blurry blob at one point, because that's all I saw so far. Okay, this is really funny. Hold on, am I featured anywhere else? Hold on. Oh, I gotta leave a comment. This is so funny. You guys gotta see this. So this is somebody's YouTube channel. Yelena was featured in an interview. We're gonna watch it real quick. I'm probably gonna put it on 2x speed, and maybe we won't even watch the whole thing, just because I don't want to steal content. And also, it's 55 minutes long, so I might watch it all on my own time. But you guys gotta see this. This is really funny. Look, hold on, look. I wonder who that is. Huh? Who could that be? Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, it's really, really funny. So this is about I gotta leave a comment though. Hold on. Before we get too into this, I gotta say. Hold on, I appreciate Yelena sneaking me in as an Easter egg. First. In parentheses on the green and red blur. Go ahead and like my own comment. Yes, I'm that kind of guy. I'm that kind of gnome. Damn. So, I don't know anybody else who does anything, sketchy in Destiny. I know Yelena. I'm kind of hoping, if Bungie suddenly starts cracking down on this, I want to say that for the record, right, I've played with Yelena, and for the most part, he does stuff legit. And he's talked about his distaste for having to use exploits in the game like that. But he's also talked about it from the speedrunner perspective of saying essentially that it's just expected now. It's like a part of the game to do most encounters like this, because the speedrunning discourse is just kind of all about the time. Like, what's the real time that you get in it? And so it becomes less about, like, let's just try to figure out how to do the encounter legit, or maybe do a cheese, but then still, like, it's still something within the game. It instead becomes this thing of, like, well, now we need to make sure we like, on the leaderboard, it just needs to look as fast as possible. And I'm pretty sure that's just the sense that people seem to get with this, as far as speedrunning goes, which, I mean, it sucks, and he kind of hates it. But at the same time, there are a lot of things that Bungie does that Yelena's talked about before that kind of limit what speedrunners can even do. And so then if everybody's doing it to get the records, right, then what's even, like, how is that not the norm, How could you possibly consider that to be cheating if everybody else is doing it, It's like, and, I saw this. So it's like what Bill Burr said that one time in the comedy special. And I'm not like a mega Bill Burr fan, but I just remember this quote. And it he was talking about Lance Armstrong cheating with steroids in the, like, Tour de France and all that stuff, right? And he was talking about how afterward they found that all of the other guys also tested positive for steroids. And, his joke was that, our roided up guy beat their roided up guy. And, it's a problem, things like that. It gets to a point where this is just like, well, this is just cheating. It's just cheating. It's not real competition. But the problem is, well, if all of the other competition is doing the thing that is considered cheating, then you're basically asking to lose if you don't do it. Now, does that mean it's good? No. Everybody kind of agrees, except for maybe some weirdos out there. Everybody kind of agrees that, yes, it is cheating, and it's not good. But it's just how the game is. And until something is done, until steps are taken by Bungie that either make things more viable for speedrunners, and more friendly for speedrunners without, like, extorting that. What's the word? Like, it's frustrating because it's pretty much like the whole community is doing it, and then Bungie punishes anybody who's caught doing it. But then it's like, well, if you, like, punish one person, what about everybody else? Like, what does it matter? If you punish one person, because they're still gonna do the speed runs. They might even just make a new account, or buy a new account even, just to keep doing the speed runs. So what does it matter if banning is not banning is not the solution, right? Banning is like a little band-aid fix for maybe one particularly egregious problem, right? And more than that, something needs to be addressed about the programs that allow people to do this, and also the solution, I think, at least for the speedrunning, not so much the cheating and trials. Well, actually, no. For both, I think it's a gameplay solution. You need to find a way to make trials less, I guess not just trials, all of PvP less centered around winning. I know it's a competitive game. You should all be on winning. But, like, I think there's too much focus on trials to be this all or nothing win style thing. It's cool and all to go flawless in trials. I've done it a few times before with the help of other people, often. And I've only ever done it once completely on my own. I didn't use any, cheesy loadouts. I just used what was meta. I did the best I could, and I got lucky that I got it one time ever. And it felt good to do that. But at the same time, why did I have to do that in the first place? I've seen a lot of people pose solutions for stuff like this. An easy solution, let's say if you just want an adept weapon, right? If you just want an adept weapon, right? Why not make it, 7 wins for, 7 wins flawless. You go to the lighthouse, right? And you get your adept weapon, and then you can farm it, all that stuff. Cool, awesome. Or, you do maybe 21 wins flawed, So like, or like some point system where wins are worth this amount and losses are worth that smaller amount. So you could lose like 30 games in a row and eventually get the adept just from wasting all that time, And chances are you'll win some games along the way and you'll still get better progress. But even if you lose, you could still get that progress. Now, I don't know. I think maybe with something like that, there's still the concern that people are just going to then load in an AFK the whole time and let their teammates either win or lose for him. And then either way, you're getting it. AFK farming is a whole other ordeal, an issue on its own. But I think there are solutions to the problems that don't involve banning the people who use the exploits, right? And I think for a while, Bungie was just kind of banning anybody they caught doing this stuff, right? Not ideal. I don't think that's the solution. In the same vein, I think speedrunning, I've talked to Yana before about different stuff. And I think he agreed with me when I said this. I could be wrong. Maybe he was like, maybe. I feel like, in a way, there needs to be more accessibility for speedrunning. And I don't mean they need to dumb things down for every little person to be able to get their own little speedrun. But in a way, I kind of do. I think that the more accessible... It's the Thunderlord thing. That we were talking about weapons like that, and I related it to speedrunning. Thunderlord is not the best damage in the world. But if you use it on a div bubble, if your whole team is using Thunderlord on a div bubble, it does enough damage to very comfortably 2 or 3 phase pretty much any boss. And if you're lucky, certain bosses even, you might 1 phase, right? It's a really, really good option. And everybody has Thunderlord. Everybody has been given Thunderlord by the game by doing nothing. You get the Catalyst too really easily. It's a very accessible gun to get. Everybody's got Thunderlord. And I think that's good because a starting player can have decent damage without having to do a billion different things just to get to the point where they like, okay, because there have been times where you load into a raid and as a Sherpa and you'll be teaching people and you'll get to the final boss or at least the first boss and you'll be like, all right, go ahead and get your linears, guys. And, of all the people I'm teaching, I would say maybe only like 1 or 2/3 ever have a decent damage option. But ever since Thunderlord's been introduced and buffed and all this stuff, ever since then, it's never been an issue. It's like, oh, you don't have this? Okay, you can just run Thunderlord. It's been fine. It's a good backup option if you don't have anything else. And I think it's a really positive thing. I really do. Yeah, I think I related that idea to speedrunning. If you make speedrunning, and you can also relate this to trials in the same way, if you make the speed tech for speedrunning more available, like for example, there was always like fast movement and sword skating. That's always been a thing, but it really blew up when you gave everybody Eager Edge. So like, yeah, Eager Edge is really easy to use. It's even not that hard to consistently sword skate with Eager Edge, and it takes you really, really far. And anybody can get it just by playing Dares of Eternity. Now, you do have to like pay for all that stuff. I think you do, at least. Maybe Dares itself is free, but then all the other stuff around it is still part of the 30th anniversary bundle. I'm not too sure. But I mean, like, if you're playing Destiny and you haven't gotten most of the expansions, you're already kind of losing. So it's a bit of a pay-to-win game in that sense, at least if you don't have the expansions. it kind of sucks. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, that's a whole other topic. But assuming you have it, right, it's really, really easy to get an eager edge sword, especially now that they're craftable. You know, it's incredibly viable, incredibly accessible, and it's only made speedrunning better, right? Because now any old Joe can speedrun, but any old Joe can eager edge, and any old Joe can, learn to shatter skate or well skate or hell even bubble skate or whatever, or at least set up a macro for it. But only the people who are really talented and dedicated to the speedrunning are going to actually use that tech in the right places. And instead, what Bungie does, instead of adding new ways to do that, is they nerf eager edge several times. It's like, okay, well, whatever. It happens. A new thing comes out. It's really cool. It's really great. And then they nerf it. It's like, all right, well, that sucks. But it hardly matters. I think in the long run. But it's a microcosm of the way Bungie views speedrunning and that kind of thing, where it's like, no, we don't really want you to play the game like that, even though it's more hours of more people playing, and it spreads interest in the game because content creators can do it too, and there are leaderboards and all this stuff, so people keep playing the game for those reasons exactly, and yet for some reason they are like, no, we don't want you to play that way. It's a very backwards line of thinking, and so instead Bungie does a lot of stuff to go against the whatchamacallit, to go against the speedrunning community as a whole. And it's very frustrating to see that. It really is. This is actually really funny that I'm sorry, I keep thinking about the fact that I'm literally there for like one frame. It's the first frame though on the video. I also forgot to mention that the part that also great video neat save. Anyway, all right, let's listen to what they say. Right, let's listen to what they say about it. Hmm. It's our boy. It's our boy. I'm so excited for this interview. Uh, oh man. Good God. It's crazy. I mean, I'm sure it would exist regardless, but it's actually insane how much, how desperate people are to go flawless in trials. I mean, I've been to the point where I am like pulling my hair out trying to just like do anything in trials. You know, get anything done, make any kind of progress at all. Because as somebody who's not really super mechanically talented, I'd say I'm pretty average, right? But average doesn't win the gold medal, right? Um, I I've like there's sometimes in trials where I there's no way I'm gonna get there on my own. There's no way I'm gonna even get to like 4 or 5 wins, or more than likely it's the whole you get to 5 wins and then you start losing, that typical kind of thing for trials. Um, it's such a sweaty atmosphere. Everybody's so desperate to get there, and I've definitely been incredibly desperate to get somebody to carry me essentially. But I've never crossed the line of paying somebody. I feel like that is the ultimate cringe factor of paying somebody to carry you in trials. First of all, the fact that you can play with these people and or have them play on your account, and then get you banned, or oh man, there's so much room for um, suspicious stuff, and it's also cringe, but at the same time there's a lot of emphasis put on the need for winning in trials, the need for just everything that a cheater would find an easy reason and access to. I think it's from the cheater's standpoint, from the recov standpoint, it's like, man, like I hate it when people do that in the game. I don't like cheaters, right? But I feel like in a way, Destiny has kind of fostered a community that requires cheaters. That glorifies cheaters, and I think that's incredibly frustrating. You know, I think it's really irritating. But yeah, I don't know. It's odd. Okay, let's keep here. Let's keep watching the video. This is yeah. Yeah, I've heard the same thing that like speedrunning, yeah, it's kind of expected like I was talking about earlier. But I've heard from every person ever that like the farming community is just even worse. It's toxic. It's so like what's the word? Not like faux elite. Like it's I mean, it's just mega cringe mostly. Here, hold on real quick. I want to DM Yelena that I'm watching it. I don't think I told him. I wonder real quick. Hold on. 2442. Um, yeah, it's the thing I've heard more than anything else. I think just as far as like what members of the community act this way or that, and whenever you kind of get to that point where you come across somebody who's just being really weird or annoying or toxic or cringe or offensive, not always, but a lot of the times you'll find out that they're part of the raid farming community, and it's hyper cringe. It really is. But yeah. The pipeline. Okay, I understand the meme. I've seen this meme before. So, go to raid report, right? And then you start net limiting. It's guarded, and then what the hell? The cistern? I don't know what that is. Yeah, I'm not sure what these. And I think is that DSC. Number 4 game for harassment of 10 to 17-year-olds reported by MSNBC. That's really funny. I mean, okay. That's I can understand that on the one hand. On the other hand, I mean, people are just toxic, especially in the gaming community, and Destiny, despite what people say, it does have a really big player base. So, I mean, I believe this. I'm not saying this is untrue. But I mean, look at what it's next to: Valorant and Dota 2 and Fortnite, PUBG, World of Warcraft, Call of Duty, Final Fantasy 14, and Grand Theft Auto. Is any of this surprising? Are any of these surprising? Are these bad games because of it? Do they have bad communities because of it? I don't think so. I don't think you could really say that about any of these games. And yet, of course, if you played one of these games and somebody showed you this article, then you'd be like, yeah, I get it. It's just, I don't know. I am surprised that Overwatch is not on there though. That's really funny. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. What? I love how he says, "Why are you so angry?" after being so angry. It's so cringe, dude. Good God, dude. Hmm. Hmm. I I get very big cringe giant inflated ego vibes from this guy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I just realized I'm still in the Discord VC. I'm gonna go ahead and leave that real quick. There we go. What the hell is that gun, dude? Oh, it's just a hand cannon, but he's holding it like a weird shotgun, and the magazine's like up top. So it's just, or the barrel, I guess.
Hmm. Hmm. Honestly, a lot of this stuff is just kind of like, I don't know. It's going a bit over my head. Not necessarily like, oh, I don't understand, but I feel like it's so much, so much. You know, it's like, I don't know. I feel like I'd rather them talk about, you know, a further discussion on this. So I'm hoping they get to that. Like, what I hope they talk about is what could Bungie do to, I don't know, make this less of a thing, right? And make it so that the community is okay with that, right? Like make either net limiting or what would you call it? I don't know, like how ways to implement ways to encourage the community to seek non-cheating avenues to get the things that they want. Right? What could Bungie do to convince these people that they don't need to do any net limiting or use a Zim or whatever? What could Bungie do to the game to encourage not using these devices to cheat in the game? Because I think right now they view it as, well, we have to use it because everybody else is, or it's more fun. I mean, the Kanye guy, I think he's just got a massive ego. He may have been joking when he said this, but when he was like, this is the way the game was meant to be played, I don't know. That's just hyper cringe to me. But the people besides who don't think like that, the people who are actually like, you know, I just do it because everybody else does, or it's just the most effective way to get things done, whatever it is. I think those people, if we could have some, what would they want the game to be if it wasn't this, So I hope they get into that. Because right now, I mean, this might be interesting to somebody, but this is essentially just showing how easy all of it is. This is essentially just being like, this is just so simple, so easy, anybody can do it, which is, it's fine if that's what the video is supposed to be. But I kind of like, I feel like this is a really good opportunity. He's talking to all these people who are so deep into the rabbit hole, as he called it, the investigating the D2 cheating rabbit hole. He's investigating all these people who are so deep and so into the rabbit hole. I feel like the questions he should be asking are, well, what do you think should be done? If anything, I mean, I'd like to just hear their opinions, because maybe they don't want the game to change at all, And I mean, not that I agree, but I want to hear them say that. I want to hear their opinions, rather than just, well, how do you do it? Oh, we do it like this. I'd rather hear, so what do you think about this? Should it stay in the game? If you don't think it should stay in the game, how could they change it? Or if you think that it should stay in the game, what would be something that might convince you otherwise, right? I think those are some more valuable questions to ask here. So I'm kind of hoping he delves into that a little bit. There's 10 minutes left of the video, so let's just find out.
Hmm. How's it going? You're the only one that's noticed cheating is always worse for the last 2 weeks of a season. You're definitely not the first one to notice that. I think this season in particular too, with all the controversial stuff that's happened recently, a lot of the average players, normal players, even a lot of the hardcore players have been quitting or taking breaks or protesting, whatever their opinions are, however they view it. Um, not playing the game essentially. And I think it's compounded because it is the end of the season, and people usually stop playing around this time anyway, or at least they play very little. I'm even trying to get to the point where I can just not play for the rest of the season. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to do some Gambit to get to that point, which is a little annoying. But it's like that every season. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely think this season in particular might be a bit worse. But see, it's hard for me to say that because I haven't even really encountered any cheaters, at least as far as I can tell. If any of them or any people I played against in like Iron Banner today have been cheating, then I just didn't notice. I think you have to be just a certain skill level to really be able to call out the less blatant cheating. Like if somebody's aimbotting, let's say, I couldn't notice it unless I was playing like Overwatch with a kill cam, and they sniped me, and it like snapped perfectly on my head and or tracked me perfectly with like Soldier or whatever. But there's none of that in Destiny. So you just kind of have to know. You have to know what to look for. And that's why all the pros might say it, or the people who are better than you at PvP might be like, "Oh, I think this guy might be cheating." But how are you supposed to know? How do I tell? I'm just, I'm just a gnome, man. I'm just some gnome. I don't know for sure. I can't spot the stuff. Now, when it's really blatant, when somebody's flying around the map, going through walls, full auto firing a perfect 100,000 range shotgun or whatever, whatever that's happening, like during the funny gun weekend, right? If somebody's basically doing that kind of thing, they have infinite heavy ammo, infinite supercharge, whatever it is, it's whenever it's something super blatant, of course I can see that. Everybody can see that. But there's a lot of more subtle cheating that you can do that even sometimes the pros don't even notice. They just go, "Wow, this guy's crazy good," because it's really small. It's like it helps you a lot, but that person is like this guy's saying here. You kind of have to have a certain skill level already for the cheating to make any kind of noticeable difference, because it'll do a lot of work for you, but you still have to like play the game. So it's odd, all of it. I think I feel like I was going somewhere with all of that, and I kind of lost I lost the end of that train of thought. So I'm just gonna play the video. Okay, I want to hear all of what they have to say, so let's just try to watch the rest of it here. I wasn't gonna watch the whole video. I was gonna just watch part of it because I don't like stealing content, but I feel like I've added enough commentary for most of it. I don't know. We'll see. Hmm. Hmm. So I, on the subject of knowingly playing with these people, um, I haven't always done that. I think off the top of my head, Yelena's probably the only person I know, and people I've played with that Yelena knows, um, from his community. But I can't confirm who specifically from his friends list basically. I just know him for sure. He's I mean, we're watching this video because he's in it. He's one of the guys. He's right here for like a solid like 4 minutes talking about stuff. He's in the first minute. That's why I'm here as an Easter egg at the very beginning. That's why we're watching this in the first place. But I think Yelena is probably the only cheater that I know I play with, for the record. And I'll be honest about it. If I knew, because I just don't really care. I don't think. I mean, I don't think Bungie would punish me, for example, for playing with Yelena, because I just like playing with Yelena. He's just a fun guy. He's just a great pal. And I think he's really good at the game, even if he's not doing any of the cheating. And every time he's talked about cheating, every time he's done anything like that, in my vicinity, or just even talked about it in my vicinity, it's always given me this vibe of like he kind of does it because otherwise we have to do this really boring thing. So instead we're going to just do some net limiting to make this a little bit easier. He does the vault of glass carries and stuff like that. But for the most part, when he's done it with his groups, he'll like glitch through a door here and there. He'll put a rally flag in a funny spot. And sometimes he'll do a lot of damage to a boss. But for the most part, he lets like the encounters like play out like normal. He lets the activity, like the mechanics, happen still, right? And sometimes he doesn't even. I don't think he even does the damage stuff, to the funny damage glitch stuff. I call it the funny stuff because it's cheating. Is what it is. And I think when I first started playing with him, I didn't really realize how often he used it. And I still don't really think he uses it as often. At least when he plays with me, he doesn't use it as often. Usually, I mean, he'll just put a rally flag in a funny spot. And I've played with a few other people who do that. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, well, if they're putting the rally flag in a funny spot, they're probably, doing other stuff. And so now I'm thinking back on all the times I've seen somebody net limit a rally flag and now I'm thinking, man, they were probably doing crazy damage to the boss or doing some other sus stuff, and I didn't even realize it at the time. So I think Yelena is probably the only one I'm fully aware of that I've played with that definitely has done some cheating stuff, and he's really open about it, you know. And I still don't really approve of it. I still don't really say like, oh yeah, you know, I think it's cool. I think everybody should do it or anything like that. I don't think that at all. Um, but it really has humanized my perspective on the cheaters. I mean, you know, it gets frustrating when you're playing against someone, right, who's just very blatantly cheating. Um, but at the same time, I won't say that I think that they're doing the right thing. I think from their perspective, they think they have no choice. I think from their perspective, they think it's fine because, especially since there's a whole community behind it, there's a sentiment that it doesn't matter. You know, it's not a big deal. It's perfectly normal. You'd do the same thing if you were me. I mean, the guys in the video, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, Nico. He said, like, you know, from their perspective, essentially, you would do the same thing if you were making all that money, you know, doing recovs and whatnot. And I don't mean to say this and sound pretentious. I personally wouldn't do that. I've never wanted to cross that line. I play with Yana, and sometimes he does stuff, and I go and I look the other way. But I personally don't ever want to cross that line myself. I don't ever want to do like any I don't want to do any zimming, or, you know, I don't want to use any kind of net limiting. It's not something I approve of, really. It's not really something I want to get into. It's not something I'm interested in, and not just because I'm scared Bungie will ban me for it, but because genuinely I don't think it's playing the game that either Bungie has created or that I want to play. I don't think it's the best way to experience the game, despite what some people might say. I think it really ruins the experience a lot of the time. And I know some people might say that, they might scoff at that and say they disagree, or, you know, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion, of course. And I'm not going to say I'm objectively correct on this or anything. It is subjective what I'm saying. But I don't find any fulfillment in cheating my way to a victory. I can understand if the game starts to feel like a chore to you, and you want to find some sort of shortcut. I've been there before, but I've never personally thought that cheating is the solution, and I never will. Now, you can look at what I said and say, well, look at you, Mr. Goody Two Shoes, you know, way to, you know, suck Bungie's dick or whatever, whatever you want to call it. But that's not how I view it. I just don't think it's fun. I just don't think it's fun. And I know that convincing somebody else that something is or isn't fun is probably the last thing you should ever try to do. I've been there before. I've enjoyed things, and I've hated things and tried to convince people otherwise. Very foolishly in my youth, I've tried to convince them otherwise, and you can't convince people of other things. I would say 90% of the time, you will not change somebody's mind about something. It's just how people are. I don't know. It's goofy. I mean, I was that way, and I still tried to, you know, change people's minds about things, right? You know, I think it's just something you learn in life, is that's just how people are. But putting that aside, I'm not saying this to make myself seem all holier than thou. I'm not saying this to be like, well, look how much better I am. I just mean that I don't think it's really that fulfilling of an experience to cheat. And I'm not looking for an easy win all the damn time. I'm not looking for the easiest solution. I'm not looking to just get things done for free. I want to have a little bit of challenge. Even when I complain about it in the moment, even when I get frustrated in Iron Banner like I've been doing all day today, even when I'm struggling with some sort of, like, I don't know, even just like a GM or a Lost Sector or a Day 1 or Master Raid, you know, the typical endgame content stuff, right? Even when I'm having the worst time of it, I never think to myself, this would be better if I was just net limiting or using some external device or anything. I never think that. It's never a thought that ever occurs in my mind, because immediately if I ever thought something like that, immediately I would go, well, then it wouldn't be fun. You know? I think maybe if I tried it someday, which I never will. But I know for a fact that if I tried it someday, like let's say I sat down at someone else's PC, they had the hacks on, and I tried it out for a little bit, I would think it was probably pretty fun for a little bit. But then I'd get bored, and I wouldn't do it anymore. I mean, it's like... yeah, okay, a simple comparison that I think everybody would understand is just... It's like playing Minecraft on survival, and enjoying that, and then you go and play creative, and instead of playing creative to build a bunch of crazy cool stuff, you just play it as if you're playing survival, but instead now you have infinite health, and enemies don't even really fight you, and there's no real threat, there's no real issue, but you're still playing survival like that. I feel like it's similar to that. Or you could say it's like back in the day when you'd have cheat codes in a video game that would give you some crazy, insane power that is just ridiculous. Doing that for a little bit, it's like, okay, yeah, it's cool that they added this cheat code in, it's fun, yada yada. But then it gets old, and then you're just like, okay, well, let me just play the game like normal now. I think I'm done. I think it's like, it's funny and it's fun, but it's about as fun as, like, I don't know, big head mode in GoldenEye. I mean, GoldenEye had like a billion different cheat codes or whatever. It's funny because it's as funny as like all the secret characters in Tony Hawk that you could play as. And although you could play as that one, like, I remember there's like one Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. I think it was Tony Hawk Underground, or was it Pro Skater 2? I can't remember which one. There was like a Satan devil. No, it was like a girl character, like a female demon or whatever, and like each character had their own stats and stuff, but then she was like max everything for the stats. And I'm like, I remember thinking like, okay, well, that's cool and all. And I think I played as that character, for a little bit, and then I was like, okay, well, this is kind of lame. And I'd play as that character for a little bit, and then just be like, all right, well, this is kind of lame. And then I'd go to a different character because it was more fun to play the other character, the other characters, especially even the other secret, cheat code characters. I don't know. I feel like it's the same vein to me. It's like, yeah, it's fun for a little bit, but I cannot imagine it being fun for more than a little bit. I cannot imagine that. And the thing is, like I said before, other people might not even feel that way. Other people might look at it like, no, this is still fun. I mean, that Kanye guy seems to really love it. So, I mean, it's tough to talk about as an outsider. But I think I speak for a lot of people in the community when I say that it is kind of lame to play with or against a cheater. And although I sympathize with anyone who feels like they have to because they're part of a community of cheaters and net limiters and stuff, I sympathize with anybody who feels like they have to, but I don't sympathize with anybody who thinks that it's the superior way to play the game. I think at that point, you're grasping at straws,
Hmm. I'll never get over this though. I'll never get over this. I made it, boys. I've officially made it. It was an interesting video. It didn't quite go into the depth I was hoping it would go into. But I do appreciate what it is, you know. I made it. You see? Hold on. Wait. You ready? Bam. There I am. It's me in the video for 1 second, not even. Thank you, Yelena. Appreciate it. Literally 1 frame, bro. I mean, honestly, we're there, boys. We're there. Look at this. It's so funny too, because if you know to look for me, that's me, right? Like, it's so obvious, right? If you know what you're looking for, bro. But like, otherwise, you know. It's so funny. It's so funny. I love it, dude. Look, I'm still there for 1 second there. So he's watching he's just on my Twitch channel while talking to this guy. That's so funny to me. I love it. Thank you, Yelena. Just trying to get rid of the loading thing on the screen. Go to YouTube on this video and go like my comment, guys. We need to spread the word. Let people know I'm here. Definitely want to see the full interviews. Getting some insights on what brought me to quit the game is nice. Due to the beginning, is prime example of an addict. He calls the game bad, wants to be banned, it still continues to play anyways. Yeah, that's Yelena. They all seem like 100% legitimate players. I don't know why Nico would think they cheat. There's Yelena's comment. Go like Yelena's comment too. If you're watching this, whoever you are, and everybody out there, I don't know who all is watching right now this very moment. Go to this video. Or if you're in the future and you're watching the VOD, go to this video by Nico. This one here. Here. I investigated the Destiny 2 cheating rabbit hole by Nico. Go to this video, like my comment, scroll down, except he's got more comments somehow, or more likes, and oh wait, it's because it's my account. Duh, I'm logged in on my own account. But yeah, go like my comment and go like Yelena's comment. Do it now. Anyway, that was interesting. I would like to
I would like to see more of this. If anything, I feel like I'd rather interview them myself because I've got a lot of questions and discussion topics that I'd like to bring up. Because I feel like Nico is a bit more welcoming of the idea, and I feel like I'm still very against the idea of cheating. You know, I think I'm still very anti-cheater. Now I like Yelena. Yelena's great, and I bet there are plenty of people in the community that are cool too. But I don't like cheating. But that being said, I'm very open-minded. At least I try to be. And I would love to hear other people's real opinions on it. I would love to discuss that in a way that, you know, I wouldn't be belittling these people. You know, I'd love to just chat with them and really get an idea for why they view it as such an important thing to them, you know? Because, you know, a lot of people probably feel like they have to cheat. And a lot of people probably also think that it's the best way to play the game or whatever, right? I mean, we heard those opinions. And I'd like to maybe not necessarily provide them, because again, I'm not looking to change their minds, but I'd like to find some common ground. And I feel like that's kind of not necessarily what we got from that video. I mean, it was cool. It was very well edited, you know, very good video in general. Lots of interesting points of discussion, but it was kind of more of like, it seemed almost like a recruitment video. Like, hey, you want to be a cheater? Come join this Discord server. You know, even though I know he didn't specify the Discord servers, but it's like, you know, these are the people, you know, go contact these people. This is how you download it. This is how easy it is. Here's a step-by-step. Here are all the things you need to do to not get banned. You know, all these little things. And I think it's, I don't know. I think that, of course, in my opinion, not really the best way to go about it. Kind of wish he went about it a bit differently. That being said, I understand. And I'd like to hear more of the perspectives. I'd like to hear more than just here's what cheaters are and here's what they do and this is how they do it. Because that's kind of what we got. And I wanted to hear, well, what do they think? How do they feel? What are their opinions? What are their thoughts? What do they think that Bungie could do to improve the game or change the game? Is there anything that would ever make them stop cheating in Destiny? Anything at all? Is there anything at all? Would it take a Destiny 3 that makes that cheating impossible? Would it take a complete overhaul of the current system? Would it take, I don't know, just a little change? Or would it take just, you know, like I was saying earlier, like a more of an encouragement instead of just banning people and patching out the ability to do that? Instead of doing that, you know, why not just provide other avenues to get the same result, but in a non-illegal way, you know, so to speak, illegal, you know, in a non-bannable way. Grab a bunch of these real quick. We're capped out on engrams right now. Okay, I can get one more from Postman or for. Well, okay, I don't want to risk it. Maybe Dim lied about how much was in my vault. Postmaster, not vault. You know what I mean.
Checking now.
Gonna see if Yelena wants to chat about the video. Oh, by the way, let me get the music going. No, it's not a weapon. Okay, these are just world drops now. Hold on. Snapshot iron gaze? What is iron gaze? The cost of range. I mean, do you need range on a sniper? And actually, this is still pretty good range, all things considered. I don't know. That's interesting. I might take a look at that.
No battle. Hello, Guardian. Welcome.
Nope.
Checking now. All done.
Ready for a battle with no limit. You are worthy of this.
I hope I have a lot of glimmer. Oh, that's not a lot of glimmer. I want to try to focus down for a good bow, but it costs so much. So many legendary shards, dude. Just so much. Archer's Tempo of Vorpal. Not a bad roll. I didn't realize my inventory wasn't full, so now it's full, which means I have less space to swap weapons and stuff from. That's a little bit of a pain.
Always good to see another hero of the tower.
Jeez.
Here's a love of the fight in you.
Okay. So close to maxing out rank.
Time to fight, Guardian.
I say maxing out. Resetting rank once more. We've pretty much made it. Just a tiny bit more.
Hi there.
Actually, snapshot killing wind not terrible, but I feel like anything with opening shots probably better. I don't know. I like Frozen Orbit though. I've used it in PvP a few times and I always enjoyed it. But I don't know. Not the most incredible roll I've seen. That's some good range. Holy hell. Look at that. It's maxed range. Not really worth, though. I mean, theoretically viable. I don't know if it actually is. Take a look at my other one. God, I have so many Iron Banner engrams, dude. I should probably just turn them all in normally.
Tower missions are important, but so are the old traditions.
13 items. That'll be enough for now. I feel like my frames are not great right now. Not sure what that's about. Somebody activated the fireworks. Cool. What was Iron Grip? Is that the same one as the sniper? Or is that a different one? Improve stability at the cost of reload. Not terrible. Outlaw Frenzy is just too basic. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever run an Outlaw Frenzy weapon ever again. It's just, I don't know. I feel like there's always a better option. Wait, can this thing get Iron Reach? Do I have one with Iron Reach, actually? I feel like maybe I do. My current role is Iron Grip with Head Seeker, which I think might be better. But this is some nice range, though. Not the max range or anything, but it's pretty good. Let's compare it to my current. Yeah, it does seem to be a lot more range than my current. I don't know how much I care. I'm trying to decide how much I care. Am I ever going to use this gun, dude? Or do I just pick whatever roll and toss it in the vault for all of eternity for the collection?
It's time you face the fury of light unbridled.
Let's focus one bow. Oh, we're so close. Okay.
Battles rage as we stand here, guard.
Hi there.
I can't imagine this is much better range. Yeah, not even a ranged masterwork. We'll toss it. Can't imagine that's all that useful. Iron Gaze. That's the range one. The one that drops range like crazy. Yeah, that's hyper cringe right there. That's giga cringe. Mega cringe. Dropping all that range on a fusion? I don't know. Maybe actually range doesn't affect fusions. I'm not too sure.
Tower missions are important, but so are the old traditions.
Alright. One more bow for now.
Check in.
No distractions, Vorpal, pass. I gotta figure out what role I want on Point of the Stag, dude. I guess I got to figure out what role it can get more than anything. Oh, that's funny. I keep getting the no distractions Vorpal roll because that's what the original one had. Duh. No wonder it keeps giving me those. I've gotten no distractions Vorpal, and I've gotten Archer's Tempo, Eye of the Storm. That bow's not Sunset, is it? The original version of it? Yeah. Pretty sure you could just use that. So basically all of my Archer's Tempo, Eye of the Storm, or No Distractions Vorpal rolls, I could just keep the old one. It is a set roll, right? The old point of the stag? Let me double check that. I think if I want a specific roll... Oh, that's not the right one. I headed over to the middle one, and I'm like, no, I don't need that. I need to go to the vault. And then I'm like, wait, what the hell is wrong with me? Or wait, was I thinking of Hush? No, surely not, right? I could have sworn it was a particular roll. Am I wrong? Surely not, right? What? I thought it was a static roll. Weapons. Bows. Point of the stag. Yeah, it's a set roll. But I can't pull it from collections? Interesting. That's very odd. Okay, well, maybe I should hold on to it. Of course, I will say, it does not drop the thingies on kill like the new one does. So maybe it would be better. Yeah, the wild card. Of course, I don't know. I feel like the wild card thing might also just be a much more minor part of it. It's hard to tell. I don't know. I was just gonna say, well, anything with that same roll, either of the two rolls, I might as well just keep the original one. But thinking about wild card, I'm like, well, maybe not actually. And then on top of that, I'm sure I can. I think just in general, I can probably get a better roll. I don't know.
Checking right away. Oh, let me check right away.
Okay.
Ready and waiting.
I was like, who the hell just joined? Is he off my friends list or is he just some guy? Oh yeah, he's on my friends list. Bro. I swear, dude. I might be, from what I can see, I might be the only person on the planet who just actually likes this game. Everybody else just talks about how much they're addicted to it. I don't know. I'm sure I'm wrong about that. I'm exaggerating, but it just seems like everybody who talks about this game and plays it a lot says like, "Oh, I'm so addicted. I can't quit, you know. I've tried before, but I just had to come back, blah blah blah." But I've just never felt that way. Ooh, ooh. That was a lot of stair floating. Never gonna find me another lover girl like you. I'll go walk around even if it takes forever. Tell you now, never find nothing better. Never gonna find me another lover girl like you. On your fingertips. What kind of potion did you kiss me on my lips? It's like I fall a penny in the wishing well. Never gonna find me another lover girl like you. That door. I'm never gonna find me another love girl like you. Never gonna find me another love girl like you. But I can tell you now, never find nothing better. Gonna find. You know, I'm really surprised at how much I've enjoyed using Nightshade. It's just, I don't know, it's a great pulse rifle, actually. I really like the feel of it. I just like pulse rifles in general. I enjoy them.
Show me a new legend.
But, like, I think it's a good archetype for the current meta. It just feels really nice, and the perks I got on it just really work. Even if they're not adept, even if they're not enhanced perks or whatever. Bro, what the hell? Melees just don't connect, dude. He went past me because the melee didn't connect. That's so goofy.
Captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Alright, he swapped. I swear, every bow user I've seen today has not been doing bow swapping. They've just been using a bow, and just like plink, plunk, and that's how they've been getting their kills like all day today. And then out of nowhere, that time it just felt like he one-shot me, man. Even though I'm right next to him, so the bow didn't travel that far, or the arrow did not travel that far. So like, it was just instant, man. That's crazy. Or it was like the shot on the bow was still so delayed somehow. Do not understand. Ooh, let's not go there. Let's not go there. Circles up last night, tossing and turning. Couldn't get the sleep and I slept through the morning. Need to clear my head and get out of the city.
Opponent claims zone A.
I don't know. Nice.
Opponent claims zone B.
Get bent. Okay, that's not who I was trying to fight. Threw me off guard. Oh, damn. Dude, I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know, dude. I'm so confused. The one guy way further away, I think he pinged the radar just one time as I glanced up at it, and it threw me off so bad. Okay.
That was a battle worthy of Iron Lords.
Dig deep love and hear my secret, hear my... Honestly, that kind of felt like a farmable game. Like, if I was a better player, and maybe if I was running a better loadout, I would probably have just totally stomped those guys and just farmed so much. But I'm not that good of a player, though. So, you know. It is what it is. Should I try the threadling grenades for a little bit? I think I've been trying to like get my kills finished with the threaded spike melee, but I think I actually need to lead with the melee more often than not. I just feel like you know, I've been watching a lot of Wallow videos for the past little while. I don't know. I like his attitude. I like the videos he makes. I don't know. It's very typical guy who plays game and records himself doing it and is good at it. And talks about whatever the meta is or does whatever builds. You know, it's very straightforward stuff, right? But I don't know. I like his attitude. I like his personality. He's just seems like a much nicer guy than some of the other PvPers I know, both in the game in general and also specifically as content creators. The ones that I've seen, it's like, I don't know. I think Wallow's got a good attitude about things. So I don't know. I've been watching a lot of his videos lately. Just whenever there's a new one, I'll check it out. Usually, unless it's something really boring, then I usually don't end up watching. But something I notice he does all the time is he'll get finishers with the thing. I am muted? Huh? I'm muted? How's... I was? What? I didn't change anything. How was I muted? What? Mouth was moving? I don't know, maybe my mouth was just moving. I think my mouth was just moving, but... That is funny, though. I do feel like I was kind of like talking, and then I stopped talking kind of abruptly. So I think that's maybe what it was. Okay, they're apparently not there. I feel dumb for that. The radar made it seem like he was super, super close, but it was definitely the guy on the other side of the wall, not. No tingle for you. Get bent. Gonna take B. I'm calling him. I didn't even. Whatever. I don't think I was even in the radius of the grenade, really. Which is pretty annoying, to say the least. Got two. Just one more. And they're getting the howling. Oh, that sucks, dude. They've just been holding B and chasing our point the whole time, and we've been just trying to recover B and not lose our point. They've just been full offensive, and we've been full defensive, and it's just not working. We need to actually steal their point. Ah, dude. I didn't think he'd come through that way. I thought he was just gone. And then I saw him getting closer. I'm like, oh no, this sucks. Oh, he's one. Please kill him. Please kill that jerk. Come on, dude. There's no way he's getting away. Okay, good. He's gone.
Opponent claims zone C. Zone A captured. Opponent claims zone B.
Just gonna take C real quick.
Captured zone C. You have the advantage. Press on.
Ah, I missed. I just straight up missed. I took C, so hopefully that means we can take B without too much conflict. Except, nope, nobody's here except for me, and they're gonna get here before I can.
Zone C lost.
Is this guy actually playing the game? What are you doing, buddy? Being a weirdo. Not sure what his goal was there. This is very strange. Okay, there's just another guy literally in their spawn, just watching B. That's cool. Poor guy. Did not know I was watching. Oh, he's so low. I gave away my position. Not the smartest thing to do. I'm just gonna hold B, man, because they just keep coming after it. So might as well at least have somebody consistently fighting on it. I'm so dead, dude. Another guy showed up behind me out of nowhere and got me low before I fought the guy, so then I was just screwed. And we still haven't even touched C. Guys, it's not that hard to capture one zone as a 5-man. The whole team is not doing it. Well, now it's going to be impossible because they're going to chain supers. Great. I love it, man. Our team is just not capturing zones, dude, and so we lose for free. Easiest loss of our life, dude. Good job, guys. You're really nailing it. Just got that guy.
5 minutes remain.
Get bent. Of course, it's still howling for them, so the 1 kill is probably worth more than both my kills. It's fine, though. Got him off B, so hopefully there's just more room to work with. I'm so dead, dude. I tried to suspend him, but he was just already past it. Couldn't even do it. And I really wasn't sure where he was exactly before I got in there.
Zone C captured.
Nice.
Captured Zone A. Opponent claimed Zone B. Zone advantage is yours. Zone C.
I hate this game, dude. I love that he literally did nothing and won still. That's so stupid. It's like my super didn't even do damage to him.
Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Like the moment we go after one zone, they are just already on top of. Okay, fine. Just, I don't know how he always wins the 1v1s, dude. We're both using shotguns. And he just always gets the kill. And we lose B. Whatever, man. I'm so sick of this game, dude. It's like we don't even try to capture the zones the whole time, dude. And then anytime we do capture a zone, they just take one of ours. So it doesn't even matter. And then, of course, they just get the howling the one time we get a different zone captured. Just get me out of this lobby. Never let me play with these people ever again in my life, good dude. I don't understand how you can do so bad at capturing any zones, dude, any at all. Like we never ever had more than just B or A or whatever zone we had, it's A or C, I don't remember. Like come on, dude, just capture one zone. I held B solo for a good little while. Not like I was getting a lot of kills, but it was just enough to keep them off of it from capping for free. In that whole time, my team could not capture one zone. The entire rest of the team could not capture one zone. I don't understand it. I just goofy. Just goofy. I will say, in the heat of the moment, I'm mad. I'm annoyed at my teammates. I think we should have won that game. I'm annoyed that the enemy team that wasn't even like better than us really, they were just kind of like, look, nobody has like a crazy KD or anything. Pretty normal amounts of kills on both sides. This guy and this guy both got like more kills, right? But not by a whole lot. They were just having like a good game. Maybe they're a bit better than everybody else. Overall, pretty even matchmaking. I'm annoyed that we lost for a lot of different reasons. I mostly blame my teammates. I could have played better for sure, but I do mostly blame my teammates. Because literally, at least I was capturing zones, which is like the main part of the game. And teammates just didn't at all, half the time at least. And we couldn't even hold our own zone most of the time, dude. All that being said, not once, for the record, not once have I thought this would be better if I were cheating. This would be better if I had an exploit I could use. For the record, I did not think that at all. In fact, all I thought was, I'd still rather be doing this than cheating. Because even though it's on my mind, even though I'm thinking about it, right? None of my thoughts go to, well, maybe I should try it sometime. Maybe it would be better sometime. Literally, immediately, my thoughts are just, man, can you believe that people get this frustrated and then still, and then actually resort to cheating? Can you believe that people actually do that in this game? Like, I'm annoyed, I'm frustrated, and I'm mad and all that, right? But I'm not ever gonna get caught dead. I mean, not that I would have to be caught for it, but I would never do that to myself. I would never make myself start cheating just because I'm upset at a game. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's an ultimate form of cringe in a lot of ways to me. You know, it's pretty stupid, pretty lame. But at the same time, I know other people would disagree with that opinion. Now, am I ever going to think otherwise? No, not in hell. But I think I could find common ground with somebody who feels otherwise.
Zone B captured. 2 zones are yours. Zone B lost.
I'm so dead. I'm so dead, dude. I panicked because I was just trying to do a quick 180 and shoot him. Man, I had a good little streak going on there. I don't even know how. I feel like I wasn't even doing anything too crazy. Just getting a lot of kills. Well, I guess I'll take A. Hopefully I can cap it before things go bad. Get bent. I'm dead though. I'm so dead. I'm so dead, dude. Come on, man. How am I the only one here? Oh, teammates are fighting over C, bro. Teammate, please, I swear, if you don't help me cap this zone. He still has shotgun. That's the same guy that just killed me with shotgun ammo. He still has ammo. He used 2 shots on me before. Just used another one to kill me a second time. He still has ammo, dude. That's so dumb. How in the hell does he still have ammo after all this time? Alright, well, I did not think he was going to catch me there, but he was inside the building, not outside. I thought he had to wrap around the building, but he was cutting through, so. Can we please cap A now? It's been way, way too long. Oh, finally people are actually here. Good God, dude. Wasting our time on C for no reason. Still have no desire to cheat, for the record. Get bent, bow user. Ah, you didn't even edge on me, you cringe lord. Ah. I was still recovering health, you jerk. So dumb, dude. Our team has just been not going after any of the right zones, dude.
Zone advantage is yours. Good counter. Now hit them again.
He's not low? What? And I didn't even do damage with my shotgun? Are you kidding me, dude? Bro, alright, it's getting too late. I gotta start keeping my voice down. My brother's gonna be all like, hey, you're being too loud, and it's bedtime, whatever. Ay, ay, ay. As if he's our mom or something. Of course I understand. He's probably just trying to get sleep for work. Ah, he still has heavy. So stupid. This offshore guy hasn't earned any kills, dude. He's just gotten lucky every single time he's fought me, dude. Such cringe. What a douchebag.
Zone A lost.
I'm the only one capping, which means somebody's going to come out of nowhere and kill me. Nope, okay, we're good.
Saw.
Actually got the zone. It's crazy. It's never happened before. Oh, I'm dead, dude. Oh, hey, we got him. Nice. I think my dodge thing actually helped a lot. So we're gonna have to just hold B for a bit. Teammate just died over there. There's gotta be somebody coming from that way. Oh, here he comes. Alright, I see him barely. He sees me too, so.
Zone A captured. Zone advantage is yours.
Get bent. Nice. We got our thingy. It's huge, actually. Oh, no. That was wasting aid. Unfortunate. Dude, I can't. He's just so far away. Who sits there, man? God, I'm so unlucky for that, dude. I wasn't even gonna go that way, and then I saw a ping on the radar. I'm like, oh, this will be an easy kill. No, he's 1,000 miles away. Ah, I gotta keep it down. I'm yelling again. That was the dumbest kill I've ever had in my life, dude. And it's always when I pop my super, man. It's always when I pop my super that I die in dumb ways. Okay, get out of here, weirdo. Trying to melee all over the place. I'm so dead here. Oh, I didn't slide. Okay, alright. Well, alright. Fine. My character decided to jump off of the stairs, even though literally I didn't even tap the jump button at all. I tapped the crouch button, which should have made me slide. Okay, another guy shows up, of course. I knew there were two of them, but I was hoping I could get the kill at least. Stupid douchebag helped him out, though. I never get that kind of follow-up from my teammates. Literally, we're about to abandon our, like, only zone real quick here. Yeah, everybody's just kind of moving from B. So this is pretty cool. I really don't want to defend this alone, and yet I know that it's going to happen. Because I just want to defend the zone like a, you know, a proper teammate. Okay, just went past him and didn't even hit him. I love that so much. Okay, well, I might die here. I fired the gun too. Screw you. I don't know why this guy always wins. He just always does for no reason. Game just likes him better, I guess. Literally doesn't do anything at all. No skill whatsoever. Still wins every single fight for no damn reason, dude. Cringe bow user. Get out of here, weirdo. Ah, come on. Stupid buddy. This Tweez guy has gotten so many cleanups on me, man. It's like 4 in a row, man. Every time I'll fight someone else, and then he just pops up with a sniper, gets a body shot on me. That time was his first time actually getting a headshot probably in his whole life. I'm so dead here, dude. Here comes Tweez getting the cleanup again, I bet. So annoying, dude. It's just like 4 of them, man. I can't, dude. I don't know how I'm never near any teammates, and yet the entire enemy team is always fighting me, dude. It doesn't make any damn sense. Make it make sense, please. Not fighting that. I don't know. He's still chasing me. Screw you, offshore. Get good, loser. Absolute degenerate of a human being. Complete mongrel at the keyboard right now. That hasn't done a single thing with his life.
Opponent claims zone B. Capture zone C. 30 seconds. Stay on.
Okay, well, that's cool. Good job, Tweez. Yet again, you didn't do anything. Please, like one more kill will do it. Please. Oh no. I'm so dead, dude. He's behind me. Ah, damn it. He came from that angle? Oh, that was so sad. We won, though. Screw these guys. None of them deserve the win anyway. Let's go. I'm so happy we won that. They did nothing, and they got so many lucky kills, dude. I'm so annoyed at how many times I died to complete and utter garbage that match. But I'm happy we won, because screw those guys. I'll go ahead and commend teammates. Considering it's a 5v6, everybody did a good job. I actually kind of like that guy's drip. Get me out of this lobby, though, please. It's really annoying. I was fighting for my life there, man. How's my postmaster looking? I'm getting really tired, really cranky, and really toxic right now, dude. I really need to go to bed soon. It's not even like midnight or anything. I'm getting there, man. You know, I'm not even getting there. I think I'm just there. But I'm so close to being done. I just need a little bit more to max out my Crucible rank. And, I mean, I might as well max out my Iron Banner rank while I'm at it, but... yeah, looks like I'm doing that first. I don't think I'm getting the Crucible rank today. Let me try to get the Iron Banner rank. I'm probably going to get it to 9999. And then it's going to be like, haha, screw you. Also, I'm amazed I haven't gotten all the challenges done after all the games I played today. Hold on, let me see. It wouldn't let me view the progress. It's still not letting me view the progress? Hello? Challenges completed 3 out of 4. Huh? It's not showing the challenges. Alright, well. That's how I really feel. Gonna love you, baby, yes I will. Yes I will. Yes I will. And that's how much I love you. How much I need you. And I want you to know this right now. Come on, baby, don't you? That's how I really. Gonna love you, baby, yes I will. Don't you know that's how I really feel? Gonna love you, baby, yes I will. Got some new rolls on Unending Tempest. And that's how much I love you, how much I need you. And I want you to know this right now. Come on, baby, don't you? That's how I really feel. Baby, yes I will. And that's how I really feel. Baby, yes I will. Ba ba da 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 da.
I'm directing the banners to Kaiba's flagship. Give them an education regarding war.
So much much I love you, how much I need you. And I want you to notice, but now, come on, baby, don't you? It's just too many of them at B, dude. I can't. I'm the only one here somehow, even though I thought that B would be the one that everybody's after all the time. Whatever.
Opponent claimed zone B.
Basically just swapped spawns is all we did. Huh? Huh? Okay. Good job, buddy. We're gonna lose, though. Nice. We got it just before they got C. Good job, teammates, on keeping them away from C for just a little bit. Alright, no mantle, I guess. That's cool. Ah, damn, melee getting stuck on stuff all the time. Ah, I didn't fire fast enough. I tried to slide on that second one. That was a mistake. Should have just fired. I can't peek yet. I can't peek yet. I don't have a thing. What? Why did it do it? Huh? I thought I tried to use my powered melee and it didn't do it did a normal melee. And so I was like, oh, I don't have it charged? And then it did have it charged. And I swear I had it charged before I even popped it. Like, I looked at it and just assumed, like, oh, maybe I was wrong. Okay. Alright, buddy. I don't know. I don't even know what that was. It seemed like such an awful play, but he killed me with it, so I can't even really say I understand how or why or what, man. I'm so dead here, dude. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Dude, how does that get caught on the wall in front of me, dude? That's such cringe. I don't know, man. I don't know what just happened there. That's so stupid. That fight made no damn sense. Get bent. You wanted the heavies? Too bad. Oh no. Please, maybe. Yeah, we got it. Alright, we're good. This guy's gonna immediately try to take it back, of course. Alright, I'll take a trade. I was so screwed there. I was confused on where the damage was coming from, and I was just trying to avoid it. Oh, we're not pushing that. Nope. Not the little seekers that I'm sure exist, because every single time they use that Nova Bomb. Let those play out. I'm so confused. Where did you come from? What? I took the damage and I was like, alright, I don't know how he hit me. I don't know where he is. And then of course he was literally behind me. Because of course he is. Get bent, loser. Don't know how that didn't hit anybody. I'm so sick of this game, dude. How does that shotgun do 0 damage? I'm not even that far away, dude. That's such bull. I'm looking right at him, aren't I? It must have been so off. I must have just missed by a mile, dude. bent, get bent. Oh, I'm so dead, dude. Why are they all here, dude? I can't, man. I can't. There's like 5 of them, and I killed 3, but there's still 2 more. I can't, dude. I can't kill the whole team. It's not happening, man. They're gonna take our zone, our only zone that we've got. Of course they do. Of course they do. Why would they not? God, I'm sick of this game, man. It's like it doesn't matter what I do, we just lose no matter what, man. Nice Thunder Crash, buddy. You really nailed it. Of course he's got his own super. Yay. So much fun. I love this game. Man, they really have nailed PvP. They do such a good job all the time. Nothing ever goes wrong in this game. They've never made a bad PvP mode. It's all good. Nobody's ever complained about the state of PvP. They've always fixed every problem that exists. And I always get competent teammates. I don't know. There's not much I could do there. He's just going to blink after me if he didn't kill me with the landfall. It's just that point where they've already won, basically, and they just need to pop all their supers. Screw you. This douchebag keeps sliding all the time with the shotgun. Ay, ay, ay. We were like doing alright for a bit, and then we just stopped capturing the zones. And then they got all 3 at one point, one time. It's been downhill ever since, dude. Can we cap B? Can you guys stop jumping off of it like a bunch of cowards? Just cap the zone already. Ridiculous, man. They kept like jumping off of it for a second so they wouldn't die. It's like, no, bro, capture the zone and then worry about not dying. How does it always hit the wall? I'm not looking at it. Get out of here, weirdo. Get out of here. He's so low, dude. How do I whiff that, man? Also, how is there nobody else at C? It's the only zone we don't have. Go to it, man. We have them on the ropes. Push it, push it, push it. Come on. I'm so dead. Screw these guys. I'm so glad we won that by 1 point. They didn't deserve it at all, man. Good God, I'm fighting for my life here. I'll pop in a GG well played. Alright, I kind of like that guy's stuff. Top of the leaderboard? You know it, dude? What the hell? I don't even know how that happened. I literally did not even play that well. Okay. We'll go reset our Iron Banner rank, and then I think I'll probably call it for the night. Well, I don't know. Is there anything else I can knock out real quick? Probably not a lot. I've got so much junk in the Postmaster, dude. I got so much junk in the vault too, though. That's the problem. So don't try to tell me that it's alright.
Ready for a battle with no limits.
That was a really satisfying game to end it on, too. So I think I'm definitely gonna
This aid you.
call it for now. Oh, we're so close. You know, let me go. This might be a little boring, but I actually have a little bit of time tonight. I'm gonna go just farm a little bit of whatchamacallit, some glimmer. May not be the most interesting thing to do, but I definitely need some, and I don't want to have to spend all my legendary shards because I'm looking to focus a bunch of stuff too, and I'd rather just not do that. So yeah, like I had like 500 legendary shards, and I spent enough down to 300, and now I'm up to 362. So like I don't know, I'd like to get back to a higher number so that I can then spend it on focusing engrams instead of just turning the engrams in for any role. So, because it's literally just like glimmer that I'm low on, not even the legendary shards. Wonder what the lost sector is today. Cosmos room? Oh. I don't know, we could do that one, but I don't know if I feel like it. Probably the best way to farm would be to do a patrol and just... I don't know, you know, let me try something. There's, back in the day in Destiny 1, you needed planetary materials for all kinds of stuff, and it became less of a thing in Destiny 2, you know? Actually, let me do lowest wombo detector I can get, and then there we go, highest. It'll be a lot better to do this next season when they add the little change to it, but for now, it's what we can get. It's the best we can get. There were farming routes you would take back in Destiny 1. Don't know if I've changed anything, so let me just do that. Oh yeah, I was doing Bombardiers instead. I think I liked Bombardiers a little bit better. Gemini Jester is interesting. I don't know, it's hard to tell which one might be better. Run this for a little bit. Yeah, if you're wondering what to spend your legendary shards on when you're trying to get rid of them, although they aren't entirely going away next season, actually, just go ahead and buy a bunch of Phantasmal Fragments and use them to turn in. So, like, max out your Glimmer with Rahul, and then go turn in a billion of those, all your legendary shards for Phantasmal Fragments. But don't do that until the end of this season, at least. If not, like, later on, you know? Let me turn the volume down a little bit. Yeah, back in the day, this was probably the So there were different just farming routes you could take to get planetary materials, and it was just genuinely the best way to do it. Now, it's maybe a bit less so.
I shall be your Virgil once again.
Somehow I don't have a melee, sad. Okay.
There is something you must see.
Real quick, I'm going to do this very simple patrol. How much glimmer do we get from a little pile of helium coils? Or helium filaments? 700's not bad. It could be better for sure.
How grand it is. Such great echoes through time and space. It lives on long after any mortal form. Are they all gone?
The chest gives 630. Oh, wait, that one gave me 1,003, because the chest gave me 630. So that's interesting. Let's go ahead and do this real quick. Burger, not burger, pyramid. Oh, there's burger. Where was not burger? There it is. I just gotta figure out where the hell pyramid is. Ah. That one gave 1,650. Okay. That's a patrol, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, some of the stuff is not popping up immediately when I get there. Also, this is here again. I don't remember how much glimmer I got from last time Toland had a thing, but these are always really easy to do, so I'm just going to do any one I see.
The coming clash will be so much more entertaining if you are prepared for it. I offer no
Only 630, not a lot.
but it is my belief that the fallen dare plunder the Hellmouth's depth.
Oh, there is one over there. Okay. That was always part of the route. So I'd go along here, go around this way, check around here. Kind of go around here. Yeah. Oh, didn't mean to blow that up. Habit. I don't know. This doesn't seem like a great farm method. Yeah, it's pretty lackluster. It's like it's just not spawning a lot of helium filaments or
I will teach you what I know.
grab this real quick.
Executions are so much more
It's just not like spawning almost any. It's super weird. Wait, there's one right here. Why was it not showing up a second ago? I've been here the whole time. Okay, there's genuinely one over this way. Okay, so we'll try to like maybe go around this way or something. Okay, it's not so bad. Might as well grab this. It's also easy to do because I can just kind of kill passively and not worry too much about it. Oh, those are just regular guys. Well, throw a thing at them. There's a chest over here. Chest down here. Hey, buddy. Give me that. Try to kind of go this way a little. There you go. Yeah. So, I mean, if you still needed to get planetary materials, this might not have been too bad of a way to do it still. But, I don't know. I'm still not really getting a lot out of it. So, there's definitely a better farm out there somewhere. At least for Glimmer specifically. Kind of sucks though. Now I have that memorized pattern from way back in the day, and it's just entirely useless these days. It's a little sad. Well, wait, why are those like, aren't those Festival of the Lost symbols? What the hell? why is that there? Do I have like a quest for that or something? Oh, I do still have this. Let me abandon this. That'll be fine. Can't believe I never did that. I only really farmed it on my Titan, so I can see why, but... Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's gone now. It's because I had 2 points of that thing. Okay, so what's... Maybe just patrolling Neomuna would be better. You know, maybe just... I mean, this might be copium. Maybe they've just made the stuff on Neomuna more valuable because it's the newest location, you know? So we'll try doing that for just a little bit. See how it compares. Like, at the worst, each time I was opening a chest or grabbing helium filaments, I was getting, at worst, about 600. and at best about 1,000. So if I'm consistently getting more than that from here on, then, it won't actually be too bad. Okay. And do I still have the ghost shell on? I do. Just see what we get. 850? That seems pretty par for the course. Yo, what's up?
Alright, you got 10 minutes of my time before I go get butt-ass naked and go to sleep.
Okay. I appreciate you, like I said in the YouTube comment,
You were
sneaking me in.
what did I sneak you in?
Literally, open the video, and don't even play it at all. Like, pause it immediately. And pause it literally immediately. I'm the biggest blur you've ever seen. But it's so clearly me at the same time. It's really funny.
You're like a frame. You're literally,
A frame. It's so funny, dude. It's so funny. But yeah, I thought the video was interesting. I kind of wish he like a topic I was saying on stream that I think would have been interesting to hear was like, because like what the video seemed was like, here's like people cheat in this game, and here's how they do it, and then that was kind of it. It didn't feel like there was as much discussion in the video as I think there could have been about like, well, why, first of all, and what do the like these cheaters think about it and stuff like that, and what are your thoughts other than just, oh, I do it because it's cool or whatever, or what brings somebody to the point of wanting to cheat at a game in general, and also specifically at Destiny. And I think a follow-up to that would be, is there anything that Bungie could do to incentivize somebody to not cheat instead,
Yeah. In my opinion, how they make the game like actually good is they don't cater to retards, and they listen to the people who actually know how to play the game. I mean, like, yeah, their player base will die, but it'll just be a classic case of evolution, how it is with everything else. Yeah, you can play the game, you'll be ass at it, but you'll be playing the game, and those who are good at it will enjoy it more than those who are bad at it. That's why games back in the day, were fun, because there was a challenge, and it evolved the players.
Yeah.
Here, you can have some like fat guy carry you through everything, and then you have the meta,
Yeah,
and
like,
then you just
you
press
were
left click. I'm not fat, dude. Literally,
I'm just messing.
literally not fat.
Well, that's interesting, because I feel like I almost have an opposite perspective on it. We were talking the other day about like Thunderlord. You remember?
Yeah.
And I was saying that Thunderlord, although it's like, yeah, you can just run it for anything, and that's kind of lame, I think it actually brings a lot of good to the game too, because yeah, you can run Thunderlord and do fine, but there are still better options, and at least it serves as like a baseline,
Yeah.
Anybody can run Thunderlord. Everybody has it for free. You do nothing to get it, and literally, you don't have to do anything at all to get it, right? And I think that's good, because it does provide that level of accessibility without making it outright the meta. Like, nobody says run Thunderlord or you're getting kicked, right? But if you've got a rando and the best he's got is Thunderlord, you're like, all right, we'll be fine,
Yeah.
Now, if you're trying to be more hardcore about it, you might say you better have Leviathan's Breath, for example, is like the one right now that's it's kind of in the same vein as Thunderlord right now, where it's like it's about as good or about as easy to use, but like does do a little bit more damage, and most people have it because it is just something you can buy, you know. So it's kind of in a similar vein. And so I was thinking like on that topic, what if some of the stuff that made like speedrunning, for example, what if they encouraged the use of more movement tech, but made it like, I don't know, made it something that's not that hard to do, but like if you want to be good at it, make it a little bit harder to do, you know? Like,
Yeah, and
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
no, keep going because I'm to the whole point.
I was just gonna say, for example, like Eager Edge. I think anybody at all, like literally, you buy the 30th anniversary, or I think Dares might even be free. I'm not too sure.
Theirs is free.
Yeah, Dares itself is free. So like literally, like just play the game, just do a little bit of Dares, get one crafted sword. It's, you know, I mean, some people might complain about RNG, but like it's like just that easy. Like you don't do.
You don't even have to get a, you know, I don't even use a crafted sword, right?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if you're worried about the RNG of like, oh, like, I can't get the Eager Edge to proc, like, literally, if you get one purple sword, it's enough to craft it. You get a deep sight harmonizer off the season pass. It's easy. It's literally free.
Yeah, everything is free about this sense, and that's why it's like the whole like eager talk is like kind of whatever to me.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's like a good like foundation, I
Yeah,
guess.
you know, there's oh, I just had the word. There's a term for it. It's an entry level, right?
Yeah, entry level to like the high level stuff.
Yeah, like, you know, nobody's. I mean, okay, Eager Edge isn't maybe the most perfect example because, of course, nobody's going to kick you if you don't have Eager Edge, unless you're doing like a speed run, I guess. But like, usually I feel like you'd probably be doing speed runs with people you already know, so it's not like that's a concern. Still, it's like, you know, you don't need Eager Edge to play the game, but it's a free way to let you get into the more hardcore side of the game, right? And again, it's really easy to obtain. It's not a lot of trouble at all, so long as you can slog through a few rounds of Dares of Eternity. As boring as it can get sometimes.
Yeah.
But I feel like Bungie could do more of that. Not necessarily with just the loot or whatever, but like something in that same vein where it's like something like Eager Edge or Thunderlord where, yeah, you know, you got to be kind of really good to actually use it the right way and be able to do some crazy stuff with it. But like even like skating isn't all that hard. You just got to practice at it a little. Like I'm like a total like Ren about it, you know? Like I took forever to finally learn how. And now like I can't do it all the time. I still mess up most of the time I do it. But I can get it like at least 50% of the time I try. So like if you really like it's actually something that you can be decent at in practice, and like I don't know, it's like the next step after the entry level of just using Eager Edge, right? And I think it's a staple for all content essentially if you want to do speedrunning. So I think I think if Bungie had more stuff to incorporate that, rather than just being like, oh, if you cheat, we're going to ban you. It's like, no, here are some ways that you can legit a speedrun, and it's actually like fun and viable, and like it's not an exploit or anything. It's just a way to make the game more fun, you know?
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, as much as I love all that Eager Edge Foundation stuff, it just still is just such a, it's not impactful in my opinion. Like, yeah, like the skill gap is big or whatever the fuck, but it's like everyone can use it. There's no skill in anything. That's why it's like, you know, in my opinion, that's why I started limiting and shit like that. Because like the game is already a chore enough for like everything. Like it's boring as shit. So why would I sit there and, you know, do the chore when I can just skip the chore? with the like outcome of the chore already.
Yeah, and I see. Inherently, I think that's where we differ.
And it's like
I
no, it's like it's
yeah.
not even that too. It's like it's the fault of the game for being completely boring for people like me. And obviously you can be like, oh, well, just don't play the game. And I'm like, okay, how are you gonna tell me not to play something I haven't steeped hours into? That's like me going to college and cheating on all the tests, right? I already know the material, but I'm cheating on the tests because I just want to skip the boring part. And I get told, hey, just stop paying your tuition and stop showing up because you're cheating. By like
Well,
some guy who's like studying 24/7 and doesn't know what the fuck he's doing and he's still getting worse grades than me.
I mean, to be fair, I think that's not the best analogy. Cause,
I mean, no, I mean, kinda it is. I can't lie.
well, I mean, because the point of being at a school is to actually learn this stuff, and
Yeah, but if I okay, for me, right? For me,
yeah,
in my situation, I'm majoring in cybersecurity, correct? But
yeah,
I have to complete 2 years of college for my AA. School in like my field is completely easy, right? It's super easy to me, but I don't want to do the 2 years of AA. So instead of wasting countless hours on just eating crap and doing the homework, I'm gonna slip through all that crap and do the whole and cheat. Not because I don't know the material. I know the material very well. I can do continuous calculus questions. I can keep up with everyone
hmm.
and like whatever the fuck. But I'm not gonna sit there and spend hours of my day calculating and reading and writing essays because I just don't want to. It's not like not my strong point. I don't want to do that. I want to do my major.
I get that. I so like my experience with college was maybe a bit different just because I didn't end up majoring in anything at all because I just hated college in general. But I hated doing general education stuff because it's like if I know what I want to learn, I want to just learn that thing. I don't want to
Yeah.
waste my time. So I totally empathize with that. But at the same time, it's like I don't know. And see, it's hard to talk about this without just it sounding like, oh, look at me, I'm so much better or whatever. But like,
Mhm.
I've never cheated on a test personally, and you might be like, oh, well, you're probably just smart enough not to. No, literally, like I'm an idiot, and I failed so many classes. Not so many classes. I failed a few classes because I just like didn't do the work and I didn't learn the stuff, and I probably could have just cheated on a lot of tests and been fine in those classes. But I never did. And I think there's a bit of a fallacy there that I think you hold a little bit, that the idea that, well, you know, if you were in my shoes, you'd do it too. And I want to disagree with that because I wouldn't.
That's fair.
Yeah.
My
And
opinion is like, I'm gonna do it because I know the outcome of everything.
yeah,
Besides, obviously, like excluding external factors, like oh, one day maybe a car will just fucking disintegrate me on the road. I know that I'm gonna get my degree, and I know that the A is gonna be really quick, and I'm just gonna have to thug it out. And then when my real degree comes, I'll sit there and learn all the code and like all the things that the degree actually requires me to learn. But if I'm not learning my degree, I'm not giving a fuck.
yeah,
And that ties back to the game. Like if the game is not fun, I'm not playing it how it's intended. The way I find it fun is just disintegrating everything. That's funny. I love
yeah.
listening to people's reaction of how, oh my god, how the fuck did you go through the wall? Like, have you seen the Yelena walk through the wall clip? Here, I'll send it to you real quick.
And see, like, I don't know. I think that's
Look, play it.
cool.
Play this. Like, it's so funny. That shit's hilarious to me. Like, I just go into LFGs, I troll people, like, I just carry people through everything quick by myself or with Petite or whatever the fuck. And it's like that. It's fun. I can do it without like the limiter and whatever the fuck, but it's just so much more funny if I'm walking through the walls and doing stuff that they can't do. It's funny. Yeah. Can you hold E on it and then look at me? Are you holding E? Thank you.
I don't know. I think it's tough to say. For me, it's like I was comparing like, I feel like cheating in any way really in a game it's like, to me, it's always one of those things where it feels fun for a bit, but then like it just gets old really fast for me. I've never really cared to try that longer than just like, I don't know, like I feel like it's just like a cheat code in an old game which just gives you like infinite health or whatever. And it's like, yeah, this is fun for like a little bit, you know, but like there's no challenge anymore. So what's the point?
That's the issue, though. There was never a challenge to begin with.
Well, you say that. I know. I disagree with that. I think that there is. Now, I will say that there are certain things that just, I don't know, that are way easier than others, right? Like, I'm not saying that, like, patrols are hard or something, you know? Like, I'm sitting here and just not even thinking at all, killing stuff on a patrol, and it's just, I don't know, it's very mindless, but I consider it, you know, a good kind of mindless where it's like, it's therapeutic almost. But I know not everybody feels that way, so, you know, it's a thing. I don't know. I feel like at one point in time, Destiny as a game kind of lost its core audience. I think it was a long time ago. And I feel like Bungie has to now try and fail to cater to everybody, when in reality they should be catering to the hardcore players, you know?
Yeah, and they never will because the people who are bad at the game bring the money, and it's just how it is.
Yeah.
When I say nothing is challenging, I truly do mean that. I'm not saying that I'm like, oh, I've never touched the hard activities. I've touched every single activity this game has to offer, and I've cleared it with the same fucking loadout that I've had since the start of the game. I've got so bored that I don't run resilience on my warlock. I run nothing on my like hunter, and the only time I run resilience is when I'm like PvP. I don't even run like I run like Icar stash. My fragments don't even make sense. I'm just trying to like lose points. I can hop on my warlock and I have like 3 - 10 fucking skill points in, just so I can get minus resilience. I've done the GMs. I've done the fucking solo GM with like the meta loadout. I've done GMs with people. I've done the hardest activities. I've done
And you're
master.
saying without doing any of the net limiting.
No limiting, no limiting. I'm talking about raw with just a loadout. I didn't even use a loadout. I think all my GM loadouts is literally me with Osmomancies. Obviously anti-barrier or whatever the fuck the thing is for the season, a forbearance, and then maybe like a god roll hothead. That's it. Really all I run. No limiting, and I clear them instantly. I don't do GMs anymore because I had double GM reward, and it was like a really fast GM, and I sat there for like a week straight farming like a bunch of golf balls, and I turned them into like armor. So I have 90 golf balls waiting whenever the fuck I want to. And that's it. I don't even use the golf balls anymore. I've been using the same pieces of armor since like the rerolls. The only piece of armor that have artifice in it is my bonds. And I have triple hundreds on my characters. I have all the meta weapons that I care about. I don't need to farm good weapons because one, I have like the limiting, and two, double swapping exists, so there's no point. Like let's say it's Rogue, right? Just I'll walk up, double slug in a well. I do more damage than everyone using meta loadouts because double slug. It's Templar, double slug. Atheon, I'll use my funny little Verities, bro, and all that shit. Crota, I'll probably just T-crash in 3074. If I'm not allowed to limit, then I'll probably just use Accurus or like my god roll fucking bequest or sword that I had stowed away that is meta apparently.
I think I don't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good.
but
You're good. You're good.
I think I get what you're saying. I think there is one thing that the whatchamacallit guy, what's his name? The Kanye guy, right? The one thing that he said that I understand the most was probably when he was like, once you go back, there's just not really any, or once you get into it, there's not really any way to go back. And I think I understand that, you know?
Yeah. And he's a complete right. Like I've never had to, like, you know, it's so like consuming because it's like, bro, why would I play the game in such a boring state when I can just play like this and just zoom through all the like activities and chores?
Yeah, and I get that, and so I think it sucks because I truly think that at its core the game is actually really fun, and I would even say really difficult at times. Um, and I think when you start net limiting and start doing that kind of stuff, you get in the mindset of, well, now this is really fun. You know, like this is the only way to have fun now, and anything I do after this, it won't be as fun. And I think if I were in that situation, I would feel the same way. And I think that's the exact reason, partially, why I have no interest in net limiting, you know? Because now, personally, actually, I would say I don't think, even if I tried it for like a day, like if you just lent me your PC and I was like, if I was like at
No,
your
like,
house or whatever.
no,
on your,
no, you have no idea how easy it is to give shit
Yeah.
like this limiting. Like, I literally just Control C, Control V and you
Yeah,
download every.
I saw that you had like the thing with the command prompt open, and I'm like, bro.
No, like no, it's literally Control C, Control V, and then all you do is you run as administrator on the command prompt, and now you have a limiter. It's like I already have everything set up for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculously easy. That's the one thing that that's probably the biggest thing I got from that video, is just that literally anybody can do it anytime. As long as they don't, you know, mess up and do it in a stupid way that gets them very quickly IP banned, you know.
Yeah.
If you cover your tracks the right way, you know, without, and that doesn't even like that.
I've covered my
doesn't even-
tracks, and it doesn't even matter too. Dude, I told you in the video, I've been limiting since Scourge.
Yeah, it's, and I believe that, you know. I just think, like, even if I tried it myself, I feel like I would just kind of, I would get more bored with that than I would doing patrols. You know?
Yeah.
Like, if I was running around with the God gun, one-shotting everything at infinite, you know, fire rate, phasing through walls, I don't know, man. Just, it sounds really boring. Like, I don't know. And I think it's a shame, because I do feel like the speedrunning community suffers from it. Because, like, this game would actually be really cool to speedrun, I think. But since everybody on this leaderboard's net limits, I think it really negatively impacts the possibilities that do exist, you know. I think, like, okay, one of my favorite things to do in the game is run like the same GM over and over. And I know it's like already got you like, oh man, I don't want to do that. That sounds so cringe. But the thing I like about it is you get into this rhythm of, you know, you get the most perfect loadout for what you're doing. You know, maybe you're doing it with other people, maybe you're doing it solo, whatever. And you're just kind of going at it over and over, and you're just getting to this point of perfecting it in the same way that you would like a speed run, you know?
Yeah, and that's like in a perfect world, though.
Well, I'm saying I do that with GMs all the time. That's just
Yeah,
how
no,
I
like
play.
for me, because like the issue with that is that it doesn't matter what like who I am with and who is around me. I'm gonna get a super fast cleared. This is excluding limiting because of the loadout I'm running. The loadout that you're bound to. Like, yeah, I can run the other stuff, but it'll just make it longer. Like, bro, name one activity that you're not like running forbearance in.
Yeah, you're right. And
Not because
I mean,
I'm not saying that because like I hate the game and like I'm not gonna use like the old cool. It's just, the issue is that the other shit is so bad. There's
yeah,
there's just so. Like, you think I'm gonna use a fucking SMG, bro? I'm gonna sit there and spray the goblins for like 20 minutes straight, proc volt shot, and then spray them again. I'm not doing all that, bro. I'm gonna press left click on the ground and I'm gonna kill the entire fucking wave, and then have 2 bullets and then kill the entire other wave.
yeah, I get that. I use forbearance too. I think, not that it's, you know, I think it's a power creep thing at that point, and that does suck because it's like, what even is the solution to power creep at this point? You know, like, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but I don't know. I feel like, in a way, by giving in to the net limiting idea, that rhetoric that, well, you know, I have to do net limiting, or else it's like it's not gonna be effective. You know.
Mhm.
I feel like you limit yourself more. Cause like, I don't know, man. Like, if there were other options, I think you'd still probably run forbearance, even if there were other
No.
really good options.
If there were other really good options, I'd run different guns. I'm tired of seeing my
Well,
fucking
yeah.
cheese.
At this point, I think you're probably just tired of it, so you would try something else. But I mean, like, let's pretend forbearance just came out and it's top tier, just as good as it is now. But then there's like another equally good option. You might still just run forbearance all the time.
I'd use both of them, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I know you're saying that, but
The only reason why I would say that is because I got so bored of forbearance, I started using an SMG because I just didn't want to use it for forbearance anymore. That's why my kills, like my kills is AFK like 500k kills, 400k kills, and I got the rest of the kills, and it's like 700k, 800k.
I just think like I don't know. I feel like you're in a way limiting yourself. You know,
I think
no
the
pun
other guns are
intended.
boring. No, like they're so boring. Like I'm never gonna like what the primary using. I'm never using that shit ever, bro. It's so ass. Like you may think it's cool, and then it's like doing some cool ad clear, but like, bro, I'm not using that.
I mean, it's less about it being cool or like killing stuff. It fits my build.
That's what I'm saying. Like I like the builds. It just you invest so much just for like so little. Like that's the reason why. It's you know what? I think it's because I have such high standards, bro. I came from the division. You ever play division?
No, I have no interest in it.
That shit will set your standards fucking straight, bro. Talk about straight.
Why the hell did it just do a non-powered melee? That was wacky.
It'll set your standard like the division. Every single piece of armor mattered, down to like everything, and I was such a division fanatic.
I don't know. I never cared for the aesthetic of Division.
It was
Just
such a good
give-
game.
I don't
It
know.
was such a good game, and the PvP was perfect. Everything was perfect about it. You get like even in endgame, you get rewarded for like grinding the same activities. Like in here, you would farm pinnacles and pinnacles, or you'd farm like activities, and then obviously at some point it'll end. But no, in the division, it's continuous. It never stops. Literally never stops. There's always new builds, and in here, yeah, there's new builds. But I'm talking about like there's new builds, bruh. Like oh, you put a different piece of armor on. Now your turret does like 3 different things. It locks on 3 different ways, and it shoots 4 different bullets.
Yeah, I
And you
think I don't know. I think it doesn't bode well. I don't think I'm I don't know if you're really I, don't, I think what I'm trying to say I'm not phrasing right, and I'm trying to think of the best way to say it because I don't think you get what I mean. That's not an insult to you. I think I'm just phrasing it wrong. I don't know. Like if I just used forbearance every single day, and like honestly, like forbearance is part of this build, right?
Mm.
I'm just running the sniper because I'm like occasionally zooming in so I can see where different chests and things are. Because I'm just passively grinding Glimmer is all I'm doing here. Just it's probably not the best way to grind Glimmer, but I don't know. I just kind of want to turn my brain off for a little bit after all that PvP. I don't know. I think you're kind of missing out, man.
What
'Cause-
though? There's I'm missing out though. That's the issue.
Because it doesn't necessarily have to be about the difficulty all the time, I think.
That's how I mean for me. That's how I play the games. That's like
I get that, you know.
if the activity isn't difficult or I'm not like completely challenging myself all the time.
Okay,
it's
GMs
boring.
aren't that hard, you know.
Nothing
I
is
like
hard.
doing. Well, I'm just saying that they're probably some of the hardest content in the game, but even then, they're not even that hard, right?
So I'm saying though, it's like that's the issue. Like it's like the same as how you are turning your brain off right now. Is the same way I would turn my brain off in the GM. I'd run Osmiomancy, Widow or Izzy, and then Forbearance, and then Rocket Launcher, and that's it. I'd freeze everything and whatever the fuck. There's like no challenge to it. Also, that Harpy's chilling, bruh.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing, dude. That's goofy.
But yeah, like there's no challenge to it, and it's like I've been running the same Oziomancy shitty little double grenade Kickstart build since like Kickstart got broken.
I don't know. I think like I run whatever. Like this is actually the fact that like you're downplaying it is kind of surprising to me because this is actually one of the better builds in the game right now. On Hunter, I'm literally
think-
just not running Forbearance. That's the only difference. And now, like if I just throw it on, then
I
immediately
promise
it's
you
gonna
that
be
like if I was on Hunter, the only subclass I'm using is fucking Stasis.
which
I
is-
have like a little build on Stasis. Like all I do on Stasis Hunter is I Shadow Skate everywhere for Barons with a Horde, and then when I decide to like use my abilities, I get Overshield from it, and that's it.
Which like I don't know. I think it's fine to have a build you like or think is cool, but genuinely, my brother in light, like I don't think stasis is meta, man. I know you like the shatter skating, of course.
No, I only like it for Shadow Skating,
Yeah.
and that's the issue though. Like I bring that into GMs as well, and I'm bored. Not because I'm losing the activity, but because I'm running through it and there's no challenge. I'm using the shittiest fucking subclass in PvE with no build behind it. I literally just have it. I have random aspects on to just give me triple 100s. And then I have like the globe grenade, and that's it, and my shurikens. And then I'd run whatever the fuck the thingy is called. Like you know what I mean? What is like the anti-barrier overload for the season?
Mm.
Rocket launcher, and then forbearance.
I don't know. I just you say all that, and then all I can think is, well, why haven't you tried anything else? I don't know.
Because it's like the same outcome, but I'm just going slower.
I mean, I don't know. You say that. I kind of disagree.
I've tried them. But you can't tell me though. I tried them. I'm not coming up here and saying those statements like I
Yeah.
haven't.
No.
No, I've sat there. I looked up the YouTube videos. I made the builds. I put my twist on them, and they're just not it.
Hmm.
The most fun I've ever had was definitely when Hammer Time was doing like a mil damage per hammer. That was the most fun I ever had in D2. Right next, like I'm talking about like recently. Besides that, I think the most fun, like the most fun I've ever had, was definitely like when you can like Behemoth Titanscape. When Behemoth first came out, bro, fuck, that was a dude. I'm talking about I was like a kid on Christmas. I don't think I've ever had so much fun in Destiny in my entire
So-
existence.
I don't know. I feel like. Again, I'm not trying to interrupt necessarily. It's just it's weird because like you keep saying that you want the difficulty, but then you talk about how like everything. I don't know.
What do you mean?
Like, you say you want the difficulty, but then you talk about how you just run like the most powerful stuff all the time. And I'm not saying that you should weaken your stuff or whatever. I don't know.
I feel like no, I get what you're saying, and like my answer to that is that first of all, I don't think I should have to weaken myself to make the game.
No, and
difficult.
I'm not trying to say
Yeah,
that
I'm just,
either.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'm just saying in general. Like I shouldn't have to weaken myself, but it's like contrary to that is like I'm not gonna run stuff that isn't entertaining. Like I don't like holding left click and fucking slowly watching the goblin die with an auto rifle or an SMG. I don't think I've ever used a pulse rifle this entire game.
You're
I'm not
missing
gonna
out,
use a
dude.
hand. I'm
Genuinely
not gonna
some of
use,
the most fun guns, but
I'm not gonna use a hand cannon in PvE. What? The only time I'll equip a shotgun is on one like my Titan and I'm using like shield bash.
oh, random box, of course. Oh well. Said.
What is that? Where did that box come from? But yeah, like I'm not gonna sit there and like, ugh.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of debate about Destiny's difficulty. I think it could be a lot harder than it is. And I really wish it was. I think, especially lately, they've been really messing up where the difficulty goes. I mean, the fact that, like, when Neomuna first came out, it was actually kind of annoying to, like, go patrol. And that's supposed to be the easy thing. And then, of course, Ron comes out, and it's, like, the easiest raid of all time. You know, literally the most day one completions of any raid, right?
Yeah, that's also like kind of disgusting me. I just
Yeah.
ugh. So
But
don't
I mean,
farm one
in
going too fast
comparison,
enough.
Crota was not like that. I mean, didn't your team give up on day one?
My team gave up on Crota, and it
Yeah.
wasn't because we didn't like want to. Like we probably would have gotten a placement. I just didn't want to do it. It was so boring. I just didn't want to do it.
I don't know. Sounds like a cop out. Not gonna lie, but
No, no,
I believe you. I believe you.
no. I'm being so for real, bro. Like we sat there, and we were breezing through shit, and we got like semi-stuck, right? Like every team gets semi-stuck, bro. And I was like, bro, if I gotta sit through another 24 hours of this, I'm just not. So what I did was I ordered an Uber and I went to the gym, because I'm not gonna sit there. And I just did it. I don't know. Maybe it's because I just don't like games anymore. And I'm like clinging to like this hope that this game will get better, but I know it's not because
Yeah.
it's cooked.
And I honestly, I don't know. I know you were saying like that shouldn't be the solution, but like, I don't know, man. It just doesn't seem like you really like this game.
I don't like this game. What do you think I went on that podcast or not podcast, but you know what I mean? I went on that thing. I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
my name's Elena. I fucking cheat. I'm a cheater. I help people by cheating, and this is my view on the game. My view.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think it's frustrating because I think that there is some difficulty in the game. Now it's not in the patrols. I think
You gotta name them, bro, because there just isn't. There just isn't. I haven't
I-
faced a different content at all. Like name
okay,
them. Name
bro, like day one raiding. I know that your team was probably not having too much trouble, but it's genuinely some of the hardest content in the game. Doing a raid for the first time.
It just wasn't though, because it wasn't a new raid. It was Crota. And then again, you gotta remember, Gnome, is that I don't care enough to sit there and relearn the mechanics. Everything was leaked 3 days beforehand, and all we did was just study. We had the study guide.
Okay, here's a point I'm gonna make here, and you're gonna hate it, but like,
Don't look at it.
yeah.
So that's like, I know, obviously, just don't look at it, whatever. But it's like,
So you're telling me your team of some of the fastest players in the game, right? Whatever, you know, bunch of speedrunners. You all got together. You looked at all the leaks. You had all the perfect loadouts, and then you just didn't even beat it on day one.
yeah, because we got bored. Well, I got bored, and then everyone else got bored, and we just left. Because it's just Screamus, which is Grilk, already was on the brink of not giving a fuck about the game. Quovi has like 2 kids, and he just didn't care. He's just doing it because if we do it, we do it. If we don't, we don't. Some other people, I forgot the rest of them, but we just wanted, I don't know, we just felt like it doing it.
Hmm.
We like got together last second, we loaded in, and like we're like, wow, this is fucking horrible.
I gotta ask, just for the record, did you do any net limiting or anything?
No
on day
net
one?
limiting. We said no net limiting for anything.
And you still got that bored doing it.
Yeah, it was fucking boring. There was no challenge. We didn't die for shit. Oh yeah, we died because we were like looking for stuff, and we got bored and started looking for stuff. Or started experimenting. Like we got so bored we started experimenting speedrun strats in the middle of the thing. Or at least I did.
I don't know, man. It part of me just thinks that you just weren't looking for the right thing. I just okay. Here's what bothers me, right? Is I think the idea of speedrunning the game has always sounded really cool to me, and it's just incredibly cringe to me, right? I've always thought that was such a cool idea, and I've always seen the speedrunners do it and like do solo flawless dungeons, right? Speedruns. I always base my builds off of whatever they're running, because, if I'm just trying to get my normal solo flawless, if I copy the guy who can do it in 5 minutes, then, I'm going to be golden, right? Big fan of those, right? All Esoteric and even Greppo and all those guys, But unfortunately, that's just not what the speedrunning community in Destiny is. It's just people who net limit. And that, I think, is the biggest disservice to the game that there could be,
Well, I mean, it kind of goes back to your point. You say, oh, if you don't like it, don't do it. Then it should also, like, it should be both ways. If they don't want it in, then why add it?
Well, like
I feel
the net
like
limiting.
yeah, like I feel as if Bungie actually gave a fuck about their game, they wouldn't have such a shitty battle eye or shitty defense system for it. Me, I've been limiting consistently everything for when did Scourge come out? Like 5 years ago, 3 years ago. I've been limiting for 3 4 years. Every single day, probably, and I haven't been caught.
I gotta know. Did you did you enjoy the game before you started net limiting?
Before I started net limiting,
Like,
not even. I found it. It's because I played it for PvP, and I would say, yeah, I had fun because it was challenging. Leviathan was really, really challenging. And not really Leviathan. Spire. Oof. That shit was where men were built. Men were built in Spire.
Hmm.
That was the only. I think that was it's literally my favorite raid because it was an activity where all 6 people actually had to have a brain. Right now if I had the energy, I would go in a fucking 10-hour rant about how perfect Spire was.
Hmm.
She was my baby.
Yeah, I unfortunately never got to experience that. So
Oh, when you do get the remastered one, it's not gonna feel the same. But trust me, bro, Spire. I'm telling you, like, if you think that doing LFGs with retards is hard enough, imagine doing Spire, bro. Fuck, Spire was hard. With retards, it was despicable. Everyone needed to know what they're doing though, and I'm
hmm.
talking about like every mechanic. Because if, let's say, like I fuck up and you need a fill, you need to learn everything that I was doing, and then on top of that, resume plus a timer, plus the ads, because there was no forbearance back then, and all that stuff. It was super cool. It was really good. Oh, I love Spire, and it was such a hard activity in a raid. It was
Hmm.
amazing. Basically, like after the raids got sunset, that's when the game started becoming boring for me. Completely boring for me. The the huge skill gap that was that was just skating was amazing. The huge skill gap, which was like no, freelance skating with a normal sword and gaining speed with like the Dark Drinker was the fucking was skill gap. It was literally skill gap.
Hmm. Yeah.
It was left click jump, switch weapons at a correct time, press spacebar really fast, switch back to your weapon, jump, Icarus dash, triple Icarus dash, hold heat rises, go up, skate, all that. It was a fucking skill gap, and the guns weren't like that good either. The best guns was threat level, recluse, and then anarchy, and then and that was another thing. You would either sacrifice speed for really big damage or really big damage for speed. There was some in between, which was mountaintop recluse, and you can run like a sword, or you can run anarchy, which was the sword would be Warland by the way, as you would Warland skate, and that was peak, that was literally peak Destiny. Leviathan being so fun because all the like different it was different every single week. Dogs bath, gauntlet bath, dogs gauntlet bath. Maybe some challenges in between, even though the challenges were the same, but it was still different every single week. The skips were amazing. The other raids were amazing. Even that boring ass raid, what was it called? The one with the menagerie. What is it called? Hold up, I'll tell you right now.
Was it just Leviathan?
Crown of Sorrow was
Oh.
amazing. Even though how boring it was amazing. Eat of Worlds was amazing. Even though that shit was literally just platforming CEO. Though it was challenging. It literally was challenging.
I don't know,
Especially with
man.
LFGs. Especially with LFGs. Holy shit with LFGs, bro. That was so fun. It was a blast.
I feel like
That's when the game was peak. But after that, all downhill. All downhill.
I, you know, maybe take this with a grain of salt, but is there any coincidence that around the time you started net limiting is also the time that things seem to get easier for you?
Yeah, it was that. It was when Scourge, when every other, okay, basically when like the fall of the raids happened, when everything besides Last Wish got faulted, Double Icarus Dash came out, and then, uh, that was it. And I guess like that pretty much when Wish was the only like old raid, and Double Icarus Dash got taken out, and they like removed, four-line skating, that was when the game, like, basically became really easy. It got slower and it became easy. You could still like ground skate with normal Icarus dash
Hmm.
and whatever the fuck, but it was still so bad. It was so
But
slow.
was that also the same time you started like limiting and stuff?
Yeah.
And you don't think that's a coincidence that everything suddenly got really easy when you started?
No, everything got easy, and I limited, yeah, but I wasn't limiting like how I am now. I
Hmm.
did the hard activities, and the only time I would limit would be when, okay, example, right? I'm in Gauss, right, and I'm just there for my pinnacle. I would limit the modes. That's it.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm running. What am I running? What raid is this? What raid is next? I'm running Deep Stone Crypt, right? I'm gonna be limiting the Frostbite and slipstreaming to the end, and then probably I'll limit. That's it. That's all I'll limit. In VOG, I think the only thing I limited in VOG is the transition from Gorgons, so the Gorgons will spawn in. That's the only thing I limit. And that's when I talk about I've been limiting since like Scourge. I would only limit like the activity part of the encounter. I wouldn't limit damage. And even then, there were still times where like I only did it when I'm with friends. I wouldn't do it like at a random LFG like how I do now. Now I just don't give a fuck. Now it's like either you kick me, or I just complete the activity because I'm either here because I'm bored or I'm here because I just want to like give you a free clear.
Hmm. I don't know. I think it's, I don't know, it's interesting hearing your perspective on it because it's just very, very different from mine. I think it's interesting because I think we both want higher difficulty from the game, right? But I think we both have very different meanings on what that is, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And what that would entail. I think, I mean, regardless, the suckiest part of it is just that Bungie would have to care. And they just,
Yeah, he doesn't.
I don't think they do, you know?
Yeah, so in the end, it doesn't really matter because we're cooked.
Yeah. So, like, no matter what we think the game should be like, you know, who knows what the hell Bungie thinks. Especially now, with all the, you know...
They just care about money at this point, and it's
Yeah.
kind of like whatever. I only play the game to help people.
Yeah.
I'll
and
probably make a spin-off, I'm not gonna lie. Literally just like my opinion on it. Like, given the video, I'll just record myself with like some gameplay in the background and like explain it a little bit more and explain what you can do with limiting. And what you can do and what there is and whatever the fuck it is.
Well, again, like, I didn't really find that part that interesting, if I'm being real.
What, the explaining limiting part?
Yeah, because it's like, I don't know, it just felt like a walkthrough more than anything. Just like, people cheat, and this is how they do it, you know? Like, okay, well, cool, but I want to talk about the logistics of it. You know, why does somebody cheat in this game? What are their motivations?
Is that why, which part did you like the most then? When I was yapping?
I did enjoy that part. You definitely, like, built up that, whatever his name?
Kanye.
Kanye guy.
Yeah.
You built him up, you hyped him up, like, way more than you should have. He was not... It's not that cool.
No, because he didn't show shit. He didn't show shit. Dude, that guy literally created so much stuff. Like,
Yeah,
he's like,
but he was
it's
also like mega cringe. Like,
no, he was, bro. He folded my presentation, bro. Like, I'll admit that shit. Like, he folded.
No, I'm sorry. I mean the Kanye guy's mega cringe.
Yeah, I know. So I'm saying, like, he folded my presentation. Like, I thought he was gonna show like all the cool shit, but he didn't. I should have gone Allura, bro. Fuck that. Allura was, you know, do you remember when you were listening to the bleep out part where this one guy was scamming, and he like ringed on their account?
Oh, yeah.
That was Allura. Allura and Yanis have crazy cheats. Like Yanis is the creation of Yanis cheats, right? Did I ever, you know that I told you that there's this one guy that can just press 3074 and he just one taps the boss. Did I ever tell you that?
I think, yeah, you've told me about that before, I think.
Yeah, that guy created that. and he would go into it detail if he was on the video.
Well, guess you can't pick up a tingle while in your super. I didn't know that. Yeah, I don't know. It was funny because I think there were one or two comments making fun of you too about how much you were like you were hyping him up.
Yeah.
I don't know. He just kind of seemed to have like the most enormous ego I've ever heard in my life. I think. I don't know. That's definitely an exaggeration, of course. There are people with bigger egos.
No,
right?
most
But,
definitely
yeah.
too. And it's like I shouldn't have hyped him up, bro.
No, it's not your
No,
fault.
it's
You
like
know?
it's kind of like what? No, because I thought he was gonna show some shit. Like he like I was there when he created all the cool stuff, and he just didn't show anything. So it's like whatever. That's why it's like I kind of regret because like you know who DM'd me after he watched the video, Allura and Yanis, or Allura DM'd me, and then either I would assume that Yanis was gonna be DM'd.
Yeah,
But Allura, how much brain rot that video was.
I didn't hate it too much. I kind of wish there was more of a discussion aspect to it rather than just a show and tell, you know, of like here's what cheating is, here's how it works, and like basically just a play-by-play of like how to do it. It's kind of what a lot of it was, especially towards the end. There's like the one guy talking about the scene.
Dude, I told Nico that shit was so boring, and he's like, no, dude, literally, it's okay. I'm like,
I mean,
"Oh,
you know, I think it was good to hear from somebody else because you come from a different form of cheating, basically, right?
I guess
And
so."
people do the Zim stuff, and I think the video was just more of a showcase than anything. I'm not saying the video was bad. It just wasn't what I was expecting. You know, it was like, or at least not what I was wanting. You know, it was like,
Yeah.
I think he did a good job of doing what he wanted to do, of showing like, hey, these are cheaters. This is how they do their cheater thing, right? And I think there's merit to that for sure. But it wasn't what I wanted to hear because I kind of like, I mean, none of it was really that surprising. It's like here, all you have to do is download this program and then use a VPN so you don't get caught, you know, and don't fall for the scammers, you know.
Yeah, if anything, I'll probably like think about it and I'll make my own opinion on it. I'll just make a video called why people limit. I'll just go into it.
Yeah, you know, and if you do something like that, I think that'd be really good. If you do something like that, I would definitely, I would interview other people. So, like, because I know with a lot of YouTube videos, it might seem like more worthwhile to just say what you know about something, but it's actually is really good. Like, I mean, right now, what we're doing here is probably the most valuable thing in any context. Just communicating with other people and hearing their sides of stuff, you know, because you might have your own little story on why you net limit and why you do this and that, and you can go into depth about it, I'm sure, at you know, or to no end, you know. But I think it'd be interesting to hear other people as well, you know. Did they have similar experiences, or were they more like, I don't know, is there somebody out there who's like, oh, the game was too hard and I wanted to cheat, you know? And, you know, maybe you don't play with any of those people, but I'd be curious to see if there is anybody like that out there. Because at least with, like, some of the cheating stuff, you know that there are people like that, you know?
Yeah.
And maybe it started with that, but then they actually got better at the game, or, you know, whatever. Now they're just part of the community, and regardless, you know, everybody does it or whatever. I think it's interesting. But I think another thing that would be interesting is seeing legitimate speedruns for the game, you know? Because there are still some people who do like like I was talking about the solo flawless people basically just dungeons seem to have like more legit people. I think there's a lot of merit to
The
speedrunning.
dungeon people are not real. The dungeon people are probably worse than the fucking the
farmers?
people on the leaderboard. Yeah. Everybody up there is so bad.
I mean,
That's
you
like,
say that, but like they're doing it legit though, and I respect that.
no,
more
I
than-
like esoteric and like them are, yeah, but if you go look at the leaderboards, Everyone is everyone. Just everyone. Just everyone. Even Sikrubs. You know who Sikrubs is?
No, I don't.
Never mind then. But some RTA people are so tired of like losing to the API that they're going to limiting.
And see, I think that's what frustrates me as somebody outside of it is in any game, I think speedrunning is interesting. I think it's really cool to look at, right? Even the games that are like super glitchy, where the speedrun is basically just knowing all the glitches and taking advantage of everything, right? Like even that can be interesting because sometimes the glitches actually like require some kind of effort, or at least they require that knowledge and they have to be executed right, and it becomes like, yeah, you can do maybe all the individual stuff pretty consistently, but can you string it all together exactly right to get the perfect run, and I think at its core, I think that's the heart of speedrunning, right? And so it's frustrating to see that basically Destiny speedrunning for raids, one of my favorite forms of content in this game, is basically just oh yeah, turn on your net limiter and let it do the thing for you, and I don't know. It's a little frustrating to see that. Like I get net limiting for the convenience. Like we were doing Grasp the other day, and you were 100% doing that. We both knew it, right? And I was like, you know what? Honestly, I've done Grasp so many times on Master. It's fine. Whatever. I don't care. Just this once, I'm okay with him doing some limiting. Not gonna question it. Not gonna talk about it. Is whatever. But like, would I want to do that every single time? First of all, no. But second of all, like, that was also just me grinding something. That wasn't me trying to do a speed run. That wasn't me trying to do a raid Sherpa or a day one, right? It was a grind, That's all I viewed it as, right? And I feel like applying that logic to something that should have a bit more, what's the word? Like, sanctity? What's the word? Like, something holier, You know what I mean? Like, something as holy as, like a day one raid. Like, honestly, one of the cringiest things that I heard from the Kanye guy was when he was like, and we already have this crazy strat. I'm not going to show you right now because I don't want it to get patched, but we already have this one strat that's going to trivialize day one for the next raid. And I was just like, who cares, bro? Who cares? Because, like, first of all, if you care about doing the raid race, Bungie's already made it pretty clear, like, cheaters are not going to get the record, right? And you can say all you want, oh, we technically beat them first, but, like, nobody's going to care, bro. That. And so I was just like, what? I don't know. That was one of the things that he said that I'm just like, man, the ego on this guy has gotta be insane, bro. Because, like, I don't know. I think it's one thing, like, I know you do net limiting, like you said, like, you skip Gorgons, right, on VOD?
Yeah.
Right? I think for the most part, besides occasionally doing crazy damage on the bosses, you do a lot of VOG legit, right?
I do literally the entire raid legit besides Gorgon.
Besides Gorgons, and I've also seen you do goofy boss damage stuff, but yeah.
On Templar?
Mostly on Templar, yeah.
Oh, no. I don't do the flag thing anymore. And when it comes to like damage, I only do when it's like a recov or like our team is so bad. Like if our team can't kill Templar in 2 TPs, I'm switching to Titan with Synthos, and I'm hitting that motherfucker with what 12,000 damage ticks every second. 'Cause I'm just not sitting there for wipes on wipes on wipes with goobers, let alone with people I don't even know. Like, in my opinion, right? If it was like my girl learning the game, I would not limit at all, and have her like figure out shit.
And I do appreciate that because, like, every time we've done a Sherpa together, I'm pretty sure you've always just let things happen normally.
No, I
And-
literally sit there. I literally sit there and like I
Yeah,
just let it.
I think half the time you get bored because you want to be doing stuff.
Yeah, like when we were doing like a Sherpa, I just sit and I'm
Yeah.
just in the back. I'm just doing shit. I'm just chilling. I just don't get bored. I'm like dude. I think I have like ADHD. I have ADHD. I think, or I'm autistic. I just need to be engaged 24/7. That's why it's like I'm always playing a game on the background. Like when we do Sherpas, I was playing like this Roblox game that's like Call of Duty. Then I'll tab it and shit.
And imagine having a PC that can run multiple games at the same time. Couldn't
It's
do it.
Roblox, bro. I have it on the lowest graphics.
Yeah, it would
Shit.
still kill my PC. I'm pretty sure. My PC can barely handle streaming, let alone VTuber streaming. It needs an upgrade, bro. I need more stuff.
I agree, man. You want me to hand you a band right now?
Bro, honestly, the only hack that I saw in that whole video where I was like, hey, that's actually not that bad, was when they were showing the silver.
Yeah, I did that as well. I have everything in the game, bro. I don't have to worry about shit.
I was like, man, that honestly, that would be like the one thing where I'm like, as protest, I feel like everybody should do it. You know?
You know,
So-
you know how easy it is. You actually know how like easy it is, bro.
I'm pretty sure it's literally like you download the net limiting program and then just do the thing. Like, I'm
No, you
sure
go
it's
into the
easy.
file. You go into the file of the games. That hold like the silver item, and you just change the out. You change the output of it.
Yeah, I don't know. Part of me is still like, I don't think I'm gonna do that ever, you know. But if there was one thing I would do, it would probably be that. Just because that's the one thing that like I feel like is out of control anyway. So I wouldn't feel bad for sticking it to the man, you know. Like I don't want to rebel against the game itself, right? The game's fine to me. I think it could be harder, you know, at points. I think certain things could be more rewarding. I feel like we need... See, here's the thing, man. Here's what Destiny's really missing, and maybe you'll disagree entirely, because, you know, everybody's different. I'm a big cosmetics guy, you know? I like my cosmetics. But, like, despite having a really good, like, transmog system, like, you can turn any armor piece into transmog and then wear whatever you want. I think that's, like, the coolest thing. Literally
Yeah.
been wanting that ever since I saw it was a thing you could do in Terraria. Like, I've been wanting that in Destiny since I played Terraria way back in the day, you know? And they finally added it as literally a thing that you can do now.
Literally, I think.
Literally. And it's great, you know? I think the system's good. It was a little rough around the edges when they first implemented it, you know, all the different currencies that they love to add, you know. And eventually
Yeah,
they
I
got rid of most of it.
Overcomplicated all that shit, bro. It just
Yeah.
get me so heated.
But they, you know, they honestly, to their credit, they fixed it. They made it very straightforward and simple, you know. You do a bounty, and the bounty gives you a thing, and you can spend that thing to get an armor piece. Now, I know a lot of people would be, literally the argument I've heard every time is, well, why don't they just let you do any armor piece? And then I'm like, bro, you got to earn something in the game. You need to get some reward somehow. Sometimes, you know? I don't want just everything handed to me on a silver platter, you know? Not that doing a bounty is hard by any means, but, like, you know, it's at least something to do that feels like something to do, you know? I honestly, like, I wish it wasn't a bounty. I wish it was something harder. And it would, like, give you, like, a few transmog thingies. And just skip the bounty process altogether, you know? Wouldn't it be cool if it was, like, missions or something? Then people would care, you know? But at the same time, I think what it is right now, I don't really want it to change, you know? I think it's fine.
It's like all that goob shit all comes back to the game just being so ass.
Well, I think it all comes back to, what the hell? Does the other side open? Oh, the other side opens too, okay. I think it all comes back to, well, it's cool that we got this transmog thing, but how do you get the armor? You know? And the fact that armor you buy from the store doesn't even need transmog it's just an ornament already. First of all, I mean, I know that it was already an ornament before they, like all the old sets were ornament sets. They weren't armor sets. And then when transmog got added, now you can turn armor into ornaments. I know that's how the thing happened, but I almost feel like they should have made the armor in the store still require transmog. So you still have to at least play the game a little bit. Also,
To an extent, I mean, the issue is they make the armor look so ugly. In my opinion, armor is so fucking gooby.
in this game, just as a whole,
Yeah, as a whole.
I don't know, man. I totally disagree. I think this game has some of the best customization I've seen for armor. I think a lot of people don't explore it very much. I honestly, like, that's like the one video I've been thinking about making for the longest time. Did I ever tell you about this?
What?
I've been like, so like I've been really wanting to make a video that just covers all of the topics for armor customization in the game, like everything.
You
I mean,
could,
and I
you
mean,
could,
literally
it'll be
everything.
long.
No, it won't. Literally,
Literally.
it won't even be that long. But you know what is long?
What?
I recorded 5 hours of me talking about it.
Respectfully, watching you like on your stream shoot shit with your AR has been the biggest brain rot I've ever witnessed in my entire life. This is brain rot.
Yeah, I don't normally patrol. It gets really old really fast.
Just so
have-
brain rot.
I have no idea what good Glimmer Farm is right now, and I just didn't feel like looking things up. So I
You
just
throw
went-
legendary shards at roll and you give 150k.
yeah, but I need to focus a bunch of engrams, so I got to spend the legendary shards on that. And,
How do you not have like 300k?
bro? I spend it.
300k?
Yeah, well, I've never.
Dude,
had a
I've been sitting at 115k for the past two years.
I mean, now that basically Glimmer is like a requirement for everything, like by so much, I feel like I'm just always out of Glimmer, dude. I don't know what it is, but like, okay, previous seasons I was buying armor sets from Xur, and I don't know if you know this, but one armor piece from Xur is 50 legendary shards, meaning a full set on one character is 250, and a full set on every character is 750. Now, I did not play a lot of previous seasons. Like, I started playing Beyond Light, right? That was when I started playing. First season of Beyond Light is when I came back. And I had little bits and pieces from previous seasons. And I've had to catch up for the armor stuff in order to collect all of it.
Yeah.
And I'm now at a point where I literally have, like, I have, like, all of the armor sets. Except for, like, the Gambit Prime ones, you know, those ones.
All I have is I have like the I fucking none of that. I never will. I never will have all that.
Yeah.
Cause they look so ugly to me, man.
I don't know. I think there's such variety in this game. I think there's a lot of stuff you can do with the armor. I think there's a lot of customization to be had. And there's a lot of just really cool armor sets, as well as a lot of, like, kind of funnier looking armor sets. There's just, I don't know, there's a lot of theming, and they're, like, literally, like, there's, like, 1,000 shaders, you know? And in a weird way, like, I think somebody could probably argue, like, well, you know, why have 1,000 shaders when you can just completely customize all the colors of everything? But at the same time,
I also hate that shit, man. I just want my gun to be a very light pink, and then I want to put the word Zelena on the tip of my barrel. Like Call of Duty customization.
I get that, but I almost feel like there's something I've heard before. I'm trying to think of how it was phrased.
I feel like shaders are just so obsolete. They're just not like.
I like the system because in restriction, like, I'm trying to think of how it was phrased. Basically, the idea is like, the more you restrict yourself in art, the more, like, expressive it can be, you know?
Well,
and
that's like you can also put that into the game because the game is not restricted at all. You can do anything.
yeah, and I agree. Like the game needs more difficulty. The more constrained, like more difficult the game becomes, the more fun it can be. I don't know. It's tough because like I always think back to like those Dado videos way back in the day where he'd fight like Golgoroth with just last word, like a full team of last word people.
Yeah, and that was sick, but you
And-
can't really do that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can do similar things, but genuinely, like there's a lot of stuff that's equally effective, you know. And it's not actually that hard to do most of those kinds of challenges now. You'd have to really limit yourself, and at that point, it's not really fun, you know. Like what, doing a raid with all white gear or something? I don't know. Like you could do that probably. Your damage would suck for a lot of it, and in a lot of ways, it wouldn't really be that great, or interesting.
I don't think you can even do a raid with white gear.
If you pull
You're-
it from collections, it'll pull at your power level. I'm pretty sure. So
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking
Or at
about
least
like white
1800.
gear, like the first gear that you got.
yeah, not the original gear. I mean, I could throw on my full 0 set.
Yeah, I still have my full 0 set.
Yeah, I've got it for my Warlock and Hunter, but unfortunately didn't get it for my Titan in time. So lowest I can do on my Titan 1600. sadly.
Unironically, I have it on my Warlock and Titan. So
But I don't know. I think I really enjoy the customization in this game. I feel like I'm a little frustrated that it's really downplayed as if it's such a minor thing. Because I think if people really got into it, it would be a lot more interesting. And some people really do get into it. Like, you know, like most hunters you see just do the typical like edgelord, all black or all white.
not me.
know.
I wear pink.
Yeah, man. And you look good in it too.
Thanks.
But like, I don't know. I think a lot of people do get. There is a lot of armor that's very samey, and I feel like in some ways they've kind of gotten away from that, and I'm okay with that, you know. But in other ways they've gotten away from that, but then also, like, I mean, that was the biggest thing people were complaining about for a little while, was like Bungie was saying, hey, we're removing all that armor was very samey, but it still took a lot of time to make, you know. So we're removing those like what was it called, like the armor that you get from Vanguard and Crucible and Gambit playlist activities.
Oh, I haven't. I don't even know.
You know how like each season they gave you those like really lame looking sets, and each one is just only slightly different because the Gambit one has a snake, but the Crucible one has the eagle or whatever, right? Like they were like, yeah, we're not doing those sets anymore. But then people are like, okay, what the hell? You're still selling a million things in the shop, so like, can you give us some armor sets at least? And then Bungie was like, oh yeah, our bad. We're gonna extend an olive branch and let you guys have an armor set that was supposed to be in the store as the playlist activity set now. And it's like, you guys could have been doing this the whole time, is all I could think. Like, I don't know. I don't know if you heard about any of that, first of all. Do you know what I'm talking about at all? Or
I'm trying to like ponder on what you're yapping about, but it's kind of hard because me
So-
personally,
yeah,
like I'm not really one for
the
that all
customization
like
stuff.
goof
Yeah.
shit, customization. Yeah, like look at my Titan, bro. I've been rocking the same shit for, you know.
Yeah, I get you.
Like I just, it's not really hard for me. All I know is I like my cool little horns because I go flawless every week, and I like my cool little under boob thing that I have going on. I don't know what the fuck I have going on. And then yeah,
The hell is
and I
that
like my
sniper?
peacekeepers.
Yeah, so I care about the Destiny fashion. I think it's really cool. I think it's really in depth. I think there's a lot to do with it,
Yeah.
Baby! That's what I've been
I-
waiting for. That's
I
what
know
it's
some
all
people
about.
might not think twice about it, really. And I think it's fine if you have like one armor set that you really like the look of, and you just do that all the time. Like, you do you. No judgment, right? But I like And you know, I've got that on my hunter. You know, I got the funny armor, right? Legit, like one of the best armor sets in the entire game is that Couturier set, and honestly, literally the best helmet in the game is that Panther helmet that I run all the time. So like,
Yeah.
I'm never gonna take that off my hunter permanently, right? It's gonna be my default set. But like I'm not even running that right now. I wanted something to match Foe Tracer, so I made this set, you know? And I like it. I think it turned out really good. And maybe
Literally.
maybe eventually I'm gonna just, if I want to run another Foe Tracer build, I might even change this set and do something else. You know? I don't know. I don't know what the future holds. But you know, even besides that, just like I like making sets, man. I think it's fun to have a little challenge. In that regard. And so it's really frustrating when I see stuff that talks about like how everybody's like, oh yeah, I don't really mind microtransactions as long as it's only cosmetic stuff. And I'm like, literally, like, I don't want to have to spend my entire bank account just to change my armor one time, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody should, you know? I think it's crazy that there's a currency in this game that you can only obtain, apparently either through hacks, or you know, the only real way to obtain it, the legitimate way to obtain it, is to just spend real life money. That's it. I think that's insane that a video game can have a currency like that. Now, it's pretty normal these days, I understand, but I still think it's like dystopian, you know? I think it's absurd.
Chat, is it hopeless?
Wavy wouldn't say so. Remember when you challenged Wavy to a 1v1 and lost? I remember
I
that.
don't think I lost. It was really close.
Nah, you lost. I remember. It was really close, but you lost.
Did I?
Yeah.
I don't even remember that at all.
Yeah, you were like really, like we barely knew each other. We like, I think we did, you hopped in my stream and like, I think it was that day we did VOG, or maybe it was like a little bit after that, for the first time, I mean.
Yeah.
And you were like starting beef with Wavy, talking
Wavy.
smack,
Yeah,
and
Wavy, you
then
fucking
Wavy just shows up.
Never forget that. That roller gameplay, bro. The roller's crazy.
It's just another day in the office for Wavy.
Literally.
Literally. No, I don't know. And see, I feel like it's kind of a niche thing, maybe, to some people. But I feel like armor cosmetics are like a big thing in the game, and people just don't really realize it.
Me personally. Meow, 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 meow.
Art.
This
God.
offhand strike? Am I retarded?
Yes. But also what?
Oh my god. What does offhand strike do?
I have no idea. I never use that thing.
Oh my god, I might be a retard. I'm actually a retard. Final blows grant additional weapon range, stability, and accuracy when firing over the hip. I thought it was...
Just in general?
Guys, I just wasted 2 ascendant alloys.
Oof.
I don't really care.
Wait, did I not get all of them? Oh, there's still one more. There it is.
I just put perpetual motion on this joint.
I don't know. It's interesting though, because I think you know, we have all this talk about difficulty in the game. I think it's not always about the difficulty though. Is another part of it. Like I like having easy activities like patrols. You know.
I don't even like enjoy them. I don't even know I haven't done a patrol in years.
Yeah, I like it because it's exactly what we're doing right now. It's just mindless. Get a little bit of reward out of it. You can spend some, you know, a good chunk of time. And like maybe it would be better if like I was try harding the whole time, you know. But I like that I can just sit here and chill for a little while, not stress too much, and still get something done, you know.
That's what fat people say.
Yeah, it is. But it's also what I say. And I'm a Chad, so, you know, you should listen to what I say.
Literally, dude, I do not think that way.
I don't know. You know, maybe it's maybe it's the ADD or something. I personally don't have ADD, so I couldn't tell you. I was misdiagnosed though for high school. That was cool. Turns
Was
out
it?
taking Adderall as somebody with OCD, if you take Adderall, it's not good for you though. That's what I learned.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was fun learning that.
Just rib, dude. Just rib.
Because it's all about intrusive thoughts and hyperfixating, and ADD is really, or Adderall is really good at making you focus on things. So that was great, focusing on the things that were really bad for me to focus on. Lots of fun. Anyway, I digress. I don't know, I think there's some fun to be had in the cosmetics in this game, and I think people don't really give it a chance as much as they should. You know?
I think.
But I think some people just don't. I think some people just don't care.
Personally, I think everyone should limit and ring one to the point where they roll back the game so far that Mountaintop Recluse is the best gun in the game.
You know how many people probably would hate to have those two guns back?
I would love to have those two guns back.
I don't even really know what made them good, you know?
It was because Mountaintop did a shit ton of damage, and then Recluse had the Recluse perk. Hold up.
Usually someone's look changes as much as their skill level or experience does, too.
Hello?
That's a fair point, Wavy. Hello?
Was good. What's up?
You're unmuted, by the way.
I know I'm not muted.
Okay.
1 second.
Okay. It's crazy to me that I've gotten 2 random drop exotics just from doing some patrols. I mean, I guess I'd probably get more drops from doing a GM, but... It's kind of nice. It feels like D1, you know? D1, you'd just be doing nothing at all, and
Okay,
you'd get
I'm
random
going.
stuff sometimes.
We've talked for like an hour.
Oh yeah, you're good, man.
I'm gonna fucking.
I just
Bye.
needed you to know.
All right,
I
I'll
love
see
you.
ya. Thanks for chatting.
Yep.
Even if you have the wrong opinion, you know? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I didn't mean that last part. I don't know, man. I think it's tough. I said this earlier, and I was exaggerating, and I'm still exaggerating when I say it now. But sometimes I feel like I'm, you know, okay, the way, I'm going to phrase it in a way that, hold on, let me read what Wavy said. Squid remembers in Halo Reach, whenever someone was in inferior rank, they would always just use the default armor, or the inheritor rank. Sorry, I misread that. They would always just use the default armor and were white, but with a flaming head. Never really knew why, but it was so silly. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's a prestige thing. I think, you know, we like prestige. See, here's the thing, right? There's a lot of cool stuff that you could do with Destiny to make it more interesting. And it's just kind of a matter of would Bungie ever bite? Would they ever do something like that? Because like they've done stuff like that in the past, where it's specific, unique cosmetic or thing that you can only get from doing this thing, right? I swear there should be one here. Oh, there it is. I don't know. They've done unique stuff before, but it's like it's always been this point of contention, because like what if it's a time gated thing? If it's a time gated thing, then there's not really a lot of prestige in it, really. Like day one is really cool for the challenge it brings and stuff like that, but is it really that much more interesting that you happen to be available on a specific day of the year? When you get right down to it, not so much. Now, can you be proud of that achievement? Yes, of course. Right? Is this guy following me around? Cool to know that the explosions that hit me also do damage to enemies. Psychosomatic. It's like that Frontier Psychiatrist song. I don't know. I had a point. I was going to say something, and then I got distracted by the antenna thing and the guy following me around, and totally lost it. I don't know. I think there's some prestige that can be had in the game that you can implement without alienating people. I think a great example is doing the solo flawless stuff, right? You get a reward for solo flawlessing each dungeon, right? Most of the time it's just an emblem. But it's usually, for the most part at least, a pretty cool emblem. I don't think this is actually... Oh no, it is a boss guy. Okay, cool. Day 1 raids are super special and have to be time gated because it's bazillion attempts harder when they aren't. When there aren't any strategies yet, or you're still figuring out the mechanics of the raid. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. And I would never want to like downplay anybody's achievement. You know? Like we could talk about how the different day 1 raids compare. You know, in my experience at least, Ron was probably the easiest one. But like, it was still a day 1 raid. It still had a certain amount of difficulty to it. You still had to figure out the mechanics and work it out together as a team, you know, to get the completion. And honestly, that was probably one of my favorite day 1s ever, despite how easy it was in comparison to like VOW or whatever, right? I enjoyed that one because I was playing with like all of my like closest friends in Destiny, and that was great. I mean, like we had the whole gang. Even Lou was there, which I was amazed by, because you know Lou is never he's never available. And he, you know, for a long time he was always like doing stuff with his own clan for day 1s and stuff. But yeah, it was great. I don't know. I had a really, really good time doing Run. Even if it was definitely one of the easier ones we had. I don't know. There's something I was going to say. I really wanted to say it.
How many different types of explosions can you make?
Oh, nice. Jared stuff, easy.
No reason to hold back here.
Alright. Let me go through my postmaster a little bit from a safe distance. Oh, good God, my postmaster's full again. I thought I had a little bit more space to work with. Hold on. I really gotta dump some stuff, dude. Oh yeah, I was gonna keep this because the range on it is goofy, but like this is the highest range you can get on this auto rifle for sure. I don't know if any of the perks are good at all, really. I don't think they are, really. I'm just gonna toss it. Screw it. Man, I feel like there was something really good I was going to say, and I forgot what it was about cosmetics. I was going to say it. Oh, yeah. It was actually not about cosmetics, but it was just, I said earlier, and it's going to sound really, like, pretentious or whatever, and I just really I don't know, I feel like I really mean it, but like sometimes it just feels like people don't really like this game, and at worst it feels like I'm the only one who actually likes this game, and I know that's not true, but I just hear so many people talk all the time about this game. People who play it all the time, like I do. And instead of talking about what they like about it, they just talk about how addicted they are to the game. You know? And I don't really understand that. Not truly. Now, I understand being addicted to a game. That was Overwatch for me, right? That was Overwatch for me. This is not Overwatch to me. this is a game I play because I like it, and for no other reason. If I ever didn't like Destiny, I would actually stop playing. And as you can see, I've never stopped. Except for, when Destiny 2 came out first, I genuinely quit the game. I really did, because I actually stopped liking it. But ever since then, ever since I've come back, there hasn't been a moment where I've thought, I hate this game, or, like, truly. I say it sometimes because, like, see, here's the thing, right? I feel like when I get upset and I say, oh, I hate this game, or this game sucks, or whatever, I always say it, and I don't really mean it permanently. I say it in the moment, but I don't really mean it. But then, like, whenever people say, like, oh, I hate this game, but, like, I hate this game, but I can't quit, I'm addicted, they mean it. They mean it when they say it. And I know they mean it. They really do. And I believe them 100%. But it's weird to me because, like, you look at my hours, you look at my, my dedication to the game, all the stuff I have unlocked, all the stuff I do, all the streams I do, right? You look at any of it, and you'll be like, okay, so this gnome is obsessed with this game. This gnome, is addicted to this game. And it just isn't really true. That's not what it is. I just like the game a lot. And I definitely play it like an addict, right? But like it's ice cream to me, Like, yeah, it's not always the best thing for you to have, and you shouldn't have it all the time, maybe, and maybe too much of it isn't so good all the time. But, like, at the end of the day, it's ice cream. I still like it. I don't know if that makes any kind of sense. Maybe not. Right now, what are we sitting at? Like, okay, there are definitely things that annoy me about this game. There are definitely things that bother me. Things I wish they would change. Things I wish they would fix. Certain parts of the community that I don't approve of or like, Like, I mean, I was just talking to Yelena, and I love Yelena. He's great. He really is. And I'd play with him any day. Any opportunity I get. I think we just have a good chemistry, I think we get along well. We have similar senses of humor. He's just a really good guy to talk to, But I think that cheating in the game is really scummy. I think it's really cringe. I think it's really lame. And he feels very differently about it. And I'm glad I got the chance to, talk to him. I've talked to him a bit about it before. But I'm glad I got a chance to really talk to him about this subject too, because, like, it's a different perspective. And I can understand someone a lot better, right? Even somebody who I don't necessarily agree with, right? But at the same time, like, I kind of wish that there weren't any cheaters in the game. Not that I wish they didn't exist or something, but I wish that they didn't feel like they needed to. I wish that they didn't feel like it was more fun to. And that was the thing that he was really saying, was it was more fun to cheat. And I was kind of trying to get at this at one point, and I wasn't sure how to say it. But it was weird because he was saying that it was more fun to cheat and to just blast through and do whatever. But then he would also say that he wanted more difficulty in the game. And all I could think was like, you want more difficulty, but then what are you gonna do anyway? You're gonna end up using the cheats anyway, regardless of how hard it is. And I'm not sure how true this is. I'm not gonna accuse him of anything, but like, who's to say that if you feel that way now when the game is easy, who's to say that what if the game is hard? Are you gonna suddenly not cheat? Like, chances are you probably will. You might say you won't, but I feel like you probably would, just because, I think he does want it to be easier. So it's just, I don't know, it feels contradictory to say that. And this isn't supposed to be some, like, gotcha, like, haha, I got you, because, like, again, he's like a friend of mine. I respect his opinion. But I don't know, to me, it doesn't make any sense, right? To him, it does. But then, it's funny because he's talking about all that. And I'm like, yeah, sure, if you think so, blah, blah, blah. And then I start talking about how much I like the armor and the customization stuff. And he throws it right back. He's like, yeah, I don't know. It's never really piqued my interest, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you know what? I understand him. I totally understand him. Because he plays the game in a very certain way, and I play the game in a very certain way, and those two ways are very different ways. I think it's interesting more than anything, at the end of the day. But again, it's weird because it always comes back to the same thing for me. When we talk about pretty much anything else at all, at the end of the day, I don't think I'll ever play another game and get the same enjoyment or fulfillment that I do from Destiny. I think even when I played Overwatch, I never got that same joy that I got from Destiny. It was a different kind of joy, even on the good days. It was a different kind of joy. On the bad days, there was no joy to be had, right? I've talked about PvP and my mindset for PvP. Not the healthiest mindset, but it's the one I have, and I've learned to live with it, and I've learned to deal with it. Not necessarily embrace it, but to deal with it, But at the end of the day, I just really like the game. I think there's a lot that could be fixed, of course. I don't think it's perfect by any means, but I really, really, really just love the game. I don't think there's a single game. I mean, he was talking about Division and how good all of it was. And I'm just like, that's all well and good, but I don't think I could enjoy that game the same way I do with Destiny. I just don't think it's possible at this point. I don't think it'll ever be possible, for me at least. And if somebody else plays, to be clear, right? If somebody else plays Warframe, or Division, or really anything else, and they say, I don't know, I just like it a lot better than Destiny, then I'll be like, yeah, alright. Go for it, man. That's you, man. That's you. It's not me, though. Destiny's mine. Wait, do I not have a single roll on iterative loop? How is that even possible, dude? Alright, well. Guess I'm tossing this one in the vault. It's unfortunate. New slot in the vault being taken up by a gun I'll never touch. Oh well. I think it was interesting. I felt really flattered one day. Heather said something interesting to me. And I'm not sure exactly what she meant about it. I think we were talking about, maybe I was talking about like achievement hunting, basically. Getting all the triumphs done before the season ends. And she was just saying that, like, I play the game in a very different way, you know? And she didn't mean anything mean by it. And she was saying, like, no, you know, I mean, as a compliment, you know, it's very interesting. But she's just like, yeah, you play the game in a very different way. And I don't know. I liked that she said that. You know, they really stuck with me. Because I think I do. I think I view the game in a very different light. And it's a very positive light, you know? I think a lot of people view it through a more negative connotation. And, you know, I'm not saying, look at me, Mr. Positive over here. Like, did you see me playing PvP earlier? I was not singing the game's praises in those moments, right? But like, I think overall, I just view the game as a whole very differently, you know? And I play it differently because of that. I see their heads against the windows, breathing on the glass, dreaming of the day that they can finally relax. If only there's no melody, it belonged to all the fantasies too much. The flowers too tall for the table again, but it's alright.
To test your light is to test everything. A gift from the old traditions.
Call your name.
Can't pave the way to
Is that cool with you? I don't know. It sucks because, like, right now is not a good time to love Destiny. Despite the game really not being all that bad all around, it's got a lot of negative connotation around it now, you know? It's tough to love it. But I do. And in a way, you know, maybe I'm a victim, I guess. Because I feel like... You know what it feels like? I think I used to describe the game as being like an abusive partner or something like that. Maybe not that, but it's something equally negative, right? Like an old ex or whatever, and coming back, you know, continually coming back even though, you know, they're not good for me or whatever, right? I think it's less like that. It's more like it's more like I'm in a relationship with someone and their parental figure is incredibly abusive. But it's the type of situation where I can't really do anything about that. or at least I feel like I can't do anything about that, you know? Like, I am aware of what's happening, I'm seeing the issues, and although I love this person, I can't really help them, you know? And I know that's like a really terrifying analogy, and, you know, perhaps somebody might take offense, but that's the best descriptor I can give for how it feels to really like this game. Because I feel like in this context, right, the game is my loved one. And the developers or the company or whoever it is that causes all these awful problems, right, they are this abusive figure who does not relent, who does not hold back, and who has total control over the situation. And maybe I can protest it. Maybe I can say my piece about it. But at the end of the day, I can't really do anything. And that hurts, you know? And again, I don't want to use that analogy and have anybody assume that I'm using it in kind of a silly context here, and I'm sorry about that. You know, I don't mean it in any hurtful way. It's just the best way I can express it. You know, in a way that makes very clear sense. I think people will understand what I'm saying if I say it like that. You know. Ooh, that's not a bad roll. Let's get a few more, though. I don't know. It's tough because, like, ooh, that's also like a decent roll, but it's just, I don't think it's as good. Yeah. Unfortunately. I think it's tough because part of my problem is that I do play in a very different way, and I do view the game in a different way. Like, why in the hell am I collecting one of every gun in the game? Why? Why would I do that to myself? That's not going to help me. It's just going to make things worse. I'm going to run out of vault space, you know? It's a sucky thing. I don't know why I would do that, you know? And yet, I do. We can get rid of our current Ophidia Spathe, and that should actually give me enough glimmer, I think, to get one more reroll. Nope, that's not a lot of glimmer at all. Damn. How much do I need? Literally 200 glimmer. Dismantle one legendary item? Karnam dismantle one thing from his vault. Challenge. Level impossible. Okay. Let me grab this one in particular. Oh, it's one of the ones in my inventory. This one. Dismantle that. Just enough to have 60k. One last roll on Ophidia. And it's a bad roll. All that trouble for a bad roll. Unfortunate. I don't know, just something neutral like that for now.
Sign, please. Goodbye.
Alright, next time I get on, I really gotta do some vault cleaning.
Tell me, you don't fear
100%.
operations? Do you fear the crucible?
Checking, checking, checking.
I don't know. Yeah, I like almost made that argument with Yelena, but I was talking about the wrong thing. I was so that whole thing of like he would say that he wanted more difficulty in the game, and then in the next sentence he would say that's just not fun unless he's, you know, net limiting and stuff. I made the mistake of saying, well, if you say you want the difficulty, but then you go and use all the meta loadouts. And see, that's not the argument I wanted to make. I wanted to make the argument against cheating. But for some reason, I made it about running the meta stuff, right? And then that's an easy counter because he can just say, well, why would I limit myself with the weapons in the game, right? And that's a fair argument. Honestly, I have no real counter to that, you know. I meant to say, why would you, you know, like you're complaining about difficulty in the game, but then you go and you cheat, which makes the game a million times easier. So, like, you know, what do you really want? You know, you say you want more difficulty, but is that really what you want? That's the argument I wanted to make. And I just phrased it poorly, and I didn't say it the right way. But even so, and the argument he would probably say back, and it's one that he already said, is just the whole, well, you know, you're not always net limiting just the hard stuff, you know, to make it easier. Sometimes you're just net limiting the boring stuff to make it happen faster. And, you know, I think that's fair. I think some encounters for some raids just get really slow and boring, you know. If there's a way to skip the whole payload section of VOW, I wouldn't blame anybody for wanting to skip that part, right? That being said, if somebody did find a way to skip every encounter in VOW and just get to the boss or whatever, I would actually be kind of annoyed to play with that person. I don't think I'd ever want to play with them in my life, because it's just so boring at that point where you're not even playing the game. Like, I wish the solution for the VOW thing specifically, like, Bungie should implement a way, and they're never going to do this because it's a raid that's been out for like a year, so of course they're not going to touch it, right? But it'd be nice if there was just a simple little way that maybe introduced one of the mechanics later on in the raid, you know, or maybe if it introduced it just a bit earlier on, where you could speed up the payload or skip a section entirely if you do a certain mechanic or kill a certain enemy, or I don't know, just do something. Or maybe if the payload just continually moved a bit more, and then all the ogres that spawn the and all the spikes and stuff like that, if that all just sped up the payload, you know, give it a little boost, I feel like that would have been a lot better than just waiting for the payload to move. Now, to be fair, that would lead to a point where people are just going to load up VOW, AFK for like 5 minutes, and not even speed it up at all. They're just going to all AFK because it's easier, and then get into the raid. So I understand why they did it the way they did to increase the engagement. Honestly, though, it sucks because, like, otherwise, I think VOW is a really, really well-constructed raid. I think it's, like, perfect. It's definitely, like, one of my personal top raids ever. Because, like, everybody's got to do stuff in that raid. There are a few encounters where you can get carried, and I'm sure there are ways to not do it the way that it was intended, that skip stuff, you know, via either cheating or just speedrunner strats. You know, there are ways to skip certain things or make it soloable, you know. But ideally, you just, you know, you give everybody a little task to do. You do that while you're killing ads and doing boss damage. It's great, you know. It's a very straightforward raid with a few mechanics that are, you know, easy to understand, but you know, take some time to master, you know. It's nice. It's a good raid. It builds on previous mechanics you saw earlier in the raid, you know, and whenever it introduces a new mechanic, it does it in a more subtle way. It's good. It really does well. Like, does a really good job doing all that stuff. My only complaint about VOW is how long the intro section is. It just takes forever, you know? I think everybody thinks that. But very clearly, Bungie doesn't really care about that, so it is what it is. The kind of guy to get a day job, 9 to 5, you gotta take off. No, go against the grain.
Welcome back.
Currently have a 4 times target lock Lodbrock, but I wonder how this one compares to my current. If maybe one has better magazine perk or something. No, they're pretty much the same. Yeah, they have the exact same barrel mods, and they have only one magazine mod that's different between the two. The only real difference is that my new one has better reload, so. Squid thinks VOW is okay. Rolk is super duper neat and silly, but everything else is a wee bit less fun. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Wavy, you don't really speak
So the callouts are a bit less fun for you, I know, with the symbols and stuff. And I don't mean to tease you about that or anything, but I'm saying I understand why you probably don't. That's probably a major reason of why you don't like it. Because I think that is part of the fun of it, is all the different callouts and stuff. I like that. I do like that communication factor where it's like you need to communicate with your teammates information that only you know, and then they use that information to do something, right? I like when the game does that kind of thing, Unfortunately, it is definitely harder for people who can't communicate one way or another, or if you're doing an LFG run where nobody has a mic, and it's just no VC runs of a raid, it's not especially fun for Val, King's Fall's best raid ever. I don't know. King's Fall is tough because like I really really liked it in D1. It was my favorite raid even after Wrath of the Machine came out. It was my favorite raid for a long time. And although I still harbor those feelings and those emotions and those memories from Destiny 1, I don't really like it as much as I did back then. I think that we have better raids out now. I like Deepstone Crypt a lot. I like Vault of Glass a lot. It's weird. I think in Destiny 1 I liked King's Fall better than Vault of Glass. But in Destiny 2 I like Vault of Glass better than King's Fall. Just something about it. I don't know. There are some really good moments though. Jumping puzzle's really funny. Whenever people are really struggling with it. It's a little sad that, well skating and grapples and all this stuff does make it a little bit too easy to do. I do think it's more fun to do the actual jumping puzzle, rather than just have one person well skate and everybody else grapples and stuff like that, I feel like you're missing part of the game if you don't do it legit at least once, But besides that too, there actually are a few encounters I really like. I think all the encounters, like all the jumping puzzles in between, I really like all that. I do enjoy that a lot, and I feel like we don't always get very fun in between parts for the encounters. Like Crota's End, I think, is missing a lot of that, Like, there's no jumping puzzle in Crota's End. You go from the lamps directly to the bridge, and then you have, like, the one thing that you could say is kind of like that, where it's in between the bridge and Ir Yût, But then you're just at the final boss room already. And I don't know. I wish they would have added. I know it would have been actually adding something new to the game or to the raid instead of just bringing it back. But it would have been nice if they added a new like little jumping puzzle somewhere. I don't know where they would have put it. Maybe like right after lanterns would have been nice. You do lanterns, you get teleported somewhere else, and then you keep going along until you get to the final section. Of course, I guess, I don't know, some people might say that the lanterns is kind of like a jumping puzzle section as well. I don't agree with that. But I can see why people might think that. I don't know. King's Fall does have a lot of good moments the more I think about it. I think it just gets really old because there's just so many boss encounters, right? That's what kind of gets old for me. Like, I don't mind Oryx, and I like that Daughters for Sherpa runs. I like that Daughters teaches you Oryx. It's like you do Daughters. It's similar mechanics to what you had before, but now it's like a bit more of it. And then
Oryx is just daughters, but then with a little bit more stuff, just a tiny bit more stuff. And I like that, you know. Dungeons would be a lot more fun without ways to go fast. Yeah, it was really fun the first few times doing it, but the moment people started figuring out exactly where you can go to just grapple through, you know, you throw one tangle, you grapple to it, and you skip like half of the encounter, and then you only have to light up at like 3 lanterns, so you know you can just skip like all of it. Yeah, it gets a little sad. To do, you know, a little too easy. Yeah, I don't know. I think King's Fall becomes a bit of a slog once you get to War Priest, because like War Priest and Golgoroth both, like, I don't know, they're just both bosses, and boss phases I feel like always take a little while, you know. I feel like there are always a few wipes during a boss phase, you know? And then Daughters is just another boss phase. And then Oryx is the final boss phase. And I like Oryx enough, the whole encounter, that I don't hate it for being a boss thing. But yeah, it's just so many bosses in that whole raid. It's just the whole raid is basically a boss rush. And it kind of sucks because I actually really liked the mechanics for the totems encounter. I really liked how that worked, where, you know, everybody's kind of got to be moving and doing something and working on something, and we're all doing the same job, but we're all swapping with each other and communicating. War Priest is my favorite boss ever. Never mind, maybe I like Oryx more. Really? I don't really like War Priest all that much. War Priest is probably my least favorite encounter in King's Fall, at least. Well, I don't know. It's tough. I feel like I haven't really done a lot of optimized runs. I feel like I'm always doing Sherpa runs whenever I do a raid that isn't like the current one, you know? I'm always doing Sherpa runs, right? So maybe it's just because I do so much Sherpa stuff that, like, I don't really, I don't enjoy fighting these bosses because, you know, it's frustrating to do damage to the boss and then wipe because we didn't do the mechanics right, or we do the mechanics right, but then we don't have very good damage because it's a Sherpa run with a bunch of new people or whatever, you know. So I think maybe that's why I get a little exhausted by King's Fall, because there are just so many bosses. I mean, literally 4 different boss encounters. It's also just kind of a long raid. It's got a lot of encounters to it, you know? And I don't really mind that. I kind of wish some of the raids were longer than they are. Rude and Nightmares could have used another encounter, I think. You know? I mean, Nezrak could have also used more health. But, like, I think it would have been nice to have one more encounter and also, like, one more mechanic in the game. I think that'd be good. Like that planets mechanic, we didn't see any of that later on. That's so weird, right? Like, we got that really cool encounter with all those planets and moving all that stuff and the communication, and like everybody's got to be doing something, and even the ad clear guy's got to be like doing good ad clear, right? And then it's just like all of those mechanics are not brought over into the final boss. I don't know. Planets are super duper neat. Squid always forgets that it's not that That it's in Root of Nightmares. Yeah. It's just it does feel out of place because the mechanics in Root of Nightmares are all the like the light and dark stuff, right? And like we just didn't really see any of the planet stuff after that. It's just I don't know. It's super weird. It came out of nowhere. I think that's probably why so many people had trouble with it on day one. Is just because like most of the time raids will teach you one new mechanic at a time. I think like VOD does a really good job of that. Where at the beginning, all you're doing is pushing a payload, but you need to collect the little spikes, and you're going to need those little spikes later on in the caretaker encounter, right? Those are the same little spikes you collect. You know, it teaches you about pervading darkness, and that if you get too many stacks, you die, and that's in every encounter. Pervading darkness as it exists in every encounter, right? But then, like, the first real encounter teaches you about the symbols. Like, literally, it teaches you the symbols in a previous room. It has all the names listed and everything. And then, like, you go and you use them. You learn all these little mechanics that you end up taking to the next encounter for Caretaker. And Caretaker adds, like, a new thing. You know, it's just, it keeps going. And I like that. I really like it when they do that. And I think even Vault of Glass does that, you know, and it's like the first raid, dude. You know, it's cool. I like it when they do that kind of thing. Deepstone Crypt does a great job of that too. You know, each encounter introduces like its own new little things that you can do. And I think that's really cool. And it just kind of sucked because like Root of Nightmares didn't do that. It did it for like the first two encounters, and then Planet's encounter. And then it did it for Nezrak, and that was it. It's just I don't know. It's super weird. Like it taught you about the springboards before the second encounter. It taught you about the springboards in the jumping puzzle, and that was cool, right? And then in the second jumping puzzle, it teaches you about the like light and dark pods for the final boss, right? Where you have to like get whatever buff to get the refuge, right? That's cool. I think that's neat. But like, what the hell did the planets encounter teach us? I think there's like maybe one little mechanic it taught that carries over. I can't think of what it is though right now. I don't know. It's very weird. It's just very weird. And even like the way the bosses worked, like Nezarec wasn't anything like the other boss. The other boss was just super, super different. I don't know. Yeah, I think the only thing that stayed between planets is that like some of the planets are light and some of them are dark, and you know it's similar to the other themes of light and dark in the raid. Okay, well, what else is there? And then I think there's like one buff that you could get. Like I think the buff that you get from the guys, or like I think it's the buff that lets you do damage to the boss. I think it's technically the same name as one of the other buffs you would get throughout the raid. And that was it. That's like it. Just I don't know. It's such a weird oddity. It really felt like it felt out of place, you know? Like it didn't really fit with the rest of the raid. I mean, like it was cool though, and that sucks because it was like a really cool encounter. I don't know. It almost feels like maybe it feels like maybe they may have built that one encounter because it was in the room that, you know, the trailer was in, and the witness was in that room, right? That was really cool, right? the witness is in that cutscene with all the planets and stuff, and then we go into that area and we're there and we're fighting a boss in that room. Like, that's cool. So they go in, they make an encounter based on that room, right? But then, like, what are they going to do for the rest of the encounters? Well, they'll figure it out. And that's kind of like, I don't know. That's kind of what it felt like, is like they had that one encounter and it all worked. And then they tried to make stuff that fit around it, and it just didn't work as well. You know? Wonder if that part was from a different raid or raid concept that they just put in because they wanted to. Yeah, I mean, you never know. You never know about that kind of thing until the word comes out like 10 years later, you know? I think it'll be really interesting to see if that's the case. Like, I think a lot of people seem to agree that, like, yeah, despite what the developers have said, it really does feel like Strand should have come out during Witch Queen, and that Lightfall shouldn't have really existed in the way it did, you know? The story for Lightfall was just not really what it should have been, and it just felt out of place. And then the fact that, like, the opening cutscene of Final Shape perfectly syncs up with the ending cutscene, which basically implies that all of the stuff we did in the expansion was pointless. Because the stuff in the cutscenes just happened literally milliseconds apart, right? So all of the effort we went through, all of the stuff we did on Neomuna with Nimbus and Rohan, it didn't even mean anything. I don't know, it all felt like, not an afterthought, but it all felt more rushed than it should have been. I mean, the fact that there were no people on Neomuna, and they came up with the whole, well, all the people are digitized or whatever. I don't know. It felt like a cop-out. There's so much there. And Bungie will say time and time again that none of that is true. No, we always wanted it to be like that. That was always the plan. But, like, Lightfall's their, like, worst performing expansion in a long while. It was the reason why they laid off all those people, is because, like, it really wasn't that great. And the money they got off of it and all the retention, it just wasn't there, Squid still wonders what that weird AA cannon, or anti-aircraft cannon? I don't know what you mean by AA. And King's Fall would have been used for. Poor Nimbus lol. Super duper hope that Nimbus comes back in Final Shape.
How can I help?
Yeah, and it sucks too, because, like, Nimbus is, I think in general, not a bad character. People really don't like their upbeat personality. And how Nimbus was always, like, the surfer, like, attitude and stuff. To be fair, like, I didn't have any problems with Nimbus as a character throughout most of the expansion and all the story missions. But there were definitely a few moments where it felt out of place, And I was like, oh, well, I don't know. And, I don't know, it sucks because, like, I feel bad for, like, the trans community and, like, anybody who might have been able to look at Nimbus as, like, a really good character and be like, hey, I have representation in my favorite game or whatever, right? Like, that would have been really cool, but instead we got Nimbus in worst expansion in a long time, right? The most hated storylines ever, and one of the most obnoxious, like, character moments throughout it, And, like, it really felt like they did what they could, but they were given too much of a burden to bear with Witness. I meant Nimbus. Like, they were given too much that they had to try to make work with Nimbus, and I think that sucks. Because, like, people deserve better characters. And again, like, I don't entirely hate Nimbus, but I think they could have been done way, way, way better. And I feel like there's probably a point in time where Nimbus was a much better character. And we do not live in that timeline, you know? We are past that point. It is no longer the case. Which is frustrating, you know? You don't know my name. I'll keep burning this way. Ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, dum, dum. Bum, dum, 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 dum. Bum, da, 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 da. Dum, da, 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 bum, bum. Alright, what time is it? Oh, it's 2:40. Holy hell. What time do I work tomorrow? I really hope I work in the evening tomorrow. I don't think I do, but I really hope I do. I probably work in the morning. Oh, I'm so lucky. I work in the evening. Let's go, dude. I work at 3:30 p.m. and it's not even 3:30 a.m. That means I'll get more than 9 hours of sleep tonight. Let's go, dude. Oh, it's so good. I'm so happy about that revelation. Will the gnomes be streaming tomorrow? Maybe. Definitely not as early as I streamed today, at least. If I stream at all, it'll have to be in the evening. Like, pretty late. Like, starting at 9 o'clock my time. Well, no, sorry. Actually, that's when I get off work. Starting at, like, 10 o'clock my time, probably. That's, like, the earliest. So I guess that's, like, I think you're, like, 2 hours ahead of me? Or behind? So I think that's, like, 8 o'clock for you, Wavy. 8 p.m. What time is it for you right now, Wavy? Because I think it's 2 hours behind me. Because it's 2:40 for me right now. Is it 12:40? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so like earliest I'll stream tomorrow is like 8 p.m. your time. Probably I'm going to try to stream tomorrow because I need to do a little bit more PvP and I need to do a bunch of Gambit as well. Now I might save all of the Gambit for next week, but I'd like to do at least a little bit this week because I got my Gambit rank about halfway done. And then I was planning on doing the other half and then doing the next reset in the final week of the season. Because I need to get 2 rank resets for Gambit, and I'm at almost 6K. So not a whole lot of Gambit required to get the first reset, but I still need to do a whole other reset after that. So I think I'd like to try to get that first reset done. So I'd like to get to 10K before next season, before next week, and then. Next week's last week, right? Yeah, 11 days. That's less than 14, so it's got to be So after reset, hopefully the Gambit ranks and all that stuff will be Gambit rank, Crucible rank, and Vanguard rank should all be a lot faster to earn. Oops. So yeah, I'm gonna take advantage of the double XP from Gambit. I'm almost done with Crucible though. I'm really just trying to get my Crucible rank up, but like the Iron Banner leveling has been crazy too. So getting some new rolls on some stuff for Iron Banner wouldn't be too bad either. So I don't mind that. I'm just trying to get one more reset on Crucible, because then I can start turning in all my weapons, or all my engrams for weapons, and be getting crazy perks in each column, you know? Like getting 3 perks in each column just really makes it easier to have like a god roll, you know? So, yeah. Fear is just a part of love. One thing I found is love's what you deserve. Wavy, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but like, do you have a job? Excited for the Banshee focusing next season? I am. I'm glad that there's going to be a way to get world drops consistently. That'll be nice. Well, I think I'm going to enjoy that. It'll be nice, you know, bad luck protection that doesn't lead to weapon crafting, and I think that's okay, because I think we have plenty of weapon crafting right now. Nobody looks just like mine. Yes, the squid has a job. I feel like it almost feels like you're always online, but maybe it's just the time zone thing, because you're technically just on, like, it just feels like right now it's really late for me. It's like almost 3 in the morning, right? But it's only like getting to be 1 in the morning for you, so that's not as bad, right? So I think that's probably what it is. But it just always feels like you're on so late at night because of that. I'm like, does Wavy work? Does Wavy have a job? Not like an official job, but I still work a lot? Ah, okay. Well, you don't have to disclose any information you don't want to disclose. Every squid is entitled to as much privacy as, you know, a gnome would be, so. But I won't say I'm not curious. I mean, where can a squid even get a job? You know? Are very many places hiring squids these days? It's mostly just cleaning stuff. Fair enough. I feel like being like an actual squid or like an octopus, not so much like a, you know, an inkling or an octoling, but like, you know, one of the animal kingdom kind, you know? Like being an octopus, you'd probably be really, really good at like sweeping, because you could, like in all the cartoons, you could sweep like all the floor with like 7 different brooms or whatever, you know? And that'd be pretty cool. saw him, but everyone just kept on going. What he saw was different. All right. Well, I think it's time to go. I was thinking if there's anything else I'd like to talk about. I'm sure there's a few things. I was thinking of a few things, and I'm like, it's late. And I think if I get started talking about something else right now, then I'm probably not going to stop for another hour at least. So I should really go before things get too bad. But I had a good time. What about Red Death? Listen, don't get me started, Wavy. Because I would love to talk about Red Death. The fact that it's coming back as a solar weapon and it's going to be working with restoration and cure and stuff. I'm actually very excited about that because I already run that kind of build all the time. And I miss Red Death because it was my favorite gun in D1. Yeah, they're bringing it back as a solar weapon. It'll be weird, right? I mean, they had to make it different from Crimson, though. Because Crimson basically just took over as being Red Death. And honestly, I think what Red Death used to be in Destiny 1, I honestly think that Crimson's better. And I say that as somebody who loved Red Death. Like, Red Death was my favorite. Eventually, I started using No Land Beyond and Universal Remote, just for obvious reasons. I just like both of those, but they're also the only, primary sniper and shotgun, right? But besides like those two and maybe like one other, I think Red Death was always my favorite exotic. And I love healing stuff in this game. I like all the healing builds. I think they're really fun. I think they make the game way easier in some ways, but also really, really fun because you can kind of get like a rhythm going with it, and I don't know, it works really well. And so I think incorporating it into the solar healing builds is going to be really, really, really fun. So I'm definitely looking forward to that because yeah, it's gonna be solar, and not just solar. It's gonna be like it'll give like either cure or restoration or whatever, right? Which works really, really well with solar builds that are healing centric, which are what my solar builds always are. Is healing related. So looking forward to that. Yeah, I think Crimson's better just because, I mean, with Red Death, Red Death was nice because you got that unflinching thing. That was really nice. So, like, you wouldn't flinch as easily when you were getting shot at. That felt really good. But I think overall Crimson's a lot better because the fact that you can just get a full reload on one kill, just as long as you land headshots, is really, really nice. Also, just something about it. It feels way nicer. Maybe not way nicer, but it feels really nice to use Crimson. I enjoyed Red Death too, but I like the feel of Crimson. It's interesting. It's cool. Got a lot of kills on that thing. Between Crimson, Quicksilver, Forbearance, and Vex. And I guess Arbalest too, yeah. Those are probably all my most used weapons. Of course, Trinity Ghoul and like Risk Runner probably have a lot of kills on them just because of the way they work, you know, with the Chain Lightning. And like Thunderlord, right? But I think those are probably my most used primary and special weapons. Really, really like those. Okay, I gotta go for real though. It's time. And no more distractions, Wavy. You got me talking about Red Death, my one weakness. Let's get a good outro song. Let's get something fun. How about we hear? There are a few good options here. How about we hear, since the weekend's coming, we'll hear Weekend Run by Unknown Mortal Orchestra. That'll be the outro song for the night. We just heard Balloon by Crumb. We're about to hear Weekend Run by Unknown Mortal Orchestra. That'll be our outro song for the night. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow? I hope tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how tired I am from work. Alright, I gotta go. Bye.